everybody, I'm finally here. We got a banger of a stream for you today. Something's been going on that I wasn't entirely aware of, and then when I started to look down the rabbit hole, I was surprised at how deep it goes. And I mean, this is not a rabbit hole I'm completely unfamiliar with, but it's one I haven't revisited in a long, long time, right? So we're gonna go through the looking glass, down the rabbit hole, whatever other metaphors you know are appealing to you. We're gonna do that. Um, we're gonna look into what exactly is going on with my old friend, my old buddy, my old pal, Chud Logic, right? It's actually somebody I know. So you know, it's a kind of a trip to be, doing. Well, just telling you what exactly has been going on with this person, right? When I met this person, they would have described themselves as a leftist. They would have even like gone as far as to say, intersectional leftist, like trans ally, all that kind of stuff, right? And something happened along the way, which made them detest leftoids. Oh no, you just got hit with an ad right there, and I had no time to warn you for it. Twitch needs to be better. Do better, Twitch. Be better, Twitch. No, really, Twitch just needs to warn me, like, on the screen that I'm looking at, what, Destiny, what, gang? Money, grift, happened? Wait, what? I mean, no, it wasn't just that, right? No, this was like a reaction in anger, right? To the forces of cancel culture. And, like there has been some stuff said about this person, which was not completely true, right? Which was, yeah, I mean, like, they're not that this person did nothing wrong, but the things that were claimed about this person that they did wrong, weren't actually things that they did, or were overblown, or were overstated. And yeah, it's important when you report this stuff to err on the side of what you know, what you can confirm, what you're sure about, rather than to go kind of overboard and make it a little bit more salacious, make it a little bit more, clickbaity, and then end up getting something wrong. Because then when that happens, well, you're kind of in a situation where you're not stopping the harm that's going on. You're actually enabling it to keep going on, right? So mistakes were made. Twitch poll and Twitch in general, right, is not a great place. There's problems. There's problematic people. There's egos. There's definitely egos, right? And those egos get wounded, and when the egos get wounded, bad things happen. So, I'm going to try to provide a little bit of insight as far as the history goes behind this person, how they came to this, right? Because right now, I mean, I hate to be a thumbnail Andrea, but I'm going to be. I'm going to be a thumbnail Andrea. I'm going to be, let's take a look at what's been going on this channel. Anti-white. Wow, Olayemi, anti-white there. Okay, covering trans people's drama, I see. Interesting. We're going to talk about, we're definitely not talking, oh, you can't see everything. Okay. Well, good thing that thumbnail's not as pertinent. But like, look what happened when we scroll down here. That's Mr. Beard, right? That's Mr. Beard, and the picture underneath is not Mr. Beard. It's somebody kind of notorious to the internet. I don't know. Can people see? We're gonna have to blow this up. Yeah. So we're comparing Mr. Beard to someone quite infamous, right? And why is that? Well, let me see if I can shed some light on that. Wait. No. There we go. Yeah, so the first person to point out this weird this set of thumbnails, right, was actually Mr. Beard. And do we all know who Mr. Beard is? Are you familiar with this person? They're a video essayist on YouTube, right? And well, in this case, they're saying posting thumbnails like this about an alleged victim, it has to be one of the most deranged things I've ever seen on YouTube, right? I don't know how this person sleeps at night being such an absolute piece of you know what. So what do we have here? We have Nick is not green with he's a F apostrophe 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 OT. Gee, I wonder what word is implied in there, right? What is he like? Starts with an F, then it's got three letters that we don't know. I feel like I'm playing Wheel of Fortune here, but with slurs, right? Which slur are we using as Nick is not green? I think you can probably guess. And I'm not inviting you to guess. You don't need. I need to never feel compelled to say slurs in my chat. In fact, I'd prefer that you didn't, honestly. Yeah, to get a better look at this. Right? And then the second picture is a picture of someone who came out against Super Mega after having some really awful experiences, some really awful things, happen that in the context of Super Mega's office that the people in charge of Super Mega just apparently didn't want to listen or do anything about. So like I don't know, do people know about the Super Mega drama? Do people know what's been going on with Super Mega? Anybody? And then, yeah, trashy, terrible Me Too attempt against Super Mega. So you can see, like, this is not. No, I want to just like make something really clear here, right? This isn't a person. You might be tempted to look at these thumbnails, look at what this person's done, and say, this is a guy with no empathy. No, 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 you're wrong. You're wrong. There's some empathy at work right in these pictures, right? But it's not empathy for the victims. It's empathy for the accused. There's a lot of empathy for the accused. In fact, you might even call it the camaraderie of the accused, right? And one has to wonder where exactly that empathy comes from. But here's the mistake. Now, do you see, can anybody spot the mistake? What mistake did Mr. Beard make in this post, right? So yeah, these are trashy thumbnails. True, right? And there's like a, oh yeah, the other thing about this, right, is these are apparently like, I don't know, I think like, are these OnlyFans pics? Are they playing the typical Uno reverse kind of stuff? It's like the opposite of believe victims. Yeah, yeah. This is very debt pilled here, right? What we got going on, right? But I don't want to speak out of turn, right? And I don't want to, again, I don't want to make a conclusion that I'm not 100% sure of. So I'll say I'm not 100% sure, but I have a feeling that these pictures might be like from OnlyFans, and that the point of these pictures might be, here's the victim. You know what I'm saying? Similar to the Darvo style of, okay, deny, attack, reverse, victim, and offender. I mean, there's definitely some of that. But I mean, look, if you've been around Twitch politics for any amount of time, you know that that kind of Darvo is par for the course, right? That's pretty standard, right? Uh, well, I mean, it's not just that, but like the implication, right, is that if somebody, that we're gonna throw some doubt on this person's victimhood, maybe based on their occupation, right? And like, I mean, sex work is work, and it's hard work, it's difficult work, it's work that comes with a lot of complication, not the least of which is this kind of stuff, right? This idea that like, maybe you can't truly be a victim. I don't know. I don't know. But I mean, like you can take these thumbnails, like however you want, right? And again, these are not thumbnails put out by the creator that we're talking about. These are thumbnails put out by the creator's editor. So we can't possibly hold this person to account for that, right? Because it's just like, I have no control over that. I have no control over what goes on my thumbnails. And that actually might be true. I don't know what the business relationship between Chud Logic and his editor is, but I do know that his editor has a history of kind of hardballing people. And I don't want to use a legal term like blackmail, right? That would be irresponsible of me to just throw out the term like blackmail willy-nilly, but let's just say that there might have been some coercion alleged about this thumbnail designer towards other people that he's worked for, right? So I guess we can't completely hold Chud Logic responsible for these thumbnails, because we don't know. Maybe the thumbnails were made for his channel under duress. I don't know. Like, I don't know what's going on, right? It's there's someday there's gonna be a story to tell about what goes on behind the scenes of this particular social media enterprise, but that's not today. We've got so much to talk about here, right? There's a lot to unpack, and let's get into it. Are you ready? Are you ready? So do you see the mistake yet? I feel like this is the type of thing that even the more centrist commentary dudes like Moist Critical should agree is absolutely abhorrent. I mean, I think that if Moist Critical saw this, you know, he'd probably be like, what in God, what in the whole, I can't do a Moist Critical impression, but if I could, right, you can imagine, like, you know, what in the, he'd say something funny that, you know, I can't think of because I'm not as funny as Moist Critical, but, yeah, this is not good. This is not good. And yeah, but like, I don't know. I don't know about tagging like a larger content creator, I mean, like, I sort of understand maybe why, but this did not turn out very well for Mr. Beard, right? And you can see by the quote tweets here, yeah, I mean, like, there's a whole bunch of people that, look, as bad as this content is, as nasty as this stuff is, like, they love it, they live for it, right? If you try to cancel Chud Logic for being a creep, for being a bad dude, right? You're gonna fail, because that is exactly what his audience loves about him. So, you know, that, don't get my criticism wrong if you end up watching this, Chud. I think I understand what makes you tick better than most people. And, you know, I'm definitely not here to feed your outrage, your the attention economy. I'm not here to feed your attention economy, right? I know how that works, and I'm not mad. Okay, I'm just curiouser and curiouser. So yeah, this didn't go well for Mr. Beard, and it was mainly like trying to, wow, eldritch horror or analog horror, Moist Critical, and obviously Moist Critical didn't respond, but guess who did? Yeah, all of the Chud Nation. All of Chud Nation responded instead. So yeah, this just did not go well for Mr. Beard. But like honestly, he's pointing out something that is like legitimately kind of weird, right? It's like the combination of hate and thirst, and I gotta say it, but a certain type of cell, let's just call it Chud cell language, right? Because I don't want to say, I don't know which words are allowed on Twitch and which words are not allowed on Twitch, but yeah, words like that, you know, like that. This is like anybody who ever sides with a woman is this word, a simp, right? So this is Nick Green, and again, Nick's not just getting called a simp here. He's getting called, well, whatever F apostrophe OT is. I don't know what that is, so I don't know whether to get mad or not, right? I can't tell. Scorned ex-employee trashes Super Mega. Oh wait, this is another person that's talking about Super Mega. So it's not just one victim, right? I think at this point there's like 3 people that have come forward about Super Mega, but don't worry, Super Mega, because even if you don't defend yourself, even if your reaction has been to apologize for this stuff, you've got a defender in Chud Logic. You've got a based Chud Cell simp here, ready to come right to your rescue, like the White Knight that he is. Only he's like the White Knight in reverse, like he's the, you know, White Knight that helps the the mustache dude tie somebody to a train track, right? That's the kind of white knight we're dealing. We're not dealing with virtue signals here. In other words, we're dealing with vice signals. And I gotta say, right? They're kind of cringe. This reverse SJW shit is kind of cringe, right? I don't know. I don't know. Like, so, like I said, like, I don't think this is a person without empathy. Obviously, there's some empathy there too, for empathy for the accused, right? And so I'm going to ask you to, like I'm going to do, try to have some empathy for this person, as difficult as it may be, right? Because there's a story here, right? There's a reason that Chud is the way that Chud is, and hopefully we're going to get into that. Hopefully we're going to crack that egg, and we're going to make an omelet. We're going to scramble it up. You know, we're going to throw some cheese, vegan cheese, and some green peppers. No, soy cheese. That's what he loves. He loves the soy. This guy loves the soy. Okay, let me tell you, that's one thing about Chud logic. The way to a man's heart is through his stomach, and you know, that stomach craves soy. So we're gonna try to supply that gallons and gallons and gallons of soy for our dude Chud logic. Yes, don't forget to smash that like button, bestie. And also, if you're if you don't want to be subject to the ad break, which I don't know, when's the next one coming up? Probably in like 10 minutes. I didn't get the last one, so let me get this one, right? You don't want to deal with those ad breaks. There's a way to get out of them. The first way is if you have Amazon Prime. You hook that up to your Twitch account, and you get a free sub that way. That's pretty cool. You make Bezos pay, or whoever owns the company now. I don't even know if it's Bezos. Maybe it's Miss Bezos. I don't know what exactly the deal is, but somebody else is going to pay. It's not you, it's not me, but I'm going to get paid, and you're going to get a sub, and you're not going to have to watch those ads. That's pretty cool, right? The other way is to pay $5 if you got the $5, if you can afford that, right? Because I would never want anybody to spend money that is needed for other things on the likes of me, right? And the last way is a little bit less certain, but it is possible, and we have seen it happen in the last few days, right? If you're active in chat, you might get a gift sub. All right, that's my best advice to you. I would advise that you don't, like, you know, sort of, you know, beg and plead and that kind of stuff. That's usually not what works. What works is just being active in chat, and somebody out of the goodness of their own heart, with no kind of coercion or pressure on them, may very well grace you with a gift sub. So yeah, those are the three ways that you can deal with that horrible ad break. Because, you know, like, you know, I said this this dude is unironically evil, and I meant it, but not as unironically evil as the ad break. So top of the hour, bottom of the hour, whatever time of day it happens, it sucks, and it's not cool to get stuck in. Anyway, let's get back to this big, like, so you can see there's like a style here, right? You can see that there's a style of thumbnail that has been cultivated through the ages, that has been, I don't know, settled on. I don't know. We got the slime green, we got the Christmas red, we got the white, and we got the yellow. And this is generally what we're gonna go with here. We're gonna have usually like a triptych, like usually like 3 pictures, right? You know, we're gonna have I don't know, somebody's compared this to like the National Enquirer. I don't know about that publication. What do you think, chat? Is the text anything like the National Enquirer? I've heard people say it is. I can't say that for sure, but it's definitely been said. But yeah, I mean, like, it's generally, you know, drama, but I don't know, like, right, there's drama, you know, then there's profiting off of the pain and suffer of others, and then there's like chip on your shoulder drama. And I feel like a lot of this falls into the category, like right here, Majority Report, right? Is this just drama? Did you just find some juicy drama? Ooh, here we got some. No, we hate the leftoids, because the leftoids almost canceled this guy, right? So that's one chip on the shoulder, is the leftoids. We're gonna have a huge chip on the shoulder for the leftoids going forward with this guy. But look at this. Oh, look at this, Olayemi, right? So is this the first video on Olayemi? I think Snow left eats itself. You got like Xanderhall and Demon Mama reacting to Anna Kasparian's anti-trans turn. You're going after Benny here. I mean, and it's not only leftoids. Look, there's Stardust and Prime Kai, right? It's it is what it is. Believe it or not, I think this guy still claims to be on the left. And like, as much as you might be tempted to like laugh at that and ridicule that, don't throw that away just yet, right? Because there is a certain type of leftism, a certain variety, a certain position, let's just say, like, like we got like one, two, three positions. There's a certain position that this guy might actually fit as far as actually being kind of a lefty himself. Let's just have the jury still be out on that, right? So yeah, right here with Anna Kasparian, we start. I think this was the leftist mafia, right? Olayemi didn't really want to talk about Anna, but nobody else was bringing it up because everybody kind of had, either a relationship, on stream, had done content with Anna, or was, a little bit afraid of, taking on TYT. Olayemi stepped into that fray and did the right thing, and that got her apparently in the crosshairs of this chud, right? She's anti-white. Yeah, like always looking out for the white people and the creeps, and I don't know, dude. Like, that's what I'm talking about. This is like a reverse white knight, right? This is like a white knight, but they like defend villains somehow, right? So, a special kind of simp, I guess. Um oh, this is about I think this is about the Jonah Hill thing, right? Noah Sampson wants you to let your wife get gang B asterisk NGED. I wonder what that means. Gay, gang B asterisk N. There's a letter there. I'm not sure what bonged, maybe. Banged. I don't know. What do you think, chat? Yeah, don't say it in chat. Reverse white knight. So, I mean, I guess, like, wait, don't we have the white knight, white supremacy knight? There we go. That fits, right? Or like, who's the knight from Final Fantasy Tactics? Kind of like that dude. Gafgarian, I think is his name, right? So, I mean, like, I don't know. We gotta stand in awe and admire the thumbnails, right? But we also gotta dive into this, right? I don't even know where to start. Oh yeah, there's also this video that Olayemi did with iDubbbz that activated the chip on Chud's shoulder, made him angry, got him a little triggered, got him a little soy there. I don't know. We gotta defend against this anti-whiteness, this creeping. Well, you're gonna hear him like in his own words, like how he describes, like what word he uses to describe the anti-whiteness. Oh my God. You see, there's too much here. There's too much. I don't know where to start. Okay, let's start by counting, right? Just like we're on Sesame Street, we'll count, okay? One Olayemi thumbnail, two Olayemi thumbnails. Right, and when does this start? A month ago. So in 1 month, one Olayemi thumbnail, two Olayemi thumbnails. Three Olayemi thumbnails. Four Olayemi thumbnails. Then we're on to the super mega art. Super mega. Ryan Beard. And five. Five Olayemi thumbnails. In the last month. Let's start with this iDubbbz one.
Because there's some black people that like to act like walking outside, it's just going to be an endless flurry of racism that they're subjected to. It's just not true. It's just not true anymore. Like we are the most racially, like in the West, the UK, the US, whatever. We are like some of the best and most inclusive countries going, despite some issues certainly. There's the level of like progressivism.
I mean, mistakes have been made. That's true.
It's been achieved, and the level of, hey Nicholas, how's it going? Hope you're well. It's unprecedented. It's unprecedented levels.
See, that should have gone in the thumbnail, British chud. I don't know.
To the point where,
but then the British would be taking strays.
Most of the time, you're going to be absolutely fine. Okay. And the thing is, as well, I've been the victim of racial abuse in America. Okay. Some black guy was racially fucking abusing me in a 7-Eleven. Okay. I've been subjected to what? No, okay, I don't want to say that. That's probably a bit extreme. Anyway, the basic point I'm making is that all of us, broadly speaking, particularly if you're like a content creator online, you're gonna have quite a comfortable life and you're probably not gonna be subjected to some of the extremities. Once again, okay, once again,
If you're a content creator online, you're gonna have a nice life, and oh my god,
once again,
that is a privileged perspective if I've ever heard one, right?
once again,
It really does depend on your identity, doesn't it?
the reality of it is,
But I mean, we got the view from nowhere. This guy's just he's just eyeballing it. He's just spitballing it. He's just like, well, I don't experience anything like that, so I doubt anybody else does either. West is the least racist. Oh, I forgot to mention these sub points, right? These sub points right here. These really matter today, okay? So we got a goal of 100 total sub points. That means 11. That means 11 subs, okay? If we can hit 11 subs, we are going to add back the Sunday stream. So we lost the Sunday stream going under 100. We can add it back going back over 100. Aren't I generous? Aren't I awesome? No, I mean, I like to count. I like math. What can I say? I like numbers. If we can make these numbers into 3 digits, a purely psychological distinction between 99 and 100, right? Completely arbitrary. But if we can make that, we will be adding a Sunday stream. And we'll also be adding some really cool content after we're done with this content. Yeah.
that racism has massively is on a massive downturn. There's still issues, there's still problems. I'm not saying there's no problems whatsoever, but we are moving towards a more inclusive society and a more racially equal society.
But there's something in the way, right? And it's this. We're good at recognizing racism when it's rude, right? When racism walks down the street with a tiki torch and shouts, so-and-so will not replace us, right? When racism dons a hood and burns crosses, when racism shaves its head and puts on red shoelaces, we're pretty good at identifying that kind of racism, because that kind of racism is just rude, right? And oh my god, 5 community subs, Faye Molly! Damn, and damn. Wow, that was fast. Okay, we're on it already. 6 away from reaching that goal. And 100 messages in chat. Amazing. What's up, Nabil? What's up? I'm just taking my life into my own hands today, right? Poking the hornet's nest to see what'll happen, right? I'm not sure. I'm kind of curious. I'm kind of curious how this works out, right? Because like I said, this guy's really come up according to certain social media strategies, right? So there's one social media strategy that says, if you get criticism, you should probably look into it, see if there's anything to apologize for, do an apology video, get out the ukulele, right, and sing and apologize. No, that's actually not a real, that's not a real apology with the ukulele, but do a real apology without a ukulele, right? That is one. Traded in my old iPad for a gift card, so a bit of free money that seemed well directed. Oh my god, thank you so much, Faye Molly. And also, you got, let's see who else can, has Faye Molly to thank. Electric Brain, you got to give sub. Starry VR, Juliana, Flat Scan, you got to give sub. Pizza Cotta, which is actually that's the kind of pickup on a guitar, right? Is Pizza Cotta? Are you in here? I think that that's it's a pickup, it's a type of guitar pickup, right? I think is what your name implies, means, whatever, right? But yeah, thank you so much, Faye Molly, for those 5 gifties. I don't know why I'm calling them gifties, and I'm calling you besties, right? But you are my besties, so that's real. The gifties thing sounds a little forced, though. We do call them biddies when they're bits, but I don't know, gifties. I don't know. Gifties sounds weird to me somehow. Anyway, where were we? We were trying to break down. Oh my god, Nabil, thank you for the community gift sub. We are 5 within striking distance. Hype train is on. What do we do for a hype train? I've never heard of a Pizzicotta pickup. It's not called that? I thought that was the name of limited time. What do I do? Oh my god. Well, we already did the long man. And no, I'm definitely not talking about this guy, right? We're definitely not. That's not the long man right there, right? He's definitely, his gummies, he's got the short pack of gummy. I mean, I wouldn't have any inside knowledge on that, right? Or anything like that. But I'm just saying that I don't think he's the type of guy that would rip off a long, wait, should we look at the long man anyway? Because I really like him, and he's my goal.
どうしたの トールさんが避ける組咲いてる時の顔が好き。
そう
もっと長く見てたいな。
Long man. They're so long.
いないねあの人
Oh my god. The hotness. Like I love watching him chew that gummy for some reason. I don't know. That just does it for me. But that's the way long man chews the gummy. I don't know about Toro-san and his kind of shorter gummies. Maybe not quite as good. Anyway, what are we trying to do? Wait, should we do Japanese adverts are weird. Not as weird as DJ Hype SJW remixes, mashups. You ready? We'll do this. We got a hype train. Thank you, Nabil, for the community gift subs. Thank you, Adlef, for the 2 community gift subs. We are 3. We're almost there. Thomas Gottschalk, yes. All right, I'll do it for you, chat. Are you ready? There's something that I love about like making money off of Chud logic. I don't know. For some reason, it feels good. It just feels good. He can't give me any long gummies, but he can give me long money. And I'm sure Chud Nation loves to see it. It makes me feel good. We're bustin' today. Chud bustin'. Happy birthday to a very special dude. How far can we drive this hype train though? That's what I really wonder. Can we get to the top of level 3? You got the back view. Yeah, I guess you do. We got 1 minute and 25 seconds to see if we can push that hype train a little bit further while I drink my Void coffee. Void coffee! Oh my god, that's so good. I like getting slime too, it's great. I'm a big fan of that. What is that ghost gonna do? Wait, where's he going? Cat ears? Somebody order cat ears? Cat ears, you say? We got a hype train coming in at level 3! Level 3 hype train. Sleep. I ain't afraid of no bed. Anyway, let's get back to the content. If I can find it. It's somewhere here. Oh yeah, old school SJW. Prize victim and falls for obvious troll. Wait, who's the obvious troll? iDubbbz? I don't know.
To like an unprecedented level, the likes of which we've never seen before, you know? And for me,
Feel good. Anyway. Where were we? But yeah, I was trying to explain about, like, you know, racism, right? So we're really good at recognizing racism when racism is rude racism, right? Rude racism is really easy to recognize. Nobody likes that. Nobody, approves of that. I shouldn't say nobody while Nick Fuentes exists, but like almost nobody, actually like approves of that, right? But it would be nice if you could just say, like, get rid of the obvious rude racism, get rid of the blatant racism, get rid of the racism in sight, and then we're gonna be done with that, and like we can just be colorblind, right? I feel like maybe that's what Chud wants, likes, prefers, right? But that would not actually be getting rid of racism, because unfortunately sweeping the crumbs under the rug doesn't really fix anything. In fact, it invites roaches and the like, right? It invites lots of nasty things to kind of crawl and ooze underneath the carpet, and it's still there even if you can't see it. And in some ways it's even worse, right? Because you know who can see it? People that get affected by racism, people who have to deal with racism, people who don't have the privilege to sit on their streamer chair and say, if you're a content creator, you're not really experiencing any real racism, are you? No, of course not, right? Is somebody that's actually got under the crosshairs of racism is still going to experience it. And how are they going to experience it? Through institutions, right? Institutional racism. Institutions are made up of people. Those people have biases. Some of those biases are implicit, meaning that you yourself might not even know about the bias that you have, right? It might be an unconscious kind of bias, right? And if we act like none of that is actually racism, well, we really haven't done anything except for hide racism. And that's not very satisfying, right? So I am a content creator. I am in the business of satisfying the customer, and I don't think that's it. I don't think you're on it, Chud.
I think that movement forward has got to come
hype train
with a sort of denial of any sort of opposite racism. Do you see what I mean?
Oh yeah, we got to watch out for that reverse racism. Like protect the whiteys.
So it's like we shouldn't just replace bigotry against black people with this kind of.
Is that really what we're worried about? That's a real concern for this guy. Yo, that's the problem. That's the problem. We're just going to replace the bigotry against black people with bigotry against white people. That's a real concern for you. I thought you said you didn't experience any racism except at 7-Eleven, which, I mean, 7-Eleven is like that's, 7-Eleven is its own thing.
And sort of like disdain.
Especially depending on what time of the day you go there, right? 7-Eleven can definitely be its own thing.
Type racial prejudice towards white people, but unfortunately people don't agree with that, and they do want to have
there's there's like prejudice against white people, or we really, I think a better word would be like prejudice, bigotry, whatever you want to say, like, making assumptions about somebody based on a category that they fall into, right? But if that isn't coupled with power, right? If that prejudice isn't coupled with power, then it's just kind of somebody that's giving you shit, and it doesn't really affect you, right? The problem with racism is that it's not just prejudice, it's prejudice plus power, right? And those things like peanut butter and chocolate go together, except maybe in reverse, because peanut butter and chocolate are really good together. Prejudice and power are really bad together, and they make like an anti-Reese's slurry, right? That just that screws stuff up. But I mean, I don't know. I guess if you're sitting in a place of privilege, it's easy for you to just say that it's not a real thing, and that the only real racism is like actual like hate group members walking down the street chanting with tiki torches. That's the only real racism. If you want to just sweep it under the rug and say that we live in a colorblind society now, I mean, I guess that's your right. But I will tell you, Chud, it's fucking cringe. you're fucking cringe for that. Now, I'm not mad about it because like I'm not the one that's getting victimized by it, but I do I can't help but judge you a little bit for that. I can't help it. I'm sorry.
This kind of casual disdain towards white people that's kind of just accepted, you know? And it's why people like Francesca...
Whiteness isn't even an immutable characteristic. That's right. Whiteness is a social construction on top of a social construction. It's not an easily changed quality, but it isn't. I'll tell you what whiteness isn't. It isn't a phenotype, right? We're not actually talking about, you know, a color. We're not talking about like a, you know, a skin tone or anything like that. We're talking about kind of an invisible cultural construct that is just in the air we breathe and in the water we drink and in the food that we eat. It's everywhere. And the thing that makes it so pernicious is it actually doesn't recognize itself, right? It doesn't recognize itself, right? Because there's a lot of whiteness coming from this video right now, actually.
Argued in the past, this kind of racism equals prejudice.
A huge, not insignificant amount of caucasity.
Power.
Spewing forth from the mouth of Chud.
You know, it's like with that mentality, you are going to end up in a situation where you're just going to have this casual disdain towards white people that isn't really addressed, and it is going to cause problems. Whereas and
it's really going to annoy Chud.
I think my solution to this is very simple.
It's going to grate at him because he's got that chip on his shoulder, remember?
Oh, okay.
It doesn't matter if it affects his material conditions or anything like that. It doesn't matter if it really has any effect over him. It doesn't matter if the people that he's mad at have any power or not. It bothers him. It bothers him, and we should care that it bothers him, right? We should have some empathy for this guy. Whiteness is a fascinating thing because it depends on your company. If you're if you're white or I mean, like and it's different across cultures, and it's been different through time. Who is the basic feature of whiteness is that it's defined not by who is within it, but who is excluded from it, right? That it's literally like an exclusionary, in some forms, eliminationist kind of construct.
Don't have explicit racism towards black people, and also don't have explicit racism towards white people.
So as long as we get rid of the explicit racism, we can maintain our hierarchy, we can maintain a certain supremacy through the institutions and through the people who run those institutions with their implicit bias. And we can just pretend, like, shove your fingers in your ear, hold your hands over your eyes, and just see no evil, right? That's
understand there's different.
That's his solution. That's the serious kind of birthday boy we got here.
Historical contexts, sure, that's fine. Okay, I'm happy to do that. And obviously, stuff like slavery is a stain on society that still hasn't been washed off yet, and we still got work to do, or whatever, right? But we shouldn't
we haven't hidden that away yet. Yeah, well, don't worry, Ron DeSantis is working on it. Okay.
Permissive of this kind of casual disdain towards white people. Let's just fucking. Listen, okay, are you the person who was in my Discord posting this? You're fucking literally insane. I don't dude.
Is he arguing with chat now?
No one wants to. I don't fucking care. Listen,
Is chat getting spicy, Chud?
Other stuff I want to talk about, okay? I can't believe you're posting in my Discord and now you're in my fucking chat as well. You're fucking an insane person. What do you think the odds are of iDubbbz calling Bosch a racist?
Wait, really? Really? Like, wait. You can't deal with a person posting in your Discord and in chat? Like, really? Like, Chud, if they bother you that much, just ban them. Like, seriously, what's your...
over the next 6 months? Possible.
Welcome to Chud Nation. I thought you
hey!
through with it frown.
Thank you for the sub. Your sub is keeping me going, okay? Anyway, yeah, I don't know. I just think that it's tricky because I don't want to ever accuse someone of being like an anti-white racist or something like that. Like, that's quite an extreme term. But I think it's not even necessarily that they're wanting.
Well, that's okay. You got DK to do that for you, right? DK can do that for you, and you got the plausible deniability, because we don't know what kind of arrangement that you have on DK. We don't know what DK's got on you, if anything. Not that I'm saying that there is something, but if there were something, I mean, that wouldn't be completely a big deviation from DK's history. But whatever's going on, we can't blame you for DK calling, like, Olayemi and everybody else, all the black people that piss you off, anti-white on your thumbnail. So yeah, you get the the benefit of that. Why is this clueless white man speaking on POC issues? Yo, it's a long story, and I'm hoping to get to the bottom of that, right? I'm hoping that with my understanding, having known this guy a little bit, having seen what he was like earlier in his career, and be able to compare that to where he's at now, to sort of measure and quantify the different kind of chips on his shoulders. Probably not using calipers or anything like that, but some kind of objective measurement of the various chips that he's got riding on his shoulders. I'm hoping that we can get to the bottom of this. I'm hoping to be like a little detective girl with this, right?
To be like explicitly, really badly racist. It's more like a kind of this casual disdain towards white people. That's the thing that I think is a problem, and I think that's the thing that people like Francesca and this Ole person represent. This kind of casual disdain towards white people that I think, if left unchecked, is only going to continue. We gotta
check that. We gotta check that. Look, oh my God, do you see what he's saying? It's almost like he doesn't like their attitude. Yeah. I mean, there's a word that white people used to use for that. It feels like you're kind of talking about the same sort of thing, right?
And perpetuate racial animosity. Whereas, like, the best way forward in my mind is just remove that animosity both ways. Like, that's the way you deal with racism. You don't just
pretend it doesn't exist. You just close your eyes, close your ears, and act like the only real racism is the explicit racism that marches down the street in Charlottesville. And as long as we all disavow that, then we're good. We're good. The problem's solved, right?
Introduce this casual animosity towards white people and leave it unchecked, because that's just going to lead to more problems and more animosity going forward.
Major five head both sides energy here.
Because I'm like, well, you're apologizing for making racist and bigoted content, and yet no black person has been individually named, right?
And to be fair, like, I don't need him to check me by name. I would prefer my name to stay out of it. But at the same time, I did similarly to you.
You cannot fucking.
So if you want to know the what we kind of dropped into this in media race, because like I said, he's made so many videos. He's made like at least 5 videos on Olayemi so far this month, right? And so like I can't watch everything. We sort of dropped into this right in the middle of everything. This is Francesca, somebody that I guess iDubbbz attacked in some of his old content, and really kind of spurred some harassment against her that has apparently lasted a long time. So that's why she's talking to Olayemi, and this video by Olayemi is Olayemi talking to her, and then I think to iDubbbz, and iDubbbz is in the space of wanting to actually make things right, and also understanding that not everybody that he heard along the way is gonna forgive him. So I mean, look, the stuff that iDubbbz did back in the day, I guess it was your typical edgelord shit, but it was like legitimately bad. People are kind of erasing the nature of that and trying to minimize that. And what you got is a lot of these these modern day anti-SJW edgelords getting triggered, getting a little upset, being a little snowflake, getting a little soy-faced about the fact that iDubbbz actually apologized for what he did. And then that kind of puts the bad light on them, because it's like, oh, well, you haven't apologized, have you? Right? And if your hero, who is your hero because he said the N-word? With no sense of regret or anything like that, I don't know, right? If he says he did something wrong, then maybe you did something wrong too, right? That's
win with these people. Oh well, he didn't mention me by name, despite the fact by all accounts he never made content.
He looks like the Quivering. Oh, people tell me that. I don't know
about her anyway, right?
I haven't done a lot of content on Quartering.
Despite the fact that by all accounts he never made content about it. But anyway, she's complaining about it and then saying, I don't want my name in it anyway. What do you want then?
To clock the irony of...
Okay, do you not understand? Okay, let me explain that, because obviously he doesn't understand, and he's not going to understand, but let me explain it to you, right? iDubbbz had a lot of fans back in the day, right? When iDubbbz would talk about people like Francesca, these fans would kind of swarm her, all kinds of weird harassment, which if you're not a marginalized person, you probably don't know what we're talking about, right? You probably haven't experienced that, right? That kind of, is he drinking like a 5-hour energy there? I don't know. I can't tell. Is that a 5-hour energy? I think it is. But anyway, regardless, right? iDubbbz were to mention her name again, those former fans, those fallen fans that are now iDubbbz haters would have a reason to go after her again. So what she's saying is like, look, you know, I guess I'd appreciate an apology, but I don't really want you to like tag me in social media, which makes like, it makes all the sense in the world.
Him devoting a substantial part of that video directly to Tana.
Yes.
And even she's another example of someone who has...
Oh my god, Agley gave tier 1 gift subs to Berkeley Farm and to Perth, Washington. Juliana just got a gift sub. Welcome to the chat, Juliana. I'm trying to do... Oh, and also thank you for the... Wait a minute. There's like biddies here. I feel like I've been so bad about like thanking people here. Juliana cheered 100 bits. Thank you for the bits. Thank you very much. Yeah. Where are we? We are about, what, 8 minutes, I think, before the next ad break. If you don't want to have to watch an ad, there's certain ways to get out of it. If you have Amazon Prime, that's the easiest way because you can do it for free. You can just hook up your Amazon Prime to Twitch. You get a free Prime sub, and if you use it here, you won't have to see ads in my chat, right? If you have $5 or $6 that you can spare, depending on whether you're on desktop or you're on mobile, right? It costs a little bit more on mobile. Then you can get out of a gift sub. You can get out of a ad break that way, and if you are just active in chat, right, there is some chance that even if you don't have the money to buy yourself a sub and you don't have an Amazon Prime to get out of the ad break, that somebody might see you. And, you know, it's happened quite a few times today, right? So just being active in chat is also a way to possibly get out of the ad break as well.
Rebranded, right?
Imagine seeing a discussion between POC about POC issues and your point of entry being a British white guy's opinion. Yo.
Like, she was saying the N-word. She was making this like bigoted content, and then she really kind of moved in a different direction, and that was what he called out, supposedly, that led down that path. So again, it rings hollow for me, especially because
Francesca Ramsey is one of iDubbbz and Chris Ray-Gun's big targets. Yeah. Chris Ray-Gun, famously, I think, was Chris Ray-Gun dating Lacey Green or married to Lacey Green? But they were kind of like a red pill power couple, like an anti-SJW power couple back in the day. That they made millions of dollars doing racism at her.
I've been on the internet a very long time, and I've watched this happen numerous times.
She had a show on MTV, right?
Me. And the people who are able to remain relevant and the ones who are able to continue to have a platform evolve. And sometimes it is.
I don't need to remember when Joe Biden said the N-word, Daniel, because I'm pretty sure Chud's gonna grace us with one of those any second here.
Is authentically so, and other times it's like, oh my god, I gotta move, I gotta change shit up because they're about to cancel me. I'm about to get out of here. And it's like,
I have to set the stage for this kind of video because when you talk about racism, there are people who just feel personally attacked. They automatically feel like you're making a personal indictment of them.
Francesca created and made Decoded on MTV.
From that moment forward, they are in defense mode. And
yes, because you constantly do. This is unreal. Yes, because it is a personal fucking indictment.
This is unreal, Chud, but not for the reasons you think.
When you call someone racist, you're making a personal negative indictment of their character. Yes, absolutely. Oh man, this is... it boggles my mind. This person... Okay, literally just before I went on...
I don't think that's necessarily true, right? I don't think that's necessarily true. Like, if I say that I'm racist, that I got some racist ideas kicking around here somewhere in my subconscious, right? I don't feel like I've personally indicted myself, right? I feel like I'm just being honest and being real, and that if I tried to deny that and say that, no, I grew up in a really racist society with racism all around me, and nobody in my family, nobody in my immediately vicinity like called out the racism or noticed the racism. They all just, you know, it was all kind of unconscious. Like, I would be a big fat liar. No, I definitely got indoctrinated with that shit, right? And like, I don't think that, you know, I'm insulting myself to say that. I think I'd be insulting the intelligence of everyone in this chat if I didn't say that, right? Or if I tried to deny that.
Holiday, this person was tweeting out, talking about contacting someone's employer because they left a mean YouTube comment. And she later went on to claim that they were engaging in bigotry and that's why it was acceptable. So this person is willing to at least profess to want to contact someone's employer over a mean YouTube comment. And then they want to sit back and go, come on, guys, it's not a personal indictment, is it? Talking about racism. Give me a fucking break. Give me a fucking break. You're literally talking about removing someone's income because of fucking...
I think again, like, you know, we're talking about the difference between implicit and explicit, right? That was like a... I always say in my stream, I grew up around anti-blackness too. Anti-blackness in the brown community is a big deal. Yeah, it's pervasive. Like, right, we were having this conversation when I did the Sam Cedar versus Sitch and Adam debate, right? And that's your next video that's coming out, right? I just got that edited yesterday. I'm almost ready to put that out. It'll probably go out on Saturday morning. So I might even do like a premiere. So if you want to watch that Saturday morning, that's coming at you on YouTube. If you want to get the alert and know that that's happening, just subscribe to my YouTube channel. If somebody wants to put, I think, wait, does it still work if I just go like !YouTube? Yeah, that's my channel. There we go. So subscribe to that, and you will and click the notifications, and you'll be notified when that comes out. But yeah, we were talking about this very thing in terms in that video.
Mean YouTube comments, and now you want to sit here and go, you know, if it's like, you know, if it's triggers you shouldn't watch. Well, first of all, I am going to watch because this is probably going to be a great YouTube video, and secondly, it's complete fucking baloney. You know, it is an attack.
Yeah, I mean, it's great. Look, it's only great because you've cultivated an audience that loves anti-blackness. And it sucks because I'm looking around and I do see some people that I was, you know, chill with back in the day that are just eating this shit up, right? The thing is, they don't say, but it is implied that it feels like an attack on them because they hold the same beliefs. But yeah, I mean, in the Sitch and Adam conversation, I think the question they asked is it immutable, right? And you know, Sam and I both answered that no, it's not an immutable thing, but at the same time, it's like not a super easy thing to change, and it's definitely not something that like the impediment, the stumbling block, the obstacle to changing that is this kind of willful ignorance that, you know, Chud is displaying for us. Thank you, Chud, for being our object lesson today, right? And like, I don't think it's like, I'm not insulting you in saying that, right? I'm just making an observation, right? And it's an observation I made about myself too. So I'm not coming off a high horse here, trying to say I'm better. It is better to be conscious of it, but you could be conscious of it too.
That you're making. I'm blocked by this person on Twitter now, but you know, you can go and see their tweets with your own eyes, and you can be the judge of whether or not you think that this person is making.
This isn't me being a douche or turning on my people. It's calling out a pervasive behavior that not a lot of people address. We should be turning towards our black siblings, but instead some of us choose established proximity to whiteness. Yeah, the proximity to the social construction on top of a social construction that defines itself by that which it excludes.
Like, you can judge whether this person is just talking about racism and other people are getting offended, or whether you think this person is indeed making personal indictments based on this idea of racism.
Or their adversary. Because what they're really hearing is, you think I'm a bad person. You think I consciously decided to be racist. But the reality is a lot more nuanced and a lot less personal than that. The reality is that if you recognize that racism
It's talking about contacting someone's fucking...
I feel like you really need to listen to this, Chud. Like, I know you would not be reacting harder. You would be, you know, you'd be doing an XQC if you just sat there and said, wow, no way, right? You know, but like, you like, your reacting is kind of getting in the way of you hearing a message that you very much need to hear.
Employer. This is mind-boggling to me. She was talking about trying to cut off someone's income because they left a mean YouTube comment, and now she's just trying to sit here and be like, oh, it's nuanced actually, and she's probably going to make a society argument, oh, well, people are racist because of society or whatever.
is pervasive in a society, that there is systemic racism, that we are all being raised and educated and indoctrinated in a society that has woven.
If racism is systemic, why would you even dream of thinking of contacting someone's fucking employer? So it's like, this is the thing, right? These people,
Again, you're not disambiguating the difference between explicit racism and implicit racism. Like you're also accusing her of not noticing the difference between those two things and treating them as the same when she's clearly not, right? This is like, ugh. Anyway, we've got a lot of content. We got a lot of this stuff because, like, yeah, Chud is kind of obsessed with Olayemi at this point, right? And so much to get through here. So much to get through. So yeah, that's not even the first video that this is the first video.
oh, it's going to be a crazy... Yeah, because of you! You're on Twitter saying a bunch of bullshit. Honestly, I'm starting to agree with the alt-right on some of this stuff. Is
Oh my god. See, blame DK, don't blame Chud for that, right?
there a video where this woman talks without mentioning race? And that's nothing
Blame the editor.
to do with your race. It's because you're an obnoxious, annoying bitch. The only thing you can do is self-flagellate about being white while they have a casual disdain towards you because of your race. Retard take, complete retard take. Lance is totally wrong on this.
I had never called you a racist, but I'll call you one now.
Jenka's having a fantastic time saying the N-word. How on earth? How did that is so bad. How did that happen, man? That's unbelievable. I can't believe Anna misgendered this person. That's unbelievable. In any case, there's this video here addressing Anna Kasparian's anti-trans grift. Whatever that means. Let's find out.
All right, yay! Look at this impromptu. What is this? Three-fifths of leftist mafia.
A mini leftist mafia episode, if you will.
Listen, I had to run you down earlier, Mike. Literally, me and lads were up, like jumping up and down, like yeah, let's do this. Like,
Yeah, like, look, I guess I should talk a little bit about this guy's, like, social media strategy, right? There's a thing that is called outrage marketing, right? It's a marketing term. I guess one example of this that's come to mind recently is when Elon Musk put that big X, that big flashing X logo on top. Oh my god, there's the ad break, and I didn't even let you know it was coming. I'm sorry, I failed again. Anyway, the X logo on top of the Twitter headquarters, right, is kind of pointed at some buildings where people live, right? So there were people trying to sleep in there, and the X is flashing on them, like, right. That made some headlines that that got in the news, you know, worldwide, basically, right? And there is some thought that all attention is good attention, right? No, all publicity is good publicity, right? Because it gets your name out there, it keeps people talking about you, and you know, it centers people's attention on you, right? So that's an example of outrage marketing, right? Now, like, if you really just like care about your brand and you want people to associate your brand with like good things, you kind of like don't do that stuff. You know, you're very, you know, most brands are very adverse to stuff like that, right? But when you talk about somebody like Donald Trump, for instance, right? His whole strategy has been to cause outrage, to get a bunch of, you know, get a bunch of outrage going about the things that he says, the things that he does, and then instead of apologize, double down on that, and before, you know, anything can really happen to him based on that, you're on to the next scandal, right? So, you know, grab her by the, you know what, right? And then we're on to, you know, saying some racist shit, right? That's Donald Trump's strategy. And I mean, I guess you could say it was successful. I kind of question the people that call Donald Trump a political genius, because I think that a lot of his success had to do with the terrible candidates that he was up against, right? You're talking about like Jeb Bush, Chris Christie, Ted Cruz, etc. You know, some real losers in the Republican primary. And you're talking about Hillary Clinton in the general election, right? So people that laud Donald Trump as this, like, you know, big brain genius that that hacked the media algorithm and like, right, this is the way. I kind of question that to a certain extent. But yeah, I mean, if this is your brand, right? If you want to develop a ride or die kind of cult around yourself, right? This stuff works, right? There's like 30% of the US population that think that Donald Trump is the Messiah now. I mean, like, I'm not even joking in some of their cases, right? There are people trying to turn Donald Trump into a religious figure right now, and they definitely do regard him as like somebody who could do no wrong, like a religious figure, and they see all of his faults in the light of the evil that he's fighting against, and therefore, even the evangelical Christians who are like, don't like the fact that he's cheated on like all of his wives potentially, that he's crude and rude and everything else, right? These are qualities that evangelicals don't generally like, right? They write that off. They're okay with that because he triggers the libs, right? And he doubles down on it. He never apologizes. He never backs away. He always just double downs on it, and then he moves on to the next scandal, right? So before that, like, one scandal can really take hold and like take the guy down and become like the presiding narrative over him, right? He's on to the next scandal, right? So yeah, I mean, like, this has sort of worked. And I think that Chud Logic's somebody that's, I don't know if it's that message that he's internalized. I don't know if he's thinking of it as outrage marketing, but he's definitely using the same sort of template as like a Trump. Vosh is another example of somebody like this, right? There are a lot of social, Andrew Tate, there we go. There's a lot of people doing this stuff in social media, and as long as they never play defense, it seems to, and as long as this is the kind of audience that they're trying to capture, right? Like, Chud's going for that audience that thinks that anti-white racism is like this huge problem, this huge overriding problem that nobody's addressing. That the real racism today is like happening against white people, right? There's a market for that, right? Just like there's a market for blaming women for all of society's ills. There's a market for overt misogyny, right? It's the same kind of template that they're using. So
Where are you? Where are you?
I cannot tell you how long it took me to catch up because the amount of shit that
how long it took you to catch up? How did you? Oh, sorry. Okay, so this is the rule. Every time somebody says long, we gotta get our long man in there. Wait, did he actually flip that up and eat it? Oh, I gotta see that. Oh yeah, he flips it up and he eats it. Look at that. It comes around and nom nom.
前にも言ったね、あの長い人。避ける組対長い避ける組。
Okay, anyway. They said long, so.
transpired on the internet by the time I
Oh yeah, what is this video called again? Disturbing anti-white POC slam. These headlines are like wild. Slams Anna as a bigot.
was up, it was so overwhelming, and I'm like, this is gonna be a long fucking day, isn't it?
And
I said it
Your phone
again.
first thing, we're just like, what fresh hell is this?
Oh my god.
After thing, it's like, oh wow, what? Yep.
Yes, yeah, it was very, very hectic. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I love the fact that these
So I mean, this is going back about a month, right? We're talking about the Anna Kasparian. We're talking about the original Anna Kasparian birthing person thing, I think.
are the people that are pushing this shit, right? These are the people that I've seen that are like hardcore pushing these narratives about Anna. And then they're going, oh, it's going to be a crazy... Yeah, because of you! You're on Twitter saying a bunch of bullshit. Like, what? These people are fucking delusional. Like, did you forget that you're the very people that are pushing all these fucking narratives about what's going on? I saw this tweet from this person. So
What's going on is that somebody who about a year ago refuted the argument that talking about birthing people and really referring to, you know, anybody that anybody who's bearing a child, right? Which is not only women, and it's not all women. You know, a lot of women never do that, and a lot of people who do that are not necessarily like women, right? Right. So making that allowance to where we're covering everybody, and you're speaking correctly, right? Became this burr in Anna's saddle, right? She claimed that this made her feel like she was reduced to biological function, you know, in terms of childbirth, right? When it really isn't all about Anna, right? But yeah, I mean that's what he's talking about, right? So it's not Anna's fault for freaking out about something that she seems to like, or at least expressed understanding and like why terms like that exist, right? You're not. It's not Anna's fault for being a grifty McGrifterson, right? It's Mike, Lance, and Olay's fault.
This person here claims to be something known as a movement lawyer.
The birth
Does anyone
of
know
a
what that means?
birthing,
What is a movement lawyer?
the birth of a birthing person, yeah.
In any case, I've got to say, I've got some skepticism about the knowledge of the legal system. Because, did you see this? Wait, that's the wrong thing. Basically, Cenk's been absolutely popping off on Twitter like you wouldn't believe. Cenk's been absolutely popping off on Twitter. So this is one of the things that Cenk said. Why aren't you willing to have Benjamin Carollo on the main show to discuss the clear issue with TYT? Real progressives are willing to hear differences, grow and learn. This is an opportunity for you to do that too. These people are so full of shit, it's unbelievable, man. Cenk is absolutely fucking bang on the money here with this take. Well, number one, she quit, so she is too pure for us. Number two, she is an unhinged person who has called me evil, racist, transphobe, and other endless insults. And lied about our private conversation. I thought that was the case. The way that they presented the private conversation with Cenk, I thought sounded very dishonest, but obviously we can't tell either way. Wow, what a level-headed person that I could learn from and grow by talking to. Great idea. Pretty reasonable, pretty based. You can't deceive a Turkish businessman. True. This is his inner Turkish businessman coming out, you know? He's there in his soul, in the market, fucking negotiating with you on a price on something, and you will not fucking defeat him, okay? No matter what price you negotiate to, he is making at least 55% profit on that, okay? You're not going to defeat him on that note, that's for sure.
Okay.
Okay. He's not letting you get the ice cream. He's doing that thing where he doesn't let you get the ice cream. Anyway.
I don't know what that is. What's the thing where he doesn't let you get the ice
Obviously,
cream?
it's frustrating when someone goes and does a video, completely makes a bunch of shit up about you.
Jink is all those things.
Misrepresentation clips, I totally get that. Anyway, this person is apparently some sort of lawyer or something. What is it they are? A movement lawyer, whatever that is. They had this take on this. First, I was taken aback by the sheer audacity of being this transparent in the conscious choice to paint a trans person as unhinged. I mean, they did it themselves when they released that video, but okay. But then I was horrified as a lawyer that any employer would be this stupid to describe an employee this way publicly. The legal exposure, wow. Employment discrimination suits have been born from much less. What has he said here that leaves him in any risk of any sort of employment issue? She quit. She left the company. Like, what? What basis would she have to file any sort of legal? She left the company willingly of her own accord. And she calls herself a movement lawyer. Jesus Christ, I hope she never represents me in any capacity. Holy shit. I'd end up in life in prison. I'd be on some minor charge and end up with fucking life in prison, probably.
Yeah, like, that's the thing about Chud Logic is, like, I feel like every time you watch him, there's a chance that you're going to learn, like, a new stereotype that you weren't aware of before, right? Like, I grew up in the U.S., and I haven't seen a lot of the prejudice and racism against Roma people. But, you know, just turn on Chud Logic and you'll see it, right? You can, right?
There is no discrimination. The other thing as well, I don't even know what the nature of the relationship between the Young Turks and Benjamin Carollo was. Because I remember they had like the TYT branding a bit in their stuff, but I wonder if they were just like some sort of contractor or something like that, and they just used the TYT branding. I don't know, like if they were actually like a paid on the books employee.
My memory of this is that TYT had some kind of contest on Twitch where they were looking for people to to have their own show on the TYT network, right? And they ended up picking Rayvana and Benny for that. So that's the relationship, right? They're I don't think Benny's ever been brought on the main show, but Benny had like her own show for a while and was on one of the satellite shows, and you know, just kind of like the way that TYT works is it's a network. It's not just like, you know, it's more people. Why is he attacking Olayemi? The long and short of that is that he thinks that Olayemi is like racist against white people. I guess that's what we're getting from him. Yeah.
Or something. I don't really know either way, to be honest. But yeah. Anyway, just absolutely brain dead takes. And by the way, easily forgotten, but this is the person who backed up Illuminati back when Illuminati was on a stupid crusade against Legal Eagle. Wait, what's this? Movement lawyering means taking direction from directly impacted communities and from organizers, as opposed to imposing leadership or expertise as a legal advocate. It means building the power of the people, not the people power of the law. Wait, what? Are they
You just broke his mind. You just shattered his brain. He can't comprehend this.
Are they a trained lawyer or not? Okay. I don't know. In any case, if you're calling it
You think it's like some kind of like not really a lawyer, like that, like what would that?
yourself a lawyer and then
No, she's a lawyer.
capacity. Yeah, I mean, does that then mean she's not a lawyer? I mean, to me, a lawyer is someone who's been through the necessary requirements to call themselves that term.
I think. Oh my god. Look, he's literally wrong on this, right? If you're talking about like, does she have like does she practice law? The answer is yes. She's done like public defense, right? Yeah. No, this is wild. I mean, look, he's out on a limb here, and he's about to fall off. Like. Our special birthday boy is gonna fall off of that limb because he's out near the edge and it's about to crack. Yeah, you're completely off base here.
Yeah, passing the bar exam or whatever the fuck it is. Anyway, the fact that she's got such a bad take.
Oh my god! And what? Like, look, I don't think I have to say it, right? I don't think I have to point out where that comes from. Like the idea that like maybe she's unqualified to do what she
legal issues here is just proves what an idiot she is. There's absolutely nothing here. I mean, first of all, it doesn't matter. You quit the company. Maybe there's some discrimination you can point to and say you were forced out in some capacity. Sure, maybe that
Oh my god. Okay, well, I mean, like here is him going out on a limb again. Obviously, he hasn't covered the story, right? We covered TYT before birthing people, before the big freak out. We covered it way back when actually, I think there were probably some people that covered it before us, right? But back when it was Ben Glebe and Jink, basically both sidesing it with Governor Glenn Youngkin, Republican governor of Virginia, about trans people in sports, right? There has been a growing hostility toward either hostility, complacency, ambivalence, I guess, towards trans people on the TYT main show. The people that are on those satellite shows, right, they have TYT by their names, right? And when Anna and Jink take the brand in a profoundly non-allied to trans people direction, that hurts the brand of somebody like Benny, right? I'm talking about it like marketing, right? But there's also the human factor of like, she's trans, right? And now she's seeing the people that she works with, throw her under the bus, right? So yeah, it's not hard to see why she quit.
Try that angle, but this tweet here.
There are so many things that he doesn't understand. He doesn't understand the United States. Yeah.
Absolutely nothing in this tweet that would leave them open to any sort of legal repercussion whatsoever. And do you know what else I find?
You think the Hill would have had her on saying she was a lawyer if she wasn't a lawyer?
About it too, right? So
I don't have a great deal of respect for the Hill, but yeah, you're right at it.
The person gets to leave and say whatever fucking shit they like about what happened, but the person they're talking about doesn't get to respond, and they've got to shut up. Like, give me a fucking break, man. Give me a fucking break. Like, absolutely not. If you're going to talk some shit in the space, I don't care what your fucking employment situation was. Expect to have some shit talk back, obviously. Anyway, let's watch this barrel of laughs.
We have a subject of manufactured drama once again. As I correct.
Yeah, you can look. That's true. Benny can say whatever she wants, and Jink can say whatever he wants. But if Jink posts cringe, that's gonna hurt him. Okay.
Predicted. I must say, some people are not the kind of people to say, I told you so. I'm not one of them. I told you all so.
well deserved. I told you so, though. Okay, you get that.
That's not on, isn't it? That's the whole point of this. I was so honored, by the way. I was so honored and thrilled. I was, oh my God, I'm going to be the first white guest on the show. I'm so glad this awesome moment. And then all of a sudden it's no. It's just so you can rub it in our faces.
I love that we're breaking the glass ceiling on Ole's channel. It's the first one. We've come so far.
God, this is so pathetic, man. Honestly, I'm starting to agree with the alt-right on some of this stuff, okay? These self-flagellating whites are sickening. Also, hang on a sec.
See? You're allowed to say that, okay? You're allowed to say that, and I'm allowed to react to it.
Convenient that Lance is white now.
It's the attention economy, Chud.
Doesn't he bang on about he's fucking part indigenous? But now he's white for the purposes of the show. What the fuck, man?
Platform. Oh,
we're finally having our moment. I thought white people would never have a moment.
I think that the distinction that he's missing is like in terms of the impact of like whiteness and proximity to whiteness and stuff like that, a lot of it has to do with like how you're treated in society, because it's not a real thing. It's not about, like I said, I always say it's not about it's not the, skin color. It is a social construct on top of a social construct that's defined by that which it excludes, right? And so if you're not excluded from that in your day-to-day life, then yeah, you're afforded that like privilege, right? To a greater or lesser extent, depending on, where you are and how you're perceived. I think that's what Lance is saying.
In America,
Alt-light logic? I don't know.
I had a white friend text me and tell me that my show need more white
He's just starting to, yeah.
representation.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, no, the funny thing is, and I don't know if we'll get to it, like, right, it's hit or miss, because like I said, he's made 6 videos on Olayemi. I cannot possibly watch all of this content with you, right? I'm going to try to hit the highlights, but I think at some point, I remember him saying that he is actually on the left, and the leftoids don't understand that, but it's true. The true facts of the matter is that he's a leftoid himself, but right, that he just doesn't pass our purity test or whatever, right? And the truth is, like, I knew him way back when, and he did call himself a leftist. The name Chud Logic was initially supposed to be ironic, right? Chud Logic is like the kind of strange thoughts that occur to like right-wing people, right? That's what Chud Logic is. So it wasn't like a serious name like I agree with Chud Logic. It was like a silly name, like like making fun of the logic of Chuds, right? And it very quickly morphed into kind of a questionable like what does Chud Logic mean at this point? I don't know. But what I can tell you about this dude, all right, is that he did call himself a leftist back in the day. If I remember correctly, he might have even used the words trade unionist, right, to describe his particular ideology. But there was something kind of strange about him from the get-go, right? Are we all familiar with a content creator named Peter Coffin? Do we know about Peter Coffin? This is Peter Coffin, all right? And let's see. I'm kind of curious here. 1 month ago is the last. Oh my God! Kaiputer raid. Thank you, Kaiputer. Welcome to the chat, raiders. Welcome, raiders. Welcome, streamer. Good to see you all here. So we're kind of familiar with Peter Coffin, right? Peter Coffin, called himself a leftist too back in the day. If I don't know how far back we'd have to go to see kind of like more normal Peter. Oh yeah. Here, actually, you know what? There's not as many videos on here as I thought. But what happened to Peter Coffin, right? Is that they kind of went down the rabbit hole. Oh, Ribbons, thank you for the follow. How was your stream, by the way, Kaiputer? So if I was to sum this up, like what happened to Peter Coffin, I would say that he went down kind of a class reductionist, post-left pipeline, right? In 2016, there was an election between Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump, and Bernie Sanders was actually performed way better than anyone thought. Hillary Clinton, one of her attacks on Bernie Sanders was something that like actually can be called like a misuse. I'd say like a misuse of identity politics, like an implication that Bernie's coalition was based on misogyny, was based on racism, and that since Bernie cared about, essentially the material conditions of the workers, that he therefore did not care about discrimination against racism, about racism, right? That, you know, right. So it was just kind of like a fig leaf that Hillary Clinton used to cover up the fact that she's terrible on those issues too, right? With Hillary Clinton, we're talking about the person who called young black men super predators, right? So, you know, she's got a lot to hide in her past, right? More so than Bernie or anything. And some people felt really burned by this, right? And some people that stuck with, right? And they got so angry at what they perceived as identity politics that they went down this pipeline of class reductionism, of saying, you know what? The social issues, we shouldn't be talking about those, right? Let's get back to class. Let's get back to the workers. And they didn't mean the workers, right? Because the workers is a broad group of many different types of people. They're talking about the white working class, which unironically was something that you know, Hillary Clinton focused on in her failed campaign against Barack Obama. So yeah, a little irony there. But Peter Coffin went so far, and I don't know if any of these videos are still up, as to make common cause with the likes of Caleb Maupin and Infrared Haas. There's actually a video about me on here somewhere. Do you know that? Do people know that Peter Coffin, like, he clipped me? Actually, there's another question, right? What are Peter Coffin's pronouns? For a while, they were they, them, and at some point, the pronouns disappeared from Peter Coffin's Twitter bio, and a lot of that is attributed to them making common cause with Infrared Haas and Caleb Maupin and people like that, people who do not like LGBT people, right? So, you know, you couldn't have pronouns in your bio if you're part of the the MAGA communists, the patriotic socialists, etc. You know what? Actually, I think it was probably a live stream. Oh no, they're all down. All the live streams are down except for this Angie Speaks one. Oh yeah, so like the way that this started, this whole because you're making me like go back, right? Let's see if we can find this. I got some prime cringe for you right now. Why am I mentioning Peter Coffin when I'm talking about Chud Logic? Because Chud Logic's not Peter Coffin, and Peter Coffin isn't Chud Logic. Well, the interesting thing about Chud Logic is while everyone else was moving away from Peter Coffin, Chud Logic was always talking up Peter Coffin. Chud Logic was saying that, you know, Peter Coffin was unfairly disparaged. Chud Logic apparently, from my recollection, was friends, or at least friendly, with Peter Coffin. Exiting the Vampire Castle. Peter Coffin. Angie Speaks. Let's see. Oh my god, is this taken down? Oh my god. I don't even want to get to why Angie Speaks is there talking to Michael Brooks. Yo, I think this got taken down.
There's a culture of fear and silencing. And it's like, if I speak up, I'm damned if I do. If I don't speak up, I'm damned if I do.
I'm sick of the moralizing left. I'm not directing this at anybody specific, because I have a lot of friends on the left.
There's a culture of fear and silence. The reason why I've been forced to deal with this whole situation as it's played out is because of that. Because of the fact that we're being harassed and coerced to cancel.
Wow. Okay, this made me remember something, okay? So the cancel culture that Angie Speaks is talking about in this tweet that you know, Peter Coffin, so this was a stream between, you can see like American Johnson down here, You see Chrisiosity. You see Hey It's Vadim and Angie Speaks and Peter Coffin were all part of this. This is a channel called Leftist PR Specialist. It doesn't look like they've done a lot recently. Yeah, this is 4 years ago, right? But there was a mod that was in Peter Coffin's Discord, a person named Lorelei Bailey, right? And some of you might recognize that name. This is kind of an infamous name. Lorelei Bailey both, had accusations about maybe being part of the reason that the hacktivist group Anonymous got taken down back in the day. And also, well, there it is. You see what the tweet said. Wait, like maybe you don't. Let me zero in on this, right? So that word that starts with an R there that's highlighted, right, is not something that YouTube likes me saying, right? But that was one of the accusations against Lorelei Bailey. Now, I can't speak to the veracity of any of this stuff, but needless to say, that having somebody like that as a mod in your Discord is probably not doesn't lend itself to like a healthy community, right? So, that's the cancel culture that they're talking about. They're trying to cancel Lorelei Bailey, and it's like, well, I mean, look, I think people just kind of wanted, to keep the community safe more than anything, right? And yeah, it's
somebody without knowing the full extent of the situation and what has gone on.
But yeah, is that picking up? I gotta know. Are you hearing like a weed eater? Yeah, there it is. Of all the terrible timing. Terrible timing. Anyway, I'll try to talk over it. I don't know if I lean into it. This video needs like a ukulele. Yeah, I think so too, right? So anyway, what happened was that Peter Coffin was asked to remove Lorelei Bailey as a mod. Peter Coffin didn't seem to understand the situation and just rejected that, said no, I'm not going to give in to cancel culture. And then people started talking to Angie Speaks. Now, Angie Speaks was like a friend and a person who'd done content a lot with Peter Coffin. But the story is that, Angie Speaks got some harassment based on this. And that's messed up, right? But, that being said, Angie Speaks backed Peter Coffin on this and, did not, this is when Peter Coffin and Angie Speaks start kind of moving away from the rest of BreadTube and the rest of the left, right?
That is why I have been doxxed. That is why I have been harassed.
And I mean, I don't have any reason to doubt that, Angie Speaks, experienced this harassment.
That is the reason that those people are doing that isn't just for fun. It's because they are trying to coerce us into forcefully acting out in a punitive way against somebody in a situation where we don't have the full knowledge of what's going on. And that is a problem.
It's our job because we made it our job. Not to be the police.
I didn't make it my job.
That's not what Listen and Believe is.
When I made a video about being a trans ally, I took on a responsibility for that.
Words here because it's a state.
Peter's not our fucking leader. Peter Coffin is not the person who should be. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I can't be a member of a community where saying I don't know gets you dox threats, gets you hacked.
How's that working out for you so far, Angie?
We say to people, come join us.
Can you be more inclusive?
Risky relations with your parents.
And it's not
relations with
Do you
friends.
consider that you're hurting other people by the way you're talking or using your platform? Can you stop with your double standard?
No longer.
That's what those threads are about.
Be able to conduct yourself freely and in a relaxed fashion because everybody's going to criticize everything that you do.
I'm sorry, what the hell is, how are you helping the victim with that? You're just muddying the waters even more. Hacking Angie, sending her death threats, how is that helping the victim? How is that going to make anyone?
So yeah, even the people that disagreed with what Peter and Angie were doing, were concerned about the harassment that she was experiencing.
Martin Luther King talked about how riots are the cries of the oppressed, the unheard. That's how they talk. Because at a certain point, if you feel you haven't been heard, you get fucking angry. And if you get fucking angry, some bad things can happen.
I've spent the past decade in leftist spaces watching ableds remain silent.
Can you try to improve?
And when I hear somebody who tends to be very ableist, these are tells. People have tells.
I don't know. Could just be all that time I spend in Twitter la la land. Want to know what's not going to be pretty? Me running your ignorant ableist ass over with my wheelchair, bitch.
Can you listen to what other people are saying?
You don't disagree with anything you said in terms of people need to be heard.
Take so much space.
I can't help but wonder.
Are you trying to silence us right now?
ContraPoints, I don't think was actually involved. I don't they're throwing ContraPoints in here maybe because people talk about ContraPoints as a victim of cancel culture, but I don't think that ContraPoints was actually like on this call.
Strict PR perspective. If there's some way you can.
When you claim that people who criticize you do so to pursue social capital, what you're doing is deflecting.
Oh my god, the social capital I forgot about. That was Peter Coffin's other big thing.
Ironic.
Social capital is what you have by being marginalized, right? It's not marginalization, right? It's not that it's social capital, right? Me being trans, that gives me points on the left, according to Peter Coffin. Social capital points, right? So I'm a social capitalist. I'm very wealthy in terms of social capital, according to this just broken version of class reductionist leftism that Peter and Angie were putting forward.
It's posturing that white men mistake for rationality. It's really just the self-celebration of comfortable, privileged people with nothing at stake. People on the left are never going to be cool because anger and emotion are rational responses to injustice.
Block the ever-loving fuck out of Angie. I gotta ask, have you considered filing for a divorce?
People think you're weird. They're afraid of you.
Come join us, and what will we give you?
It's been happening for months.
Long meetings.
And we've been dealing with it silently. Anxious.
And backbiting.
Anxious. Which is what people don't fucking understand. When we foster this culture of fear and bullying and silence, this is what happens. This is the result of that.
Sometimes I think you secretly don't want your ideas to succeed. You actually enjoy being a pariah whose political ideas never gain any traction. Because if you have purely theoretical political beliefs, you're never accountable for the...
That's so funny. That's so funny because they're literally hanging this on what is that ContraPoints character named Justine? I'm trying to remember which ContraPoints character was which, but the one that's sitting there with Tabby, right? Over a lot of time, there's been a lot more sympathy and empathy towards the Tabby character, even though she was created as a foil to ContraPoints, right? This was ContraPoints trying to point out what's wrong with the left, but people were just kind of people were feeling Tabby. Anyway, so maybe that's all that's left of this exiting the vampire castle. There was a video though. There was a video. Made by Peter Coffin with Angie Speaks on the vampire castle, and it was the epitome of cringe, right? Anyway, we're gonna go back to Chud logic because I can't find it. If anybody out there can find it though, if any of you internet archivists, right, this is an old video by Peter Coffin. It's apparently been taken down, but it is beautifully cringe. Chud's been talking about me? Really? Does he want to come on and have a conversation? Maybe we could just work this all out. Maybe it's just a big misunderstanding, right? Because I just felt like, it's his special day and I wanted to give him something, that he'd appreciate. You found it? Oh, you found it. Never mind. Drama. What's up, Demagogue69? Good to have you. Let's wait. I don't know. Look, I want to talk to Chud Logic, but we've got this Peter Coffin video. And to be fair, I kind of feel like Chud Logic is just a poor man's Peter Coffin, right? Not to say that in a classist sort of way, right? Because I know that Chud's a leftist and he wouldn't appreciate that. But I feel like we got some content right here, don't we? Chud Logic talk about me, though? I'm like nobody. Maybe I'm getting trolled. Am I getting trolled? Am I being trolled? Oh wait, what's the word? Jabaited. Am I getting jabaited here? I don't think that Chud's really talking. Look, if Chud wants to, you know, is he stream sniping me? Hello, Chud's stream. I don't know. I don't know what to believe. But we found this. This is unlisted on Angie Speaks channel. Beautiful, beautiful video with Peter Coffin and Angie Speaks. This is Chud's old friend here, Peter Coffin, right? Like, does he really not have enough trans people to harass as it is? Does he really need to like go back to the well of no comment check? That's kind of ironic. Look, just tell him to come in chat. He can come in chat. That's probably easier. We got like a long video to watch, so I can't talk to him right now because I'm sure he wants to have a conversation about this. Look, we got this great video by this old school Peter Coffin joint here. This old school Peter Coffin Angie Speaks joint. I'm surprised that, yeah, come on in chat, Chud, if you're not afraid.
Weary web traveler, heed well this tale of misery and misfortune. Woe betide any who doubt the horrors of the vampire castle. A cursed fortress emerging from the nether realms.
Wait.
This fell bastion
you can't see it, you can only hear
in any
it.
land.
What kind of scuffed streamer am I? Anyway, here we go.
At any time. The life essence of social justice and class solidarity.
If I stop talking about him, is he gonna lose interest though? Oh.
Are delivered unto its maw, and outflows bloodlust, recrimination, and spectacle.
Wait, is he banned? Let me make sure he's not banned. I don't think he's banned.
Castle has taken root.
Look, I mean, I did have some wild mods for a while, and they banned an absurd amount of people. And some of those people didn't really deserve to get banned, so I don't know. Maybe I should check on that.
In the heart of all who dwell here, it drives the ascetic's mad desire to excommunicate.
Oh, this
the
is so
pedant's
good, though.
rush to condemnation, and the youth.
So we're actually reading from Exiting the Vampire Castle. This is the class reductionist Bible here, right? This is a Mark Fisher, and look, I kind of like Mark Fisher. I think that Mark Fisher has done some good work. I think that Mark Fisher has contributed to the left, right? I don't entirely hate Mark Fisher, but this one right here, Exiting the Vampire Castle, let's be real, this is not Mark Fisher's best work, okay? This is Mark Fisher on a bad day. He's really mad. I get the feeling like it feels like a professor that's been called out by his students, right? I've seen this before. I've seen this kind of anger before.
Youth's urge to banish wrongthink and be first.
Oh my god, let me... Yeah.
Weary web traveler, heed well this tale of misery and misfortune. Woe betide any who doubt the horrors of the vampire castle. A cursed fortress emerging from the nether realms, this fell bastion can appear in any land, at any time. The life essence of social justice and class solidarity are delivered unto its maw, and outflows bloodlust, recrimination, and spectacle. The vampire castle has taken root in the heart of all who dwell here. It drives the ascetic's mad desire to excommunicate, the pedant's rush to condemnation, and the youth's urge to banish wrongthink and be first among equals. Many of the left, in their quest to return light to the discourse, have essayed its obsidian battlements. But this only empowers darker magics still, as the vampire castle reflects and distorts these energies to cast a grand illusion that good faith critics are instead defaming the struggle against oppression. The castle brooks no debate nor dissension. There is only the burning conviction that it and it alone is the true-born standard bearer of social justice. None can shake free from the iron grip of the new god of this age. the invisible hand of market forces. It is perfidy and malice made manifest. Appall.
So do you see what Mark Fisher is getting at here? He's viewing cancel culture as a market force, right? He's viewing, social justice, I guess, as a type of recuperation of, I don't know, like Marxist theory, right? That's what we're dealing with, right? If you are a part of the Vampire Castle, then you are the unwitting puppet of capitalism destroying the left, because we need strong leaders like Peter Coffin. We need strong leaders like Caleb Maupin. We need strong leaders like Infrared Haas. And we definitely need strong leaders like Chud Logic. And is he coming in here or not? I think he's just teasing us. I think that Spicy Chat decided to have a little joke at my expense. I don't think he's even watching me, because he doesn't have the guts. That's the truth about this guy, right? And we're gonna get to that, right? He's actually kind of a sad guy. Not a lot of guts, not a lot of glory, just a sad, insecure dude.
Has fallen across a small, unnamed.
He's been waiting for 5 minutes. Where's he waiting? Wait, he's got to come in chat. He's got to come in chat. Like, we're watching the Vampire Castle. Like, but he can chat, right? Can he chat? Like, I will get to him, okay? His patience will not go unrewarded, right? Because I'm all about rewarding that patience. That's my chat, right? I edge my chat for a long, long time, okay? I edge my chat every single day. And every single day, their patience is rewarded.
At the heart of Twitlandia, farms lie fallow and barren as the small folk succumb to the call of the castle.
Wait,
Madness
do we need
grips
to,
the
like,
land,
unban or
and the
something? I don't know
townsfolk
what the deal
descend
is.
into
Why can't he come in
orgies
chat?
of bloodlust and ritual sacrifice to drive the sinners from their midst. And it is here that we meet one poor, unfortunate soul who finds herself ensnared
Not
deeper
currently banned,
and
huh?
deeper within the
Hey, what's up?
curse of
Wait, let me check and see if you got a check mark. Because I don't want to be talking to fake Chud Logic. I want to be talking to the real dude. You don't have a check mark. Wait, should you have a check mark? Are you big enough to have a check mark? You gotta help me out here, Chud. Or fake Chud. Whichever kind of Chud you are, you gotta help me out, right? Can you say to me something that only the real Chud Logic would know? Because I don't think you're big enough for... I mean, I'm not trying to... Obviously... Like, I'm not trying to flex on you here. I'm in no position to flex on you. But, like, I just gotta have... Since you don't have a check... This is the genuine Chud Logic. This is the dude. This is Chud Logic. Everybody, welcome. Friend of the stream, Chud Logic.
the Vampire Castle.
Is it true that it's your birthday? I gotta know. Is it your birthday today? Because if so, this is like the most, like, what do you call that? When it's a fortunate coincidence? Serendipity. It'd be a serendipity. It's not your birthday. Damn! Somebody told me it was your birthday.
Are you not pleased by the fare, young maiden?
Forgive me, my lord, but I fear my travails have made me weary.
So this is like the highest production, I think. Chad, is this like the highest production Peter Coffin ever did? Or did they go beyond this?
Poor sweet child. Perhaps a cup of hot spice wine?
Oh, see, it's really blood. That's the trick.
Oh no, I'm not one for strong drink.
Come, my dear, you look positively melancholy. Replenish your sanguine vitae. Drink! Excellent. Consume as much as you wish.
Are you not hungry, my lord?
I have other needs to satiate before I could eat even a bite of this kind of food.
What's that sound?
Don't fret, my pet. It's just thunder. It would seem that you have more pressing matters at hand anyhow. Please do tell me your woes, dear lady. How you came to my halls in such a wretched
Wait, he's been streaming for 13 hours?
state.
Are you still streaming, Chud?
What troubles assailed you on the road?
I was attacked.
Attacked? What villain accosts a peasant in my land?
Angie is an anti-SJW. That's putting it mildly.
Bandits?
Like, these two were the original anti-SJW leftists, right? This was the original. Now, and this is before the MAGA socialism or the patriotic socialism or whatever he got into with Caleb and Haas. This was before all that, right? This was back when I think Peter Coffin, had friends on the left, right? We might even have one of those friends in chat, actually.
Vagabonds? Or perhaps even cut purses?
No, my lord. It was Twitter leftists.
Twitter leftists, you don't say.
I see.
Your Grace, assailed as I was by the storm and crowd, I fled the highways and made out for your hilltop castle. I know these hallowed halls are the home of your lordship, the Viscount of Social Justice, and I thought that I may find shelter at your hearth and a sympathetic ear.
Then you have come to the right place, my dear. I hope you don't mind me asking, but what was young blood such as yourself doing out without a chaperone on a night such as this?
I did have someone with me, your Grace. Peter Van Coffin.
Van Coffin!
Not
that
him.
accursed name of that vile, base-born wretch!
This is my favorite part of this video, is that Peter Coffin is both playing the villain and the hero, right? The heel and the baby face at the same time, right? It's beautiful.
Sends shivers through me. No wonder you were attacked.
You don't say.
A sweet lady such as yourself should know better than to keep such company.
My lord.
He is a figure of the vilest contempt, a person of ill manners.
Yeah, don't you know he's cancelled?
What keeps
He's like mega cancelled.
Company of villains. Associating with such dreck makes you guilty too.
Guilty of what?
You're guilty of sin! This is your first offense, and I am lenient, so
I'm still
you may
curious
be
about
forgiven.
something. We're just
Coffin, that accursed name of that vile, base-born wretch sends shivers through me. No wonder you were attacked. A sweet lady such as yourself should know better than to keep such company.
My lord.
I'm curious. What? Okay, wait. No, this is what I want to know. What pronouns?
A sweet lady such as yourself should know better than to keep such company.
My lord.
He is a...
Okay, he, him. Oh, okay. I mean, or at least that's one of the pronouns, right? I'm a little confused because I know that there was a time when Peter Coffin went by they, them, and then I think after the MAGA socialism thing, it went back to he, him after that, because you're just not allowed to have pronouns in that circle.
Figure of the vilest contempt, a person of ill...
I know, like zealous celebrity Chud logic, right?
And as what keeps the company of villains. Associating with such dreck makes you guilty too.
Cancelled for mispronunciation of Viscount.
Guilty of what?
You're guilty of sin! This is your first offense, and I am lenient.
He's trying to convince his chat not to talk to you? Wait, his chat's gonna talk to me?
So, you may...
He doesn't want to talk to me. Okay, I get it. Well, like, Chud, I'm not trying to put you on the spot here. I thought it was your birthday. But if you've been streaming for 13 hours, like, I can understand why maybe you're...
Be forgiven, but I advise you strongly to keep...
I'm not trying to twist your arm here. I'm not trying to coerce you, right? I'm not trying to use the, like, leverage cancel culture, right? We're not trying to cancel you today. We're trying to understand you, right? We're trying to use a little empathy, because that's one thing that is sorely lacking in this sphere, is empathy, right? And you only really get to understand somebody, understand what makes them tick via that empathy, right?
The company.
Forgive me, my lord. But the only sin is what's been happening.
It said all pronouns? Yeah, I mean, maybe that's right. I don't even know. Yeah, Peter Coffin is...
beyond your keep. The folk of this town are turning against
so
one another.
his chat wanted him to talk to me, but he tried to argue against them. Yeah. Huh. Like they're turning into a mob on him? Are they enacting cancel culture? Because, like, that's one thing I won't have.
In fits of rage and bloodlust, I was in my own village, and I was accosted and accused of the most unspeakable things. The folk of Twitlandia
He's talking about folders! Yo! He's talking about folders! What? Are you serious? Like, really? Is he that triggered that he's bringing up folders?
Chud. There in the public square.
Folders!
Without even a trial, my lord. I don't know what's gotten into them, but it seemed inhuman. My lord, I've seen others too, torn apart by friends.
Chud, I promise you, if I had folders, I'd share them with you. I know that you're really into that thing, right? I know you're really into things like that, right? Folders, yeah. You want the spice.
Crowds. I was lucky enough to get away with my life.
This, my dear, is the work of the invisible hand of the market. A force unseen, one that thrives when men feed upon each other.
Invisible hand? What could that possibly mean?
Why do peasants toil in the fields? Why do merchants peddle their wares? Why would anyone tweet?
But what of the villagers?
They live. Do they not?
For now, until you decide to drink their blood.
Life is not well lived when such brutality passes between brethren.
He tried to tell his chat the lore, but all he couldn't remember it, right?
How monstrous!
Or he got it all mixed up or something. He was like, she had files on Dylan Burns, I believe.
You could call it monstrous, sure, but I know it to be a necessity. There is a reason this kingdom doesn't collapse upon itself, monstrous though it may seem.
Chud, if you're listening, okay, and I doubt you are, right? Because I doubt you want the smoke, okay? In fact, I'm pretty sure at this point that that's what we're seeing here. You don't want this smoke, okay? But we are not here to talk about me and my measly folders, okay? We're not here to talk about some dead-ass drama from 2 years ago. We're here to talk about you and your interest in Olayemi, right? Why she stands out as a figure that needs to be talked about like 6 times in 1 month, right? That's what I'd like to talk to you about, right? I want you to explain to me Floydism, right? Like, I love that he thinks that this is about me when clearly this is about him.
There too is a reason I live in this castle and you don't. You may not like that.
What? He said that the NCC chat would only think you were nice to him. You were nice. Then chat, you were nice to Chud Logic. You were nice. I didn't see anybody be mean to Chud Logic. Nobody called him an anythingist, right? And where's he getting that second word, right? Chud, don't tell me you can't read context. Don't tell me that you're that bad at context that you, like, he thought I was calling him an R asterisk PIST? Where is that coming from? He went over my thumbnails. Yes, he went over my we went over his thumbnails too, right? But I feel like his are more interesting. I mean, no offense to myself who makes a lot of the thumbnails, or to my editor who makes some of my thumbnails, or to my thumbnail artist who makes others of my thumbnails. But like, look, Chud, I have nothing to say over that. Like, as far as the thumbnails, right? I'm not the one who makes the call, right? That's other people. That you can't blame that on me, right? That's just like a vague association between me and the artist, right? That's not really something that you can put on me, right? But also, like, why would he think it was That's wild. Like, where did that come from? He thought I was calling him an R asterisk PIST. Really? His are way more tablet. Yeah, I'm trying to learn from the master. I'm trying to learn from the master here, right? I can't hold a candle to DK. Maybe he could bring DK on too. Right? Because we can't ask Chud about the thumbnails. That's on DK. That's not Chud. Chud has no sway over that. I was never nice to Chud Logic. Admittedly, I wasn't part of your community when you were talking about what? Oh my god, I'm so confused. Chuddy, you can't blame NCC for what? Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah. 30 minutes of thumbnail Q and answer with Drift King himself. Yeah, I mean let's get the whole Drift King, Queemon, the whole bring in everybody, right? Just bring him on in. Is he in the Discord?
It suits us just fine. It's the natural order.
I've been in bird brains this whole time, Chud. I don't know what your deal is. But it sounds like your chat wants you to talk to me and that you don't want the smoke. So I don't blame you, right? I'm a scary lady. I might have folders. Wait, can I find my folders? Are my folders around here somewhere? I'm gonna have to look for them.
I fear I've over-availed myself of your hospitality. I must be on my way home.
If you go back to Hamlet, they will draw and quarter you, my dear sweet child. They do not know any better, and they are not conditioned to care. They would compete to be the one that tied you to the horses. They would burn down your shack.
Like, this is what would,
if it met their end.
It's funny that Chud Logic thinks that he's gonna get harassment from my chat, right? It's funny. He came in my chat, all he got was respect, right? The respect that a Z-list celebrity, a Z-list micro niche celebrity like himself deserves, right? So all he got was respect. Now, if I went into spicy chat, they would draw and quarter me. They would do the vampire castle to me, right? They would absolutely cancel culture my ass, right? Chud Logic astutely name searching.
Forget about all that. You're safe now.
Yeah, I gotta find my files.
Fed, dry, warm. A beautiful young maiden.
I'm not triggered at the thumbnail. I'm admiring the work. Well, look, who got triggered at the thumbnail? Chud, you thought I was calling you an R apostrophe PIST? Who got triggered by a thumbnail? Everything that he's saying about me is just like it's like he's attacking himself, right? It's like he's attacking invisible enemies.
Such as yourself should be well attended and not so eager to subject herself to the random.
He degendered me on stream. That sounds pretty kinky or something.
Cruelty of the filthy peasant.
How does that work? You can't.
If you won't allow me to go, then I'll take my leave and be candid.
What is he gonna do? Put a strap on me? I don't understand how he would degender me.
I have a lot more in common with the filthy peasantry of Twitlandia than I do with someone like you. That's why the attack was so alarming and hurtful.
Oh, it hurt, did it? Let's hear more about that.
Let's hear more about that, yes.
Well, I didn't join in their morbid carnival, and Sir Renfield called me out.
Ah, Renfield. Good lad.
Wait, who is Renfield? Is this a real person, or is this like a person from like the Dracula story?
I may make him mayor at some point.
He called me out because I...
Not like that Peter von Coffin. He's making himself he's both Von Helsing and Van Helsing. It's Van Helsing, isn't it? Van Helsing and Dracula at the same time. Renfield is a person from the Dracula story. I don't know enough about this lore. But apparently Chud Logic's all about the NCC lore. Damn, Chud. I'm massively
Many had
entertained
already
by
viewed
this.
me as suspicious. But after this, they all turned on me. My own friends. They said my abstinence was evidence of guilt.
You did abstain, though, and how selfish of you. Those people are hurting, and as they hurt, they have license to hurt others even more. A blight of sin has descended upon their lives and left them bereaved. But did you not also blight them when you abstained?
Your Grace, what could I have done?
You could have vindicated the Wild Hunt and given them catharsis.
The Wild Hunt?
When the market chooses its victim, the sacrifice is made to the Invisible Hand, as it has always been. Who are you to abstain from the frenzy?
Has he got people trapped down in his basement?
Everyone must feed. Now, eat!
Why must I? What do we gain?
You become a vampire and you live forever, and you get to play sparkly baseball, and you get to choose between a vampire and a werewolf, and like all kinds of cool stuff. All kinds of cool stuff.
Been those with
Isn't there a new Nick Cage movie about Renfield where Nick Cage is Dracula? I don't know.
more and always
No frickin'
those
dweeb.
with less. Don't you want to be one of those with more? Aren't you hungry?
I asked, what do we gain?
That's the quickening.
It would be better.
The quickening? Am I thinking of Highlander?
If everybody in the land...
Look, Chud, there can only be one, and if you don't come in here and talk to me today, it's gonna be me, alright? I will be the Highlander, okay?
Had what they needed. We need justice. We need equality. Not just catharsis.
No.
You don't want me to become the Highlander, do you? You don't know what I'd do with that power.
Nonsense. The peasants never desired equality, so they must be given order, or they'll grab power. If it was about equality, then no one would aspire to be
Who wants to live forever?
an influencer. So if power
Honestly,
is
not
what you
Chud
desire
logic.
in this world, you must feed.
But what about
You
when
must
things are
feed.
genuinely wrong?
Wait,
what about
is he gonna give her some wall chicken? Like in Castlevania?
when there's an actual violation? What about when genuine reparations are in order?
We gotta get that. We gotta get
Surely
that wall
not
chicken.
everybody who's after justice wants power.
Of course not everyone who says they want justice is after blood, but
Only the spicy ones, right?
Invisible Hand guides their fervor into actions that create sacrifices for the market. That is the power of our religion. Capital.
Look, if Chud Logic, if you don't get in here right now, okay, then I'm gonna have to up the ante. All right. I said before I wanted you to bring DK on so we could talk about thumbnails, right? And maybe I can get my thumbnail artist too, and we can talk things over. Like, what were you calling Nick is not green? Like F asterisk 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 OT. What did that mean, right? What word was that? There's F and then 3 letters missing, and then OT, right? I want to know what that was, right? And you could talk to my thumbnail artist and find out, like, you know, what was the behind the 2 asterisks in R asterisk asterisk PI. No, there wasn't. Like, that's the thing. That's the thing, is he saw a P there where there wasn't. It was clearly going to be a C, right? Because we're talking about the Olayemi video. We're not talking. Look. Let me make something really clear, because I think I know why Chud is so reticent to come on my stream, right? There is some old drama that he was involved in that has to do with his Discord and, you know, kind of his activities, the way that he used that Discord, the way that he might have like leveraged his sort of, you know, power over people in his community, right? And that is clearly not what we're talking about, okay? I don't know if you know this, but I'm not Keffels. I'm not blood becoming. I am not going to throw any spurious accusations your way. I'm pretty up on that drama and what happened and what didn't. And honestly, it's not interesting to me, but obviously it's still on your mind. Obviously, you still kind of have something to hide there, right? And it sounds like more than even the accusations that were levied against you back in the day. I wonder what that's about, right? I don't know. Dude's got a guilty... He wants to talk about Louis C.K. His hero.
Consumes, recuperates, and commodifies. And in its image, we
Does he need the link to that video?
must consume, recuperate,
Yeah,
and
recuperate. There we
commodify
go.
as well. Winning the
consume, recuperate, commodify. That's our word.
argument
That's
feels
our,
a whole lot like justice, but
just to tease us. Well, I mean, he came in.
Winning an argument is watery gruel, and they still eat.
God, this is so insufferable. I'm starting to get a little bored with Peter Coffin. Chud, how did you ever handle hanging out with this guy? Was this like all about clout? Was this all a clout chase? Being nice to Peter Coffin for consideration, right? Or were they like an interesting person that you really admired and thought had some interesting ideas that the left needed to adopt? I really want to know, right?
They will eat whatever slop the market pours.
That you had an unhinged take about... It wasn't unhinged, I just said the F word a lot.
Into them. They will be content to let it fill the void in their bellies. The aching hole in the pit of their stomachs reminds peasants of what they lack in society. But it never fills the hole, does it? Winning the argument doesn't...
I mean, I'm all about getting the hole filled. But...
just carve a pound of flesh for the victor. It is a delicious temptation for the onlookers as well. An irresistible addiction. That's good representation.
That's so good. That's so good.
It's grilled.
It's good acting too.
Rare pound of flesh will satiate the hunger.
God damn.
Served with fava.
See, now I'm wondering, does Peter Coffin like eat people? Like, that's what I want to know. Has Peter Coffin ate a dude? Right? These are questions I never would have thought to ask. But for the fact that the person themselves does a bit of a self-report, right? Like when somebody sees, you know, something that's clearly meant to imply R apostrophe CIST and thinks it's R apostrophe PIST, that makes me wonder. That makes me curious.
Beans and a nice bottle of Chianti.
No, you had to call back to that one. Oh God, I hate that movie. That the freaking epicenter of transphobia. That movie.
And those with the best intentions are obligated to expend their vital essences trying to feed if they ever want to have a voice. And every feeding only makes the market stronger.
Your Grace, you talk of the small folk as if they are a resource.
Dear child, that's capitalism. Next time there's a frenzy, ensure you feed, ensure you regenerate your precious fluids. Asking questions and making complaints will only turn the eyes of those people like the Renfield boy towards you.
Forgive me, but I cannot in good conscience take part in this grotesquerie. The market may indeed be the source of vitriol, but the people who act on these impulses need to be made aware of what's going on. No more Renfields. No more finding sinners in every hovel. We have to stop this.
Yeah, I dare you to stop them. If you merely defame the market forces...
The irony is it almost sounds like Angie wants to cancel the villagers.
People would act as though you spat in their open mouths. The denizens of Sinistwiteria obey the market forces. They follow our dogma, and they recite the litanies sung in our churches. Because the invisible hand is the only means.
You know what Chud Logic really wants to do?
Justice.
He really wants to end stream and just come back in here under an alt so that nobody can tell he's in here and just watch, right? That's what he really wants to do, right? His whole thing is lurking my chat, right? His whole thing was always lurking my chat.
Who wouldn't want future Mayor Renfield to tell everyone that you hate minorities, do you?
Your Grace, what exactly are you implying here?
He's threatening to cancel you, my dear.
Opposing the blight of the invisible hand has nothing to do with hating minorities. The market forces exploit and harm minorities.
Silence! Who are you to decide what harms and aids minorities? Don't you know these things are better left for experts like me to decide? I say what is wrong and right, and everyone in the town follows obediently. This includes you. Without the blessing of the market, you would never have the social capital necessary to prove your expertise.
We're back to the social
You'll never be
capital.
allowed to have a
Yes.
valid opinion on these matters. You're not fed enough. You don't appear publicly correct and competent frequently enough. And being on the right side of these issues is imperative to accumulating enough power and respect to prove that you're right. Right now, your comportment suggests that you are wrong.
This is so bad, right? This is so bad because I already had a little conflict with Vashmod Thana earlier today, and Thana did not want the smoke. Chud Logic comes in here, like his chat wants blood, right? Clearly they want blood, my blood, right? Spilled all over Spicy Chat. That's what they want, and Chud Logic won't give it to them because he's like afraid that I'm gonna call him I don't know what, right? He's afraid. He's afraid of you, he's afraid of me, he's afraid of his own freaking shadow, and that's the truth about this guy. He's a sad, scared man. That's the truth, right? He thinks that his zealous celebrity can just be taken from him like that I have some kind of magic wand that I can wave over his head and be like, poof, you're cancelled! With the power of my social capital, I cancel you! Chud, I can't cancel you. What are you afraid of?
Side are you on exactly? You've put forward this gorgeous, decadent meal when the people in the township are starving and hacking each other to bits for just a simple taste of food. I didn't ask for it. You want my allegiance because you think I want your permission. But I don't.
How, pray tell, will you get justice without it? No, I will be gracious. The carnival is still going,
Man,
so
do
why
have
don't
a
you just
magic
go
wand somewhere
back
here.
down to town like a good little girl and feed?
There you
Are
go.
you not hungry? Feed! Feed or be damned!
I can't. I won't.
As you can see,
Expelliarmus!
I've had my eye on you for quite some time, girl. So many receipts.
Yo, it's the file gate! It's the file gate! Yo, he's got the...
Transgressions really are countless.
Let he without sin cast the first stone. I am hale and hearty. I know what is right, and even if I've made mistakes, it doesn't obscure my desire to see the land restored to justice.
That's the thing about sin. It's not up to you what it is. It's up to me. My castle, my town, my land.
Do you get it? Do you get it, chat? Do you get it? Dracula's the capitalist.
My world. The peasants dance to my piper's tune, and if some simple wench refuses to join in, well, the dancers all know the steps. The performance is the deed, the tell.
Let he with sin cast the first spell, yeah.
What you do inside your home, on your own time, isn't visible, but in town, you must dance to be
Did
one
he
of the
really
big
bitch out
ones.
on me just
And if
because I
you
wanted
do
to
not
watch Peter
dance,
Coffin?
then you cannot feed.
No, I think he just didn't want the smoke.
There's a culture of fear and
Spicy Chat wanted that.
silence. The reason why I've been forced to deal with this whole situation as it's played out is because of that.
Okay, so if you didn't get it before, we are indeed talking about the Angie Speaks situation around the Discord. We're talking about like the Lorelei thing. That's what this is about, right? That's, you know, big
Because of the
reveal.
fact that we're being harassed and coerced to cancel somebody without knowing the full extent of the situation and what has gone on.
And if you want to know the full extent of the situation and what's going on, one thing that might get in the way of that is the top of the hour ad break, which is coming at us, I don't know, in about 15 minutes, but I haven't been doing these, right? But I do have this promise to you that if we reach 100 total sub points by the end of this stream, that I will expand the content beyond what we've got on deck already. There's a lot of content already in terms of, because Chud just can't stop talking about Olayemi apparently, right? So there's so much content, but I'm going to do even more content. We're going to look in at the Vosh versus Anna Kasparian thing, I guess too, right? We're going to look at a lot of things, right? We're going to get whacked by the ad break. Yeah. So, you know, you can get out of that ad break with Amazon Prime. You can hook that up to Twitch, get a free sub that way if you have Amazon Prime. If you don't have Amazon Prime, you can pay $5 to Twitch or $6 if you're on mobile, and you can get a sub that way. And if neither of these things work for you, well, there is still hope for you, my friend. Just being in chat, just being active in chat is one way that might get you a gift sub, right? I can't promise anything, but you know, people do from time to time, and quite often today actually have been giving out some gift subs, right? So that could happen to you too, and the best way to get that is to be active in chat.
That is why I have been doxxed. That is why I have been harassed. That is the reason that those people are doing that isn't just for fun. It's because they are trying to coerce us into forcefully acting out in a punitive way against somebody in a situation where we don't have the full knowledge of what's going on.
But like, this is the thing, is you weren't just talking about some situation where somebody's getting canceled or there's like some rumor about somebody or something like that, right? Oh, I didn't know that Kevin Logan was involved in this too. Wow. Wow, Kevin Logan. Okay, so this was somebody that you know, not only had legit accusations against them in terms of violating people's you know, the consent of other trans women. This is somebody that had credible accusations about like ratting people out, right? And like, honestly, that is something that I would not want in my Discord, right? The person who potentially ratted out you know, a hacktivist group, right, is not somebody that I'd want to mod in my Discord. But
no, why this is not
that's ironically enough, that's what they're, you know, that's what they're protecting here. That's what
become my responsibility, to vindicate someone or punish someone.
It's our job because we made it our job.
I can't be a member of a community where saying I don't know gets you dox threats, gets you hacked.
How's that working out for you so far, Angie? At a certain point, if you feel you haven't been heard, you get fucking angry. And if you get fucking angry, some bad things can happen.
And we've been dealing with it silently, anxious, which is what people don't fucking understand.
Now I'm worried about I'm worried about the music. Like, I don't entirely trust Peter Coffin not to use music that's
I can't bear this.
Like it could be copyrightable music.
I can't fucking bear this.
That you would notice. But the funny thing is, the way that they already hate me, I was like, this really is a testimony to the difference between what it's like to be a white woman out on the internet and to be a black woman. I'm like, they always hate me, child. So listen to you, babe. So like, I got the memo. I'm like, oh, you calling me out by name? That's interesting and stupid of you to do. So here we are. Because I have been lighting her up.
I mean, you survived the Rising's audience. You can survive anything.
Honestly.
You're battle tested.
Honestly. Yeah, no, she's outrageous though. This is good. And you know, and it's not just even just, they've gone full, let me not just say she, because obviously Jenk is in this too. But full turf, like quite literally, that turf. Like not a bad take. There's not one bad take.
Inner City Scholar, that's code switching, mate.
This music has been non-copyright music.
I don't know what you're complaining about. That's just code switching.
This is now the new school of thought she's espousing, that she knows is some bullshit, that she knows is the right-wing playbook. She knows it because she's literally been on record saying so before. So, you know, this is clearly
11 months ago. 11 months ago, like if I want to say, hey, what's the correct take on this whole birthing person controversy, would have been like, well, I'd say what Anna Kasparian said 11 months ago. That because like here's you on camera completely agreeing with Olayemi state, you know, and then that was
now you're playing gaslighting you.
Yeah, and also apparently calling her racist for that, like, and that's why she called me a racist. I was like, that's not true at all. This is not the retelling of actual events. This is
just lying.
Yeah.
That's what's so bizarre is the claim of gaslighting. After I heard her make that claim, I went back and I watched our entire episode on that, just because I like to.
Oh my god! Okay, I know they've got a certain perception of what it was like. I've not watched it, okay, but I'm sure it was full of the kind of smug leftist condescension that you expect from these type of people. Okay, I'm sure it was full of the kind of, you know.
Does Polly have a community night tonight? I feel like Friday is Polly's community night. Maybe we could raid Polly's Discord, right? I mean, not like raid Discord like that. I mean, like I could send you all to Polly's Discord for the community night, right? But I mean, I think that's not till later. It's not until way later. So you got a bunch more content coming at you before then.
Look at this transphobic person saying transphobic things. I don't know. Did anyone watch it? I never watched their coverage of it at the time. But, you know, I don't need to. In my head, what it's like, I'm going to go with that, okay?
Make sure that, you know, I'm trying to be as charitable as possible because my goal is to change minds, not drag people, although, you know, we're at that point. But, you know, my goal is to always make sure that I'm coming from a place of love and understanding regardless. And I watched our entire episode and I thought we were incredibly kind, almost patronizingly kind with the amount of tickets we had on. And then listening to your interview with Laverne Cox, it felt so validating to hear her say that you all approached the situation with love, because that's genuinely how I felt. And perhaps she didn't take it that way. But I came to her as a friend who has known her for years. You know, and I
also, you're saying you're coming to it as a friend that's known someone for years. Did you speak to them privately, or did you just go live on a show and start talking like a bunch of shit on there? I don't know, it's just so weird. Like, if I was genuinely friends with someone, and I thought they had like a bad take, You would at first you might want to reach out to them and go, hey, do you want to talk about this or something?
Try to explain to her my position and the position of other people, because I would expect her to do the same to me. I would expect you, Ole, to come to me if I said something sexist and say, Mike, this is where you fucked up, because I don't have that lived experience. So as somebody with trans family, specifically a non-binary person, where in my family where inclusive language is important, I would have expected at least a little bit more introspection. But the fact that I didn't get that is really frustrating to me, right? Because this is somebody who is extremely intelligent. Anna and Jank, they've been in the game way longer than any of us, right? I've been watching TYT since 2008, before Obama was elected. They know that the things they say are going to be interpreted and used in certain ways. And the fact that they have chosen to do that means that I can no longer simply chalk this up to ignorance or them being mad that we corrected them and that the leftists on Twitter, Lance, decided to call him out or call them out. You know what I mean? Like, this is deliberate, and they know what they're doing. They're intelligent, they're grown-ups, they're savvy. So the fact that they've chosen to go down this path means that people have a right to be angry. People have been watching the show for a long time, and to feel like they've been betrayed, that's a huge...
The thing is, like, the problem I've got with this, I think, and the reason I'll probably never agree with these kinds of people, is they refer to it as, like, going down a path, right? When if you actually listen to what Anna and Cenk are saying, from my perspective, the things that I...
You say that you'll never agree with these kind of people, and I'm assuming that you would include me and those kind of people too, but Chud, you haven't even made your case. Like, I want you to explain Floydism to me, right? What is Floydism? What's that all about, right? Maybe you could convince me, right? You didn't even try. You didn't even want this smoke. You're so afraid. I know I burned Dylan Burns, but he kind of asked for it, right? He came on my show not knowing any of the subject matter that we were going to talk about, made a complete ass of himself. I pulled him out of the fire. I pulled his bacon out of the fire multiple times. I changed the subjects because he was getting cooked, right? And then after all that, he disrespected me, right? That was a special case. You have to really go out of your way to make me mad. You thought that you made me mad with a thumbnail? Please. Please, Chud. I have never been angry at you. Ever. Okay? It takes a lot more than that to make me angry. Right? That was the perfect storm, all right? I don't think I've ever burned, and maybe Vivian. Oh no. I apologize to Vivian though.
Is they haven't really gone down a path at all. They've just expressed some frustrations and issues with, like, the extremities of some of the trans activism, with the things that they push for.
Those extreme trans activists, you know, I'll tell you.
I don't agree with. Like, they're acting like their whole set going down this road of, like, anti-trans rhetoric. But all they've done is just gone...
It's like they're acting like there should be a separate term to refer to people who can give birth and not just use the term women, which, you know, some of the people that can give birth are not women, right? Like, that's the kind of extreme. Did he put a thumbnail into your cornflakes or something? No, actually, he got mad at my thumbnail, right? He thought I was calling him something that, like, when it's a pretty obvious, like, it's pretty obvious what fits in that slot, right? Birthnoids, there you go. Are they commenting on the fallout? Are they? Wait, of what mods?
Hey,
of the mods on TYT?
Not happy with this. I think I disagree with this. Especially if you actually go back and watch that video that we watched yesterday.
I don't think so. I think they're just talking about, like, the birthing person thing.
Where Anna was saying, like, there's peaceful protests here that I think are good. This is the extremity. I don't think this is productive. Like, what path are they going down? Like, I just don't understand what path it is they think they're going down beyond just criticizing and calling out things within their own movement that they don't think is productive and don't think is good. And it does come across a bit like a culty. Yes, it does, unfortunately. It comes across a bit like a fucking cult. You know, they've committed sin by...
Chud, it's like if you had a group of friends, right? And one day somebody just started attacking one of your friends, right? Who happened to be trans and saying bad things about them. And the rest of your friend group stood up for that person and said, hey, this is not okay. Like, you need to apologize or you need to get the F out of here. Because we're not okay with that. That doesn't sound like a cult to me. That just sounds like a good friend. Okay?
Fucking, you know, expressing the wrong idea. It just comes across as like cult-like to me. I know they'll probably completely disagree with that and be like, oh no, it's not that at all. It's actually just, you know, you've got to support trans lives and support trans rights. And I'm just like, so it creates this impression that you actually can't have a dissenting opinion on these issues, even if you don't think that the trans sports stuff has got any weight and you don't want to continue down that. You think that's worth criticizing, even if you want to criticize.
So just to put this into context for everybody, because we're trying to work our way through Chud's content. Like I said before, Chud has done, I think, 5 or 6 videos this month on Olayemi, right? 5 or 6 videos with Olayemi on the thumbnail, right? And so we're working. This is a month ago that this one happened, right? Oh, look at this! Look at this! YouTuber Olurinati calls Anna Kasparian a R******, you know, right? But wait, what is this word? What is this word? right? It could be two different things. This could be two different words here, right? You didn't specify, right? This is the criticism that Chud made of my thumbnail, right? Because my thumbnail has 2 asterisks. He has 3 asterisks. This could even be like another word that has a different vowel other than I. I don't know. I feel like we're playing, what is that game with the wheel and the, like, gotta buy a vowel, that game? It feels like we're playing that game.
Extremities of some of the violent acts that happen, or the sort of non-calling out of certain acts.
I mean, it's confusing, Phoenix Dragon, because there's been so much that's gone on since a month ago, right? The Anna Kasparian stuff didn't just end at birthing persons. It keeps on going, and it's still going. Now I think that Wheel of Fortune, yeah, it feels like we're playing Wheel of Fortune here with slurs. We're playing, what are we on, like South Park? This is like a bad South Park episode, right? With Wheel of Fortune, but with slurs.
You know, that's not okay. You have to be lockstep in support, trans rights, and if you're not, tough luck. You're walking down a path I can't follow you down.
Human response to this, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's always been my position, right? Is that this is deliberate. That's the thing. But my initial position was, and I said, oh, I like Anna. It's not nothing to do with Anna. But first of all, since we're having this conversation, which I didn't bring to the table, I'm not the reason I didn't bring it up on Leftist Mafia, right? We're having this conversation. It's about an hour. It's about an hour or something into that.
So, like, he's mad that they're not okay with Anna being shitty to trans people. Like, and this is the guy that accused me of being mad at his thumbnail. Chud, I've never been mad at you in my life. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, maybe one time in a debate, right? But I apologized, okay? I apologized. Does anyone play chess? Yes.
Video before,
someone plays chess, yes.
My God, you know what I mean? Like,
I feel like his name is Magnus. Wait, who's the other guy, though? Hans... Who's the dude with the that has the anal beads, right? The other guy. Who's the other chess player that I care about? There's Magnus, and then there's Hans, something with an N. Yeah, that's why the mods at TYT finally took a stand. She's triggered a lot of upset in TYT over the past. Well, Chud Logic's calling Neiman. Thank you. Yeah, Hans Neiman definitely plays chess, right? And Hans Neiman did nothing wrong. We stand. I feel like there should be a whole nother division of chess where you can use any kind of marital aid that you so choose.
You're definitely coddling her, and we're making this about defending her, which I think is a very like paternalistic desire in the way that like white women are held up as something to like take care of and to protect, right? This like delicate white woman.
Needless injection of race. Cross that off your fucking bingo card.
Behavior. But I said it then that the thing that was ridiculous to me, it was always intentional. She knew.
It's not. It's absolutely not, right? This is somebody that's been criticized for anything and everything that they've done, right? Comparing herself to Anna, who people were still trying to treat with kid gloves. After she had her, freak out over birthing persons, right?
Oh no, we know our lane of the internet. We know what you say, don't say. We know what's going to elicit certain responses.
Yeah,
blah blah blah. She knew from day one.
Don't confuse disagreement with like anger. I know that's what you fuel your platform on. I know you count on people being outraged by you. Oh my God, there's the ad break. Dude looks so mad. No one should be this irrationally angry over POC airing grievances. I know, right? Well, that's the thing, is it's kind of like a self-report, right? Everything this guy does is kind of like a self-report. Anna was criticizing the way that pro-trans people protested. Oh yeah, the swimmer who tied for 5th with trans swimmer Leah Thomas. Riley Gaines' transphobic speech at a college. The cops forced her into a classroom to wait for 3 hours because protesters were outside and they thought it was a danger. Yeah, and they're confusing that with like, some kind of like, basically calling trans people violent, right? Another great trope. This is specifically related. Yeah, I think so. I don't think it's an inappropriate injection of race into the discussion, right? I think it's kind of like a teachable moment, right? I'm so disappointed that Chud Logic bitched out on me today, right? I'm so disappointed that he did not want the smoke. Nobody wants the smoke. All he's gonna do is like talk about the files. She's got files. She's got emails too, right?
that comment would get that kind of reaction.
Are you going to blame me for Hunter Biden's laptop? What's next, Chud?
Tended it to.
What's,
That's why
honestly, what's next, right? I wanted to talk to you about the issues that you brought up in your content. I'm content brained. I thought you were content brained too, but I guess not. I guess you just have a chip on your shoulder, and that's all you're about in the end of the day, right?
Didn't make sense.
No, you definitely don't want this smoke. Just because he can ignore racism doesn't mean POC can. That's what I was saying earlier. Yeah, exactly, Jules, exactly.
Clip from the original criticism Anna posted.
Nobody in this chat hates you.
So remember what they said?
Nobody's being mean to you.
Right? Remember what they said? They said they were coming in it with love.
We're trying to understand. We're coming at it with love. We're trying to understand you. We're being empathetic. We don't just want to be like Chud Logic bad. We want to understand why Chud Logic is bad. Where did Chud Logic go wrong? Where did this all come from? Right? Where did the chip on the shoulder? Where did all this stuff come from? Right?
And we're coming about it in the right way. Let's have a listen and see what we think.
Why Peter Coffin? That's another good question. Why Peter Coffin?
You should be able to mention those without like having to.
Like you said, why Illuminati? I think the answer is at this point they didn't know. Oh, is that Chud's like watching the stream but not really watching the stream?
Classify it as but you shouldn't get mad at her for this because of her history.
That's like the chair meme.
No, I mean no one's mad at her for her history.
I think it makes sense if you want her to change her mind and to understand what she did wrong. Because if without that context, like again, that's why it's important if you know her.
We're back. He's back.
That you do include that context because she has to understand these disagreements are coming from an honest place, and we're not just doing it for clicks, right? Like that's so.
No, of course,
that's not the same. Yeah, there's nothing immutable about you, Chud. It's just
That's not the same though. That's not the same.
I have to say it. Oh my god, I have to say it. I like Anna, but I feel a little bit like this is the coddle the white lady out.
Chair does add value. Just like
Wow, coming from a place with love. Okay, coming from a fucking place with love. Referencing their race in a somewhat derogatory manner. Wow, that's so.
He's acting like that's a low blow or something. She's just supposed to shut up about it.
You can feel the love radiating off of that, can't you? Okay, is there a video where this woman talks without mentioning race? What do you reckon? Does that exist? Can this woman go for a period of time without ever mentioning race?
And you know why? And you know why? I thought this even earlier because before this,
he wants her to shut up and sit down.
Put out a thing too.
That's what I'm hearing.
I was like, boy, everybody sure feels the need to trip over their fucking feet to come out to defend her for getting cooked when all of the people get cooked all the time. I have yet to watch a video of anybody defending me from getting fucking cooked. I've never seen it.
Yeah, because you're really fucking obnoxious and annoying. And that's nothing to do with your race. It's because you're an obnoxious, annoying bitch. Yes. Nothing
There's
to do with
another
your race.
word for that, Chud. Are you a giga chat enough to say it?
Okay. If you acted like this as a white person, it would be exactly the same because you're just annoying.
I've never seen everybody come out. She has a lot of fucking bad takes, and then she gets cooked because she comes out unprovoked. She asks to be cooked. She got up today and she said, "Twitter, cook me."
Listen,
I have yet to delete the tweet. I want to make it clear. She has yet to delete the fucking tweet.
Wait, she hasn't deleted it?
Ratio. You know why? Because at the end of the day, she took 106,000 like tweets. She didn't even get ratio. She didn't even get ratio. She'll be all right. All right. She did it. Like, oh my god.
I mean, in fairness, just reading the room a bit. I do think, like this David guy, he always struck me as a bit more reasonable when I've watched this stuff. This guy's...
He's always struck me as a bit more reasonable. This is the reason that Olayemi's not on Leftist Mafia anymore, right? Like, I don't want to... From what I heard, it's actually David's chat that was talking shit about Olayemi. Right, they couldn't keep Olayemi's name out of their mouths, much like Chud can't seem to keep Olayemi's name out of his mouth, right? This is the reason that she left, right? Because of David Doyle's toxic chat.
It's a bit hit and miss, but clearly he seems to be a little bit uncomfortable here, right? Like, clearly he's a bit like,
Yeah, I feel like Chud's maybe going after David's audience. David, watch out. He's going after your audience.
Probably is genuinely friends with Anna, but then he's looking back at it and he's not kind of contextualizing
I don't know how he's not alt-right with his whole chest, right?
it this way. But obviously, if you're sat there while someone...
Does he have a chip on his shoulder? That's what I've been saying. I think so.
And is like fucking railing against someone and you're not doing anything about it. Yeah, it looks kind of shitty, right? Obviously, we can't see the whole thing. This is just a clip. But yeah,
yeah, I don't know, Zara, if it's 5 videos or 6 videos, but it's a lot of videos in the past month, over just a month.
Certainly this person is just popping the fuck off.
Quite a few videos.
I saw that Majority Report video that went up. It's exactly what Emma said on the show earlier today. And when I heard Emma say it, I was like, Emma put it great. And then I saw them put it up with the title that says Anna Kasparian is not anti-trans. I'm like, that's not the point. Why are you putting that as the title of the video? That's not the point.
This is where the concern.
It was an anti-trans.
So to be fair, like what happened on this stream, right? And you see Illuminati there. Illuminati, I don't think really commented on. I think Illuminati had her own scandal to hide at the time, right? But there's you got like them broaching the subject, nobody really wanting to say anything bad about Anna, and then Olay just kind of breaking that seal, and after that everything comes flooding out, right? Why the B word? Wait, where's the B word coming? I forget that YouTube might be like 5 minutes behind. In fact, you can be even more. Some people on YouTube, they like watch behind and then they comment and then they don't hear what I say for like a long time. I saw that thumbnail and I thought it was actual Jake at first. It looked like actual Jake. Okay. Electric Brain, thank you for the follow. You're like the you're like the master of follows. So many follows from Electric Brain. Welcome back. I wonder, is something going on with like my Twitch? Are people getting unfollowed or something? I don't know. Maybe we'll figure that out. But one thing that I really want to figure out is if we can get 2 more total sub points. If 2 more people sub, whether that's like an Amazon Prime, whether that's somebody paying $5 on desktop or $6 on mobile, or whether that's 2 gift subs, right? Or a mix there between, right? We will not only unlock extra content that has nothing to do with this guy, we'll move on to some more content that might be even more interesting than Chud Logic. Because, like, I mean, like, you know, as much as I like doing deep dives, as much as I want to understand what makes this Chud tick, right, there are other things to get to, and I'd love to be able to get to some of those. We can get to them if we hit that sub goal today, right? We will also unlock another day of content, right? We fell below 100 sub points, so we got rid of the Sunday stream, right? No more Sunday stream as of now, right? And I'm going to stick to that because I love math and I need 3 digits to be able to do the Sunday stream. If we get to 3 digit, I accidentally unfollowed. You're not the only one though, Electric Brain. I was clearing out my following list, lots of inactive streamers. Yeah, like you're not the only one though. I feel like I've had other people do it too, which makes me wonder if like maybe, yeah, 2 more subs will do it. 2 more subs and we're back on for Sunday. And I don't know, we might have to go revisit this shit again because I don't know if we're gonna get done with this. Like there's a lot of content that this guy's done on Olayemi, right? Wait, a CL? Oh yeah, called Olayemi a B. Yeah. Well, I did say that I think I did accuse Chud of bitching out on me over the debate, so I apologize for using that phrase myself, but I mean, I guess the context is a little different here. Someone gifted me a sub, whoever it was, thank you. Yeah, thank you for gifting Electric Brain a sub. Oh yeah, we've had quite a few gifts. Oh my god. Welcome to welcome to Irene Nation, Michael Seitz. That's right. We're gonna use Chud Logic's. Whoa, you became 2 times member. That means like Secret Halo Club, right? That's a Secret Halo member. Is it? Okay, I just had to watch. I had to watch.
Sense of the viewpoint she is legitimized. You see what I'm saying?
Anyway.
The conversation has just shifted to.
Anyway, we get the idea.
Yeah, that's right, Faye Molly.
Very loving comments there.
For us to be spending all this energy.
Look, I mean, we're here because we care, Chud. We're here, you know, to practice empathy, and you know,
Huddling her because she wanted this reaction. This has always been my position. Was always that this is obviously a part of a larger pivot. It always was. It was very clear. She needs because the reason why it's not us bringing this up. It was. I don't even know when it was. It was months ago.
In a lot of ways, Anna's practicing the same kind of utilization of outrage marketing that we're getting for Chud, right? So Chud, if you're wondering, like, you know, have I said anything bad about you? Really the worst thing that I've said about you today is that you practice the same sort of social media strategy as like a Donald Trump or an Andrew Tate, or I guess I could say an Anna Kasparian too, right? But if you're cool with those people, I mean, that shouldn't be like that big of a.
When this happened, right?
You heard about Chud from Lucy Haze.
She's decided to go on this right-wing little press run, doing all of this, calling our names and blah, 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 blah.
That was my favorite Chud Logic react. Lucy Haze.
She's the one who is throwing her friends under the bus, doing Emma Viglin and all these different people.
What is this right-wing press run they keep referring to? I know that they went on Adam and Sitch, right? I know they went on Adam and Sitch.
What is this right-wing press run they're referring to? Oh my god.
But like, other than that, also Adam and Sitch aren't right-wingers. Adam copes a bit. Adam is definitely more to the right than Sitch is. But,
oh, really?
You know, Adam is a bit of a coper on that front.
Is it what? Wait, Sitch is like less right-wing than Adam?
Press run they keep referring to. I know that they went on Adam and Sitch, right? I know they went on Adam and Sitch. Adam went on Adam and Sitch. But like...
Wait, Anna went on Adam and Sitch, not they.
Also, Adam and Sitch aren't right-wingers. Adam copes a bit. Adam is definitely more to the right than Sitch is. But, you know, Adam is a bit of a coper.
Did anybody hear what he said? He's like quiet. Can you get DK to turn you up, Chud? Can you get DK to like turn your volume up a little? We're having trouble hearing what you're saying.
that front. But he is like liberal.
DK, can you turn Chud up?
Right, he's not like far right or anything like that. But Sitch is pretty centre-left in his perspectives. If you actually
DK is like Chud's Jamie, right? So, you know, like Jamie on the Joe Rogan show.
listen to the things that he says and the opinions that he's got. You know, he's obviously just got criticisms of some of the extremities of the identity stuff. So yeah, I just don't see this right-wing press run that they're referring to. I do not consider Adam and Sitch to be like a right-wing show. They've had progressives on before. They tend to argue
Chud logic habitually degenders people. Everyone becomes they or that person.
middle of the road perspective on things. Like at most, maybe you could argue they're centre right in some of their takes, but other than that, I don't really see how they're like a right-wing show.
Right, she's the one, and it's because she needs that. She wants
What's
the
the
narrative you see
Johnson
from the very
He
beginning.
unironically thinks that that's gonna like make me mad, right? Chud, your audience obviously knows who I am, right? I'm not as concerned about you they-theming me as I am about like Dylan Burns introducing me to a bunch of people who don't know me at all as with those pronouns, right? There's a completely different situation, right? I don't know.
It first started happening, of her coming after me on Twitter or her tweeting with the right.
Look,
her
if
position was
you're,
always
if you're a Twitch bull shitlord, that is how you think you get to know comment chick, right? They think that it like burns me up. I'm like, oh.
making it look at how the left is. They dogpile, you know what I mean, and blah, 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 because she wanted to create the narrative that we've seen. She's seen play out a million times before of why left the left. Oh, the left is this, blah, 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 blah. So she needed to create.
Oh, he's doing it to Anna and Olayemi? See, I wouldn't take it personal.
Yes, that's exactly what the left is like. Like, I love how these people will just sit there and lie to your face. Yes, that's exactly what the left does, and that's exactly what the left does. Yes, you've been doing it this whole time, okay? You've been talking about this publicly in extremely provocative, excessive ways to create the worst possible impression of Anna. Like, they just lie to your face about what they do.
I bet he's asleep having class reductionist dreams right now. Dreams of going on a vacation with Peter Coffin and Caleb Maupin.
They're doing it.
These commentators, all these everybody come after me.
You think that's what's going on in Chud's dreams? It's kind of like that episode of Rick and Morty.
And it didn't, because everybody was so charitable, all the people in her lane, all of everything else. What did she need to do? She needed to strum up that controversy, that kind of fight.
Charitable.
To paint it to the right. That's why she waited 3 weeks to come on.
Charitable. You were saying, I like Anna, but this feels like coddle the white woman hour. Is that charitable, is it?
Hey, completely
These people are delusional.
No. It does. Like, look, it's just because, like, what Olayemi's saying is that she's gotten criticized for far less, right? That's what she's saying.
And started this, and from the beginning, she has been, and listen, it's not a mistake, it's not an accident, it's not getting it. She's a liar. She's a fucking liar, and she's a liar in 4K. All of these things are recorded. From her initial saying to me, oh, like the kind of people who demand you cook your friends. First of all, that never happened. What I said was, you came, oh, there's no reason for us to be coddling you because you wanted to be cooked. You asked Twitter to cook you on purpose. You have that tweet still up. You've doubled down in this position, so this is clearly the reaction when I said
she was doing your attention economy, social media, outrage marketing technique. That's what she was doing. That's why she said, you know, Anna comes on Twitter and is like wanting to be cooked, right? That's the same thing that you do. It's the Giga Chad, right? You know, you do something ridiculous. You don't apologize for it. You just double down on it like the Giga Chad that you are, like the Giga Chud that you are, right? And you do that outrage marketing thing that you learned from Devin Nash, no doubt.
I wanted to be cooked.
I mean, the thing is I'm pretty sure that Anna didn't want to be cooked. I think she gave a take, and people went crazy on her. And she was like,
cooked, Chud. That's what you don't get. Either that or you're being willfully ignorant. It's your strategy. She's employing that take meister strategy.
What the hell? Why is everyone going so insane mode on me for this take? Like, just because someone has a take doesn't mean or feel it's justified to cook them for it, obviously. You're sat there going, she wants to be cooked, she's not deleted her tweet. God, these people are they're so aggressive in the way that they approach discourse. And
he likes saying people are psychotic. Yeah, that's his go-to.
Be aggressive sometimes. Being aggressive is fine. But it's like this aggression for everything. Even like what Anna said, which wasn't even that crazy or insane of a take, you know?
Never said.
The thing that was weird about her take is it's a take that she'd already refuted, right? So it's like kind of like when you have a take that you've refuted in the past year, then people start to wonder, you know, who is the real Anna Kasparian? What do you really believe? Did you agree that like birthing person was like an acceptable phrase to connote or to denote people that are able to give birth, regardless of their gender, or do you now disagree with that? Like, right? That's what was weird about the birthing person thing.
Friends, but let's pretend I did. Let's pretend that's what happened. Me, a person who has no personal relationship with you, and who's not your homegirl by any means, shape, or form. I know you on the internet. I've had maybe less than a handful of Twitter interactions with you. I've appeared on your show where you and your co-host have disrespected the fuck out of me. I've still been very nice to y'all. That would my crime. It would be so egregious. You would consider that offensive to you. That if I were to say, oh, cook her. Meanwhile, you're dragging your own friends and colleagues, dragging them through the fucking mud, disrespecting them, lying on what they're saying, mischaracterizing them.
Has Anna done any of this? Are there any examples of this? Are there any examples of Anna doing
That's that's what Anna does now. This is Anna's thing.
Understanding of what this is the difficulty as well is these people can be very dishonest in how they present things, right? Because because the way I interpreted the series of events is that Anna had some takes. Like, for example, she was calling out some of this progressive nonsense that the DAs were doing of not putting, like, people that have repeatedly commit crimes in jails. I think they did some segments on, like, how stupid shoplifting was, so that should be dealt with. I think she expressed concern with some of the extremities of the trans advocacy stuff, like locking people in a classroom. I think she was critical of this, like, idea of birthing people rather than women and said she didn't like it. And then it was everyone responding to that in an excessive way that she then took an issue with and responded to. If there's examples of Anna going on to
yeah,
street...
if anybody's getting triggered here, it's Chud about, like, you know, using inclusive language.
And going on to TYT and talking trash and all this stuff on her friends, by all means, you know, we can look at that. But my understanding, unless I've missed something, is any of that activity is in response to kind of people that are kind of coming for her over takes Anna's had that, like, aren't even that severe or that unreasonable.
Feeding them to right-wing hate. Who's real fucked up here? Even if we were going on the friendship analysis, like she tried, because that's how she tried to paint this originally. Like some kind of betrayal was like, how she tried to present it, as though the rest of the show, the white people, are her friends, her personal friends, and they were all on her side, and the big bad black woman has decided and was trying to convince her friends to bully her. None of that is true. But it was deliberate. And I've said this.
Should we just watch the clip again? Like, this is just a completely dishonest representation of that clip that we watched, from what I can see.
I mean, like, honestly, with this issue, it's hard to tell where the willful ignorance ends and where the, like, the anti-black chip on his shoulder begins. It's really hard to know. She stopped smoking weed and it made her a TERF, apparently. All right, let's look at more thumbnails here. Yeah, like, this is wild. Calling Nick is not green, you know, this F apostrophe F what is this thing? An asterisk OT. Yeah, whatever that means, right? You're an WH asterisk RE. That's I feel like he just doesn't like being hoisted on his own petard. Which is wild, because if I had a petard, I would definitely want to be hoisted on it. That would be some sick shit right there, to get hoisted on your own. If I could get hoisted on my own petard, that'd be cool. Regardless, though, yeah, we got like a majority report using trans, I don't know what, you know, redacted to push lefty agenda. The lefty agenda. How does Chud Logic get any leftist credit? Well, I've gotten into that a little bit, right? There's a particular type of leftist, right, that we like to call a class reductionist. This is like somebody you know, Caleb Maupin, or actually no, Caleb Maupin and... See, this is the thing, is that class reductionist, the logical conclusion of class reductionism is third positionism, is the Nazbil vortex, right? But you know, that's the kind of lefty he is.
If I've got an audience of Nazis and I make a video about how the Jews are inferior, does that make it okay? If I brought you on, what if I brought someone else on for 10 minutes and they called you a retarded freak for 10 minutes?
It really doesn't matter unless you're looking for.
How does that not matter that you're putting in front of the... That's a crazy thing to claim.
Is this a debate? This is a debate. Chud debates independent black creator about Olayemi's recent interview with iDubbbz.
Without any evidence. Yeah, the community...
So Olayemi's not really in this video, right? This is a debate about Olayemi.
Olay's community, a bunch of retards. I don't like it.
I mean, like, look, it's even more extreme than Vosh, right? It's more extreme than Vosh. And the creator that I kind of compared him to, just because I know that this is like an old friend of Chud's, is Peter Coffin, right? And as we all know, Peter Coffin went down the class reductionist pipeline and came out the other end as some kind of patriotic socialist. Some kind of MAGA communist or something like that, right? That's how the Peter Coffin story went. So one wonders, like, what trajectory Chud Logic is on here.
They probably hate me as well.
There's an added
okay,
layer.
Like, my theory is that Chud Logic is auditioning for a spot on the Rubin Report with Anna and Jink, right? When TYT closes up shop, Anna and Jink will become part of the Rubin Report. They'll bring on Jimmy Dore, and Chud Logic wants a piece of that action. Peter Coffin makes me wonder what Ashley saw in him. Good question, yeah.
Talking about, I literally don't understand.
And like Ashley, you know, Ashley's awesome. Like Ashley Coffin famously thirsted over the Jan 6, the Jan 6 people, right? So, you know, not a great person either, but Peter Coffin was even too much for for Ashley Coffin.
You're trying to make.
Olay was not being serious, man. Are you for real?
What? No. She was. She. As I live and breathe. Hello.
How you doing,
okay.
Chud? You know.
I'm good. How are you doing? You okay?
Chillin'. So, what's your take on the iDubbbz conversation? I hear you're saying it's exploitative.
That
He called it exploitative. I actually was thirsting for Q Shaman. Really? Really? What's Q Shaman's name? Like Jacob Chansley or something?
take probably needs a bit more fleshing out. And I don't really understand what iDubbbz's mental state is. I just find it a bit distasteful that, like, clearly he's going through something, some development.
Chud, how long have you been in this and you still don't know how to set up debates on your OBS? Really?
And I feel like it's just like there's a pack of vultures circling him, ready to kind of get their claws in to benefit whatever political, race-based narrative in this Ole person's case to sort of benefit themselves. That's what it seems like.
Sure, but that's so you gotta be critical about it, right? So how familiar are you with Ole's content?
Oh, there we go. That's much better. That's much better. Thank you, DK.
You know she's like a lawyer, right?
She's calls herself a movement lawyer, I believe.
He's like a movement lawyer, whatever that is.
Okay.
I don't know all of her content, but I haven't seen a single piece of content that isn't dripping in race-based politics.
Dripping, you say?
I mean,
Oh,
unfortunately.
wait. Does he hate it when people do like the British accent to mock him? I can't remember.
Unfortunately, that's like the pigeonhole they get stuck in, or that's what they want to. So, like you said, how?
Who is it that hates Who is it that has a British accent that hates it when other people do that accent?
How would I explain it? So, like how Rice Gum is able to pivot and stay alive. He has the pulse not just on the culture, but on the viewer.
When Lucy did, he hated it when Lucy did the British
culture
accent.
of his viewers, the cultures of the people who
yeah.
watch him, right? So, just like Ole, majority of her viewers are.
Yo, he's still going though. He's just vibing apparently.
To think through a race-based
lens. If you want to come over here and vibe, my Discord, Sue Discord.
Right, and I don't even think she attacked him that much, right?
Well, okay, but she did. Like the whole point of it was to craft a narrative that what iDubbbz did wasn't enough. Even in putting in clips of her basically shitting on iDubbbz with Francesca.
The British are overrepresented. Yeah, you're not wrong.
The entire video was an attack on iDubbbz, framed as let's talk to her and figure out what's going on.
Look,
but that never verbatim came out of her mouth.
Okay,
so we have to be careful.
Out of her mouth doesn't mean it's not an attack. Like you can frame a video in a certain way to attack someone without making. That's obviously like the passive aggressive element of it, right?
Chud, I respect you too much to say something silly like that. You know for a fact.
I respect you too much. Okay, that's not. You lost my respect, Azzy.
If somebody is not,
unless you're joking,
constantly making that position, just because they have somebody on their platform who's allowed to make that position, doesn't mean that's their position.
Okay, but then I think the tone that she took in the interview was very different to the tone that she took when she was speaking to Francesca, and she even went out of her way to insert clips from the interview, which we just watched, into key moments to paint the narrative a certain way in terms of how iDubbbz responded to stuff.
And it's also different than the tone I'm going to take when I announce the fact that we've got an ad break coming up here in about 3 minutes, I think. In about 3 minutes, you're going to be served an ad. You're going to be forced to watch that ad, right? Unless you can figure out a way to get yourself out of that ad break using a Twitch Prime sub, using paying for a $5 sub, or maybe even if you get lucky, getting a gift sub if you're active enough in chat, right? And if 2 more people can do that, not only will you be unlocking an extra hour today, but you're also going to be unlocking an extra day this week, right? Sunday will come back. I will stream on Sunday. An ad, and yeah, that's right. So some people don't have to deal with those ads. If you've got a little face by your name, you should not be getting served ads. If you do, let me know, because something's wrong with Twitch, right? If you're subbed, you should not get ads, right?
Because it was supposed to be more of an interview. It's not supposed to be like,
I respect you too much, Chud Logic. Yeah,
like
right.
Them debating and her. She placated.
Wait, if it's an interview, just play the interview then. Why have we got all these extra context clips? And why have we got an additional conversation with Francesca Ramsey, where Francesca made claims that she didn't? It's not even backed up to this.
Wait, what? She explained that clearly, right? So the context is this. She talked to iDubbbz. She got iDubbbz to agree to, have that conversation with her. iDubbbz is trying to make amends for some of his past content, right? And she basically said that she'd be remiss if she didn't also talk to the people that were victimized by some of the content that iDubbbz did, right? And Francesca fits into, Francesca's that person, right? So that's why she talked to,
okay, be charitable to it.
He's making, vices out of virtues. And he's making virtues out of vices, right? Oh my god, thank you, Agleth, for a gift sub to Crystal Saphira, who will now not have to watch ads. Wow, we are so close to getting that, unlocking that extra day of content.
our audience.
And that extra hour of content.
Okay,
today.
if I've got an audience of Nazis and I make a video about how
Look,
the
if Chud's still streaming, then I'm gonna still like he's apparently been streaming for like 16 hours.
Jews are inferior, does that make it okay?
I think he's probably edging himself, right? That's probably what's going on.
This is not about morals. It's about the utility of it. We're not talking. We're not making.
Okay, so sorry, if a Nazi
Oh,
made
I think he's gonna come on here. Yeah, he's edging himself so he can come on here.
video
Yeah.
about how Jews are inferior and all of his audience were alt-right, you'd think there's utility to doing that, so fair play to them and good luck.
No, I'll be like, okay, everything is fair in content creation, but on like if everything is morally relative, of course it's bad.
Okay, sure. But the point I'm making is you're acting like, oh, we're arguing from a position of utility. I'm just demonstrating to you that that's not necessarily a good argument because you can argue for utility for lots of things. You need to judge it on the basis of what the content actually
You know
is.
what would be hilarious? A debate between... Now, I don't know if Olayemi necessarily wants to do this, but I feel like Chud Logic would not fare well in a debate with Olayemi, right? She could explain to you what a movement lawyer is, right? You seem to be really curious about that. What does a movement lawyer do? What is that all about, right? Why not ask Olayemi?
What they're saying.
So then exploit them how? Exploit them for a... Hold on, I just dropped my paper. Exploit
I'm
them
sorry,
for
Jeffrey,
content
I'm
sake, or exploit
sorry.
them for like a... This is
You're
what I
focused on the exploiting thing. You're focusing on the exploiting thing. I said that,
Okay,
like, I
so-
said that. That wasn't necessarily fleshed out. You know, I'm not saying, you know, iDubbbz is obviously in a position of wealth and power in this space, okay?
Right.
What I'm talking about is, it just felt to me watching that, it seemed to me that she was taking advantage
Wait, I think Lucy Haze did talk to Chud.
of this opportunity that she had.
Yeah,
to
that happened. That was real.
bolster her own...
It didn't get made into a video by DK, but it happened. If I didn't need to pay for my annoying Apple Music sub, I would gift more. No, totally. Thank you for gifting what you did. Like, I appreciate that, right?
You know...
Yeah, no, I don't want anybody to ever put themselves in a bad financial, place out of the need to gift to me and to gift to the community to open up more content, to open up another day of content and another hour of content. If you are need to like hold on to your money, there's probably somebody out there that can get us over the top, because it is at this point just one more sub that will do it. One more sub. And honestly, if we get that sub and then like one of the subs expires, right, I'm gonna count it as like reaching 100, right? Because that's my we reach 100 on the sub goal, it's locked in. We're doing an extra day this week. We're doing an extra hour today.
And knowledge of this cornbread tube thing, and on top of that as well was kind of doing this subterfuge attack on him whilst trying to act
One
like
more
she was being
sub
kind and
hype,
generous to him.
exactly.
And how do you assume that? What do you
I mean,
get
that's
that
just
from?
my that's my interpretation based on the video that I just watched. You know.
Okay, and I'm asking you, how did you come to that
So I came to that.
Go ahead.
Okay, I came
Go
to that
ahead, flesh it out.
conclusion
I gotta
because
get my DoorDash.
Okay, okay. Go on,
You're
just
on
go get it.
loudspeaker, so I'll still hear you.
Okay.
He's a little overconfident about how much he knows about the law in different countries. I know, right? I wouldn't know anything about the law in the UK. I don't know that much about the law in the US, right? I don't know why he thinks he's like the expert. Than she does about the place where she lives and practices law. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Well, my interpretation of that is based on the
What?
fact that the first 18 minutes of the
What?
video, I'm getting cut to real time here.
is that
the first
real?
18 minutes of the video were a conversation
Oh, no.
with someone else
No.
where the claims they were making were not verified. Francesca was able to make claims that to this point have not
That's not a real like leaving the like. Apparently, this person does leave the debate at some point.
been verified that iDubbbz made all this content about her, and also this airport story. Like, Francesca basically could say whatever cock and bullshit she wanted, not be challenged to provide actual evidence that it happened. And then not only that, that to me acts as a poisoning of the well for the conversation with iDubbbz. Oh look, iDubbbz is a bad person that led to Francesca being the victim of a racialized attack, right? We then get into the video, and that isn't even enough. Ole has to edit it, or whoever edits the videos, in such a way as to insert these additional context clips, which poison the well further in trying to interpret and talk about what iDubbbz is saying. That is why I've come to the conclusion that I have. Also, there was this element of her talking about like cornbread
No, I think we know why you've come to the conclusion that you have, Chud.
tube, which seemed totally out of place.
I think
It
it's
seemed
pretty
like a lot of this was
clear.
a vehicle for her self-promotion as well. And at the end of the day, I don't care if people want to, promote themselves.
Wait, DoorDash or Uber Eats, is one better than the other? Does one have a union?
Want
I
to do
don't
something
think they either of them have like a union.
with their channel. That's the name of the game. My issue is with people like this Ole person is they will act like they're doing something morally good.
Francesca isn't lying. Yeah, it's like anytime you don't like bring receipts on like every single thing, you get accused of lying by this guy. And these things happened over 5 years ago. Some things need context, true.
But it's quite clear based on the actions that this is a sort of clout game, and they're playing the clout game in this too.
Okay. Okay. So the DoorDash just called me. Yeah, I'm coming outside.
Oh wait, just
what I have
get
to
your
say
DoorDash.
is,
Yeah, there's no unions on. That's what I thought. That's they put you in that independent contractor.
yeah. All right. I'm gonna be right back.
Okay. He'll probably forgotten by the time he's got back, won't he? Dude, come on, what the fuck? Going swimmingly. Anyway, guys, how's it going? What's good?
I feel like I do have some food that I could get from the kitchen myself, but I don't want to leave you here, you know, in under Chud Logic's. Like, I'm afraid of what'll happen if I walk away with Chud Logic on the stream.
All right, I'm
Hello?
here. Got
Right,
my,
so okay.
Chipotle, we on our healthy grind.
Did you hear what I just
so
said?
yeah, so you're saying why not just let the full interview play? It was cut up and additional content was added and conversations were added where it poisons the well against iDubbbz and makes it more racially charged and puts more racial animosity towards him. I'm paraphrasing.
Wait.
Oh, because you got yeah. That's right. If you get a deal for one, yeah.
I'm not even talking about like the racial animosity aspect. I think the racial aspect comes in when she's trying to frame him attacking black people in content cops and their careers disappearing when they were making shit content anyway. Okay, so that's more my focus with the racial stuff. With this, it just seemed like it was an effort to kind of present.
So he's like shit content because this guy's kind of like, I don't know. I gotta say, he's vibing very much like an old school Gamergator, right? That's who thinks that Francesca was making shit content, right? This is the anti-SJW left, even more than Chud Logic is the anti-SJW left. Both of these dudes have the exact same beard shape. I didn't notice. Almost like 100% match.
To the audience what they should think about the interaction and what they should come away with, rather than what I think is more honest, which is just to present in full.
Oh yeah, totally. Electric Brain.
And then let people make their own minds up.
I don't have a car either. I totally understand
about what was said and what wasn't said.
Okay, so it wasn't a peer interview like you're saying. It was like,
I'm lucky enough though to have a bike and to be really close to public transit. So yeah, that's what I.
More content.
But
okay,
yeah, yeah, if I was somewhere else, like I might have to use that too.
But to be uncharitable to it, yeah, like you're right.
Well, what's your position on it then? What do you think about it? You tell me what you think.
So I guess I start from the center and I just move to the left or the right based upon how I feel about it. How I feel about it is the way she dealt with iDubbbz. She placated. She allowed him to speak. She didn't attack him. She may or may not have like told her how she felt about it. But she also said, "I understand because I have experience with my white friends. I have empathy for your situation." But at the same time, to be charitable to her video, okay, she's coming from a community. She thinks a certain way. It's a political, very political community where they are coming from one position and they're gonna move from that frame. So based upon her group, her mindset, the way she's gonna do with this content is she's going to allow those feelings.
Context was added, and that's bad. Chud Logic, I guess,
to be heard. Right, because
even though
allow the feelings to be heard, and just why put in all these extra clips? It just doesn't make any sense to me. Just if your interview technique is strong enough, and again, it feels like she felt it wasn't, which is why she did extra business with the editing.
I don't understand.
Have the interview.
Like, who's gonna be mad about like adding context, right? The extra clips. That's what he's mad about, right?
Even die by how good your interview is,
So then it probably wasn't a good interview. If you're gonna if we're
I don't think it was a good interview. No, obviously
so
I was very critical of it.
If you're doing an interview, you shouldn't have to use clips. Is that what he's saying? Why use extra citations?
All right, so it wasn't a good interview, but what is this poisoning the well? It wasn't a good interview.
An interview should stand on its own.
Probably wouldn't have held.
Okay, let me explain to you.
Hold on, because I just saw a.
No. Here's the deal. Let's be real, okay? Interviewing is a skill, and you develop it over time. And the more you do it, maybe the better you get. Maybe some people have like a natural inclination to it. Maybe for other people it's harder, but like it doesn't make you like a bad content creator, right? And especially if it's like most of your content is other stuff and you do an I don't know, like, and I'm also going by, his characterization of the interview as being somehow insufficient, but realistically speaking, you get the interview in the can and then you look at the tape that you have. And if something is unclear, then that's where context, that's where a clip, that's when, something that kind of explains stuff like comes in. Like when I edit my VODs, I throw up, if there's a term that I'm talking about, sometimes I'll throw up the definition of that term so that like, if I didn't define it in the middle of the content, that it's there for you on the video. It's just, it's just helpful. It's good practice. I don't understand how you can be mad about this.
Pomo interview, which I thought was a good interview, but I'm watching the audience saying it's uninteresting because they're not being polarized. They're just like allowing Chris to just speak, right? And
okay, let me ask you this: before I brought you on, what if I brought someone else on for 10 minutes and they called you a retarded freak for 10 minutes and not worth listening to, and then I brought you on to speak to you? Do you feel that would be a fair thing to do to you?
Well, at first, when I initially was dealing with this space, I always thought, okay,
wait a minute, you did that shit to me. Oh my god, no. I don't want to get back into this because this is dead drama that I'm thinking of here, right? And I don't need to bring it back or anything like that. But I literally could not get an interview with this guy just to tell my story of the Dylan Burns, thing. It had to be Dylan and me, right? I don't know.
As I progressed in this space and I was in it long enough, I realized that's just the nature of this space. That's the nature of this. If someone doesn't agree with you, you're retarded. If somebody agrees
there's
with
a
you,
difference between us having an interaction here and we're talking, and obviously if I said something like that to you, someone might look at it and go, I agree with Chud, or actually I think Chud's being too harsh there, and this Azion person has actually got a fairly reasonable position. That's up for the audience to decide based on the nature of interaction. But if I'm bringing someone on ahead of time, I'm putting in extra effort to basically turn the audience against you before you've even got a chance to say your piece.
So this is how. Wait. So you're. That's not. You may not be properly characterizing the Olay, Francesca, and Olay iDubbbz interaction.
How would you characterize what happened between Francesca and Olay
I can
leading up to
grab
the iDubbbz
that first.
food.
So I need to know. First, I need to know the timeline. Did she interview iDubbbz first before she spoke to Francesca, or did she speak to Francesca first after the iDubbbz apology?
I think she spoke to Francesca and spoke to iDubbbz, but to me it's
okay. So then now,
but what does that matter? Because it's how the video is presented, isn't it? Surely.
Because they're talking about the apology iDubbbz gave. They're not talking about the interview. So first, it was the. How did we receive iDubbbz apology, public apology, which was like controversial on both sides, those who aligned with him and those who didn't, and then afterwards, now iDubbbz has an opportunity to see all of that and then have an interview. And Olay gave iDubbbz.
I don't believe that iDubbbz saw that interview before he spoke to Olay. My understanding is that
it doesn't matter to Francesca because I would granted, but I would.
But Francesca was then able to perpetuate misinformation about iDubbbz, so she's not been able to verify. Like this idea that he created multiple videos attacking her, which isn't even apparently true.
But a lot of that doesn't matter, apparently. It doesn't matter, really. In the grand scheme of things, that stuff is going to be forgotten. It really doesn't matter unless you're looking for.
How does that not matter that you're putting in front of the...
Because we can't prove or disprove any of that. We don't have.
Okay, what if I had someone on before you came on and they called you a pedophile?
Okay, I would say.
I don't ask for evidence. I go, okay, it sounds about right based on what I know about them, and then I brought you on. How would you feel about that?
Okay, so then that's wrong. So that's not what Olay did. Olay didn't say, okay, that's right. Yeah, no, Francesca didn't.
Okay, what if someone came on and I didn't agree with them, but I didn't ask them for evidence and I just kind of let it slide? Like, if someone said that to me, I would say that's a very serious allegation. What proof do you have to demonstrate this? You shouldn't be saying stuff without proof, right? But she didn't do that. She didn't ask for any proof of what she was claiming. She just accepted that iDubbbz had made these attack videos, which then Francesca claims led to a verbal attack at an airport with which she feared for her life. That's a crazy thing to claim without any fucking evidence. And that was just allowed to sit. So obviously, people watching that are going to look at that and that's going to lead into the interpretation of that interview with iDubbbz. And they're going to be thinking iDubbbz created a situation through his content where Francesca was attacked at an airport, despite the fact there's no evidence that he even made any videos about her, let alone that this attack happened.
So let me not get you wrong. Let me get this straight. You're saying that there are videos out there that iDubbbz created about Francesca that led to
that's what Francesca claims
attacking her. So this is how I perceived it. I perceived it as in not just iDubbbz, but iDubbbz as being the person on trial right now. There's a community of individuals who created a culture on the YouTube space where when black creators like Francesca appeared to make videos in it, if they were held to they were held to a level of scrutiny that others weren't held to, and it was antagonistic against black creators. Therefore, it led to situations where weirdos would then come after Francesca. Are you saying there's like a direct line that Francesca was making?
She didn't say. If she said that, I mean, I'd be more amenable to that because I even said that there was some of those anti-SJWs that are now Nazis. So there probably was some racialized stuff, and I'm sure that she probably got some shit as being a very public figure, possibly into that. She specifically mentioned iDubbbz as a person that had made these attack videos on her, and she referenced the person that approached her as an iDubbbz fan who said something to her that made her fear for her life, according to herself, at an airport. This is very specifically about iDubbbz.
Okay, so then, all right, so yeah, what you're saying makes sense. So I'm not saying it's not about whether you're right or wrong. It's about like now moving from.
Did you watch the video?
Yeah, I watched the video. That's why I came to speak to you in the first place.
Okay, well, okay. I don't want to, obviously you feel you disagree with something, which is fine, but I feel like if we agree on that, that's fine. But what is it that's the issue then?
The issue is now you're saying that because Francesca has brought allegations that can be neither disproven or proven because there's nothing out on the internet for us to see, right?
That's wild that Chud brought up Filegate there was never any evidence with Filegate, right? It was like pictures of file architectures that I'd never seen before, right? And they were just like, oh no, these are no comment tricks. These are Irene's. Yeah, like there was never any fucking proof there, right? It was just like this weird. And the person that brought that forward was actually somebody who was creepy with me on Discord. Is this Quartering 2.0 a beta version? Possibly, I don't know. But yeah, it was. It was somebody who had hit on me in Discord before and then just gotten weird to me when I said that I wasn't interested, right? That's who brought forward the Filegate stuff, right? I don't really want to talk about her because she's toxic as fuck. I don't want to have anything to do with her. She's gross. She's toxic. I never want to hear about her again, right? But it was literally somebody that was scorned, right? Somebody who approached me and was I told them I wasn't interested and got mad because of that, and nursed that anger for years, right? I think it was like a year or two between this person hitting on me in Discord and them coming forward with the Filegate stuff. But yeah, there was like never any proof. It was the weirdest thing of everybody just like going on like, oh yes, these are Irene's files, right?
So, but this is like saying someone raped me, and then it's like, well, you can't disprove that you raped them. Obviously, I can't disprove that iDubbbz, never. I can't say to you, iDubbbz never made a video. Here's proof, because I can't do that. But surely, if you're making a claim that someone created content about you that led to you being racially attacked at an airport to where you felt threatened for your life, you should be able to provide some evidence of at least the videos existing, so we can look at them. Because obviously, if you watch the video that existed, I don't think it does, but if it did, and it was just fair criticism, then it's unreasonable to put the racial attack, which I don't think happened either. I think it's
no consistency at all with this guy.
Reasonable to put that on iDubbbz if he's making fair criticisms of her, even racial.
But you're talking about Francesca, not Ole. So that's Francesca. We can discount her. It's not Francesca's video. Whatever.
But Ole decided to put that in unchallenged into the video. It was her decision to include it.
Because it's not about the allegations that are important, it's the perspective that's important. Because it's not about Francesca versus iDubbbz. It's about the community, how community feels about iDubbbz, and how iDubbbz has apologized for it, even though the community wants more from iDubbbz. Literally, I was in the comment section saying it doesn't make sense for us to not be happy or content with iDubbbz's apology, because at least he's making the first step, right? If somebody makes a mess, you admonish them for it, you reprimand them for it, and then if they try to start cleaning up their mess, okay, you give them a pat on the back and you say keep going, and you hold them accountable. That's my position. There's a lot of people in the community that says I don't really care, and I'm not going to give them cookies for trying to.
You're talking about a hyper woke online black people who think they're representatives of the black race.
That's Ole's community.
Yeah, the community fucking sucks. Fuck fucking Ole's community. They're a bunch of fucking retards. I don't like any of them. They fucking probably hate me as well. And that's fine. I like it like that. Okay.
Because you say stuff like, okay, fine, but that's your.
This guy's got a huge chip on his shoulder.
Your prerogative.
Yeah, sure, but like, why should I give a shit what fucking Ole's community like? Some people probably like to watch rape videos. I'm still gonna.
Methink thou doth protest too much. What is up with that? Yeah, if you weren't here earlier, like Chud came in here, apparently he thought that like I was calling him something like, so the thumbnail says R *****ist, right? And, if you read the video description, we're very clearly talking about racism, right? Chud's mind went in a different direction, and he thought that maybe there was a P in there, right? And it wouldn't make sense for like the title, you know what I mean? It'd be a complete like non sequitur for the rest of the video. So if you oh my god, thank you so much, Are You Coden Son? Thank you for the follow. Odd choice for an analogy. Yeah, that is a really odd choice for an analogy. Holy poop, that went from 0 to 100 so quickly. Well, he's got a chip on his shoulder. This is the thing, right? He's got like a weird hate bone. A weird little hate bone. You know what I'm talking about? For Olay.
Criticize someone that's putting out rape videos. It's an extreme example, sure, but it doesn't matter what the community want. If I think the leader of the community is putting out content that I don't like, I'm going to say that fucking sucks.
Yeah, but again,
she's not the leader of the community. What are you
now
talking
you're saying,
about?
why is this about race? So I heard you say that. Why is this so much about race? So I have to ask you, what in you is making you feel that making this about race is a bad thing?
Well, I think when I'm talking about it being about race, I'm specifically, I probably mentioned it a couple of times, but the thing that comes to mind is this idea that Jinx is like been uniquely harmed by iDubbbz because a content cop was made about him. And I feel like that is linked to race. And I don't think it's anything to do with race. I think that there's certainly people who maybe had some racist undertones in attacking him or something like that. But I think more broadly, the issue is he made shit content. He was criticized for making shit content. He wasn't able to pivot to make good content. So his career ended up dying because no one wanted to watch his shit tier content anymore.
True, but now you have to add on.
Okay, so this name is familiar. Is Jinx the person that was the subject of the original ReactGate? Like, so before there was Filegate, my scandal, right? There was ReactGate, about Hassan's scandal, like they came before XQC scandal, but I feel like the first person that got talked about as far as doing reacts that people were mad about, wasn't that Jinx? Am I wrong about that? This is before my time, so I could be wrong.
Intangible dynamics of like the virtue of the white content creator who the allegations are he's been antagonistic against the black content space as a whole through the use of his language. Now, even though he's not trying to go through criticize Jinx through a lens of race, he already has a standing of already being antagonistic against a group of people based on their physicality.
Okay,
Now,
but how is he? I mean, look, I'm not going to sit here and defend everything Ides ever did. His catchphrase was N-word, F-word. Okay, I mean, I don't think there's, I'm not going to sit here and go, oh yeah, you should just go around saying N-word, F-word as your catchphrase. Okay, so like, I'm not saying that like I agree with everything he did, but I just don't really see how he's like antagonized the black community in the way that you're describing. I guess
I can make this very simple. I'm not saying he's like the Satan for black people. I'm saying that like if you let's take race out of it. If I start criticizing a type of like a genre of video games, right, like the role playing games, or matter of fact, no, let's just keep it even simpler. Like if I say I don't like pizza. Pizza sucks. Any type of pizza sucks, right? And then I go to a pizza somebody who makes content about pizza, and I say their content sucks.
Content about pizza? Content about pizza? Oh my god. This is so good, though. I'm so glad I got something to eat. And I didn't even have to use, like, any delivery service. Luckily, I had something in my fridge that I could just cook up really quick. Or not even cook. I think I just like, yeah, it's like cold, but it's still good. Trust me, chat, it's really good. Wait, pizza. 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 No one can decide what pizza is.
Pizza is.
This is a classic.
Why don't you go ahead and tell me what's on a
video
pizza?
Here.
Just say it out loud. Tell me what you would find on a standard pizza.
This is basically Hugby's version of like, what is a chair?
Oh, this video is not going to be one of those tired old arguments of, you can't put pineapple on a pizza? That's sacrilege. I can't believe it. A thing that people like to eat on top of another thing that people like to eat? What the fuck is wrong with you? You can put whatever you want on a pizza. You can put fiberglass insulation on there. You can put bubble gum.
Yeah.
You can put a second pizza that you burned slightly because you forgot it was in the oven. It doesn't matter. You can put whatever.
That's pizzaception.
Whatever the hell you want on pizza because the world unanimously cannot even agree what a pizza is.
What is a pizza?
So what were your answers to my initial question, which you actually should have participated at home along with? I'm trying to beat Dora the Explorer in the ratings. Did you say tomato sauce?
Yeah, I said tomato sauce.
Did you say cheese? You say
I
pizza
said vegan
dough?
cheese.
Wrong. A pizza could hypothetically be made out of mayonnaise and corn on a flatbread, and that's not wrong. Around the world, everyone's got their own fancy pizzas with all sorts of wacky and weird toppings. Yes, traditional pizza, as we usually identify it, started in Italy and spread to the rest of the world, but now there's so many different types of pizzas, are they really not a pizza? Are you sure? Let me give you some examples. Okay, first up is Australian pizza. Not getting too wacky, they just tend to prefer slightly different things. They turn the idea of pizza upside down a little bit, if you will, which I guess to them means that they just eat regular pizza. They often prefer barbecue sauce, ham, and pineapple. Again, nothing crazy, nothing wild. Sometimes when they want to be utterly disgusting and ruin a perfectly good pizza, they'll throw a fried egg in the middle as well.
Ew.
I get it. It's wrong, but I get it. All right, now let's take a look at Indian pizza here. Indian pizza doesn't typically use Italian or regular-ass mozzarella cheese. They go for a cheese called paneer, which is basically like a cottage cheese. Yeah,
that's
you know
melty.
the world's least popular cheese? The one that sits in your fridge until it rots?
Wait, that cheese is clearly melty. I didn't think the paneer could melt.
And you throw it out? Let's put that on one of the most popular foods of all time. Thanks, India. Meats in Indian pizza also typically include mutton or sheep and chicken tikka, which is basically chicken marinated in yogurt and spices. Chicken tikka's good. I'd put it on a pizza. Wouldn't you? Spiced chicken? Oh god, don't tell me. Don't tell me you're one of those people that thinks chicken doesn't go on pizza. Let me tell you a secret. Chicken mushroom pizza. Enjoy your grease factory known as pepperoni and your diarrhea festival of sausage. I'll take healthy and meaty. French pizza's pretty mundane. They usually just use a very thin, almost crunchy crust, and they top it with a shitload of cheeses. Fried egg, parsley, and garlic are also common here.
I think I've had French pizza before. I don't know. I wasn't a fan, but I think I got it from like a deli, and it had been sitting around for a while.
Gotten really all that crazy yet. Now let's get to the shit shows. Japan. How could you? How could you?
Yo.
How fucking could you? Domino's in Japan.
Damn, that's a meat lovers.
Japan is actually stupidly popular. They love Domino's pizza and pizza in general. Domino's has actually opened 50 restaurants per year in the last 10 years in Japan, which means they've given them ample opportunity to completely and utterly fuck up the idea of pizza. Popular Japanese pizza ingredients include mayonnaise. Mmm.
Mayonnaise and corn.
Oh, you see that thing covered in cheese and sauce, tomatoes, and this and that?
That's
it
a
needs
pizza.
mayo. Just needs creamy mayonnaise.
The clam sit gels are still on.
Is
Yeah.
on there. The creamier, the better. I want to.
It makes it extra crunchy.
Like gag every time I power this into my throat, please. But that's not where it ends. No, 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 no. Cooked potatoes, very often common in Japan. You've got one of the doughiest known foods known to man, with a literal tenacity for a pillowy, flaky crust. And you decide, nah, potato, potato it. Just slap a bunch of fucking potatoes on there. I'm vastly confused as how this is not Irish pizza.
It's when you want to carb up, right? Either that or you could use a cauliflower crust.
But what are you gonna do? And finally, yellow corn.
I mean,
I actually don't hate that one that much.
I don't hate that
Corn's
one either.
pretty.
Okay. Anyway, our minds are a little bit open. They said pizza, so I had to go to the. Pizza.
All people are going to see that because they're not going to be critical, you know, and they're going to say you hate pizza. That's why you don't like the content. It's not because the content is bad. It's because you don't like pizza. That's why you're being so there's an added.
Okay, what the fuck are you talking about?
We are once again 5 minutes from the ad break, and I need to remind you once again that you can get out of that ad break before it even happens with an Amazon Prime sub. If you have Amazon Prime, you can hook it up to your Twitch, and you can get a free sub that'll let you get out of the ad break, right? If you don't have that, you can pay $5 if you have $5 on desktop, or $6 if you have $6 on mobile, and get out of the ad break that way. And if none of those things work for you, well, your best bet is just to be active in chat. And somebody hopefully will see the fact that you don't have a little Persona 2 icon. That's the key. If you have a little face by your name, you're getting out of the ad break, right? So, you know, there is some chance that somebody might gift you a sub. It has happened actually quite a bit today, right? People have been pretty generous with their gift subs. So that is another way that you could possibly get out of the ad break. And again, it is coming. Yeah, use your Prime if you have it. It's coming because any of those, right? Any of those kinds of subs get us to our goal of 100 total sub points. And will allow us to open up a whole new hour of content in today's stream, and a whole new day of content in terms of adding back the Sunday stream that we lost earlier this week. That would be like a huge W. If after that L of losing Sunday stream earlier this week, when we fell under 100, we could go back over 100 and add the Sunday stream back. That would be so awesome. But
I literally don't understand.
Only time will tell.
And what point you're trying to make?
I literally said, if you say pizza sucks in general, objectively, and then you go to somebody who makes content about pizza and say,
So are black people
this
pizza?
content
Is
bad.
that right?
Yes, black people is pizza.
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
You know, baby steps. The black people is pizza, right?
Okay, this is this metaphor has gone out of hand.
I literally said, if you say pizza sucks in general, objectively, and then you go to somebody who makes content about pizza and say,
So are black people
this
pizza?
content
Is
bad.
that right?
Yes, black people is pizza.
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
You know, baby steps.
Oh my god!
The black people is
It
pizza,
happened!
right?
Okay, but the thing is like, I
Anonymous
even say
gifter made it happen.
fucking annoying to some of my chat that think anything, they're literally saying racism is bad is soy, okay? Probably
Achievement unlocked! Achievement unlocked!
the racism audience.
We're going
I even
long
said
today.
that like iDubbbz video made me a bit like, okay, even though it's a meme or a joke, I personally wouldn't call a black person Edward soft day when I'm offering like a criticism of them.
We're going long today, chat. Unlike Chud Logic, right? Who's gonna have to probably end his stream at some point, because I don't even know. I think it's like the middle of the night in his part of the world, right? But unlike Chud Logic, we're going long.
出先で避ける組のマンゴー見つけてさ、本当？バイク便で送ったから、そろそろ吹くと思うよ。
すごいタイミング。
サインお願いします。
Long, long,
ちーちゃん、聞こえてる？
Chi-chan.
届いたよ。ありがとう。
マンゴー味珍しいからたくさん買ったんだ。今度二人で食べようね。
Of course he has time.
避ける組対長い避ける組。
No, I want to see the long, long gummy.
それ触ってみてもいいですか？
どうぞ。
長い。これどうやって咲くんですか？
こんな風に。
Long, long, ダメ。
すいません。避ける組対長い避ける組。
Oh wait, one more.
はい。
電話出ないから心配になって。
ちょっと寝込んでて。
これ持ってきたから一緒に食べよう。
今日は。
Let's eat together? He like brought that like that was like a whole entree.
ちょっと待って、今はダメ。
Long, long. You're excited because you got the long man. Nom. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no. The frustration, right, of dealing with the fact that there are long men out there, men who can do much longer streams than any Twitch poll, Andy, right? Let alone Chud Logic. Let alone Chud Logic.
And like imitate a black person speaking. Like not even I would do that. That's too rich for my blood, you know?
Yo, no, you'll only do a black VTuber, right? You'll only do like look. Does everybody know about his whole thing? There was like a debate that he was in, and somebody pointed out that it was just like, you know, he was talking about stuff that really, like, you know, it's not exactly right for a white person to be saying. Like, it's not his position to say. And he's like, hold on for just a minute, and he comes back, right? And this was when he was using a VTuber. He comes back with a black VTuber. He's, you know, literally doing like a digital blackface to I guess prove a point or something like that. So anyway, I don't know. I mean, like, maybe he's not gonna.
I even think there were things in the video.
He's done something very similar to that. Like, they're doing the Lady and the Tramp thing. I know, I want somebody to do that with.
That I would be critical of and wouldn't agree with doing. However, I think that the core part of his criticism was this idea that he was acting like he was grinding and doing all this work, but the actual material of his content was just basically playing a video and sometimes laughing to it.
Are we talking about Jinx? Does anybody know about Jinx? This is literally before my time. I don't know about Jinx.
So the reason that then that led to maybe more criticism.
You know what the funny thing is, though, is that Xander Hall is like outdoing Chud Logic's stream right now. I never thought I'd see the day, but it's happening, right?
Starting a channel anymore is because that fundamental criticism was true.
Xander Hall is burying Chud Logic.
His content sucked, and he wasn't actually a good content creator, and used, you know, the kind of like React content.
I know a chess streamer that said he wouldn't stop streaming until he got X amount of followers or X amount of points. Oh, on his chess score. Interesting.
It's a crutch, basically.
Well, we're gonna go kind of long today, for sure.
That doesn't negate the added scrutiny of you using charged language that is antagonistic, right? In media, right? Maybe behind closed doors you say whatever you want, but if you're saying it in public, you
see here that's a Destiny take, like, right? If you're on Twitch poll, like, though, you have to say that, right? If you ever say that somebody is wrong for like using the N-word in private, you're like persona non grata. This is like a take that literally when you sign up for Twitch poll, this is something you have to accept. Jinx is one of the people in the iDubbbz video that he called the N-word. What? Oh my god, I thought that he only used the N-word like, I didn't know that. God, see, I wasn't around for iDubbbz. I wasn't around for Content Cop. I don't know anything about any of this stuff, right? Ended up getting harassed by iDubbbz fans. Yeah, I mean, like,
can't split the F-word, N-word from iDubbbz, the pre-apologetic iDubbbz. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, I guess my view is just that. Go on.
You can't do that. You can't. And if you're doing that, you're being people are going to say you're being too charitable.
The trouble I've got with this is I've not seen iDubbbz video. I've seen a short clip, and my presumption would be that she is using the worst possible clip she can, you know, to paint iDubbbz as racially attacking the Jinx guy.
But this is the funny thing: is iDubbbz has no problem apologizing. It's these weird commentary shitbros that do, right?
I would need to watch the full video for full context, but my guess would be that if I watched it, it would primarily be him criticizing his content model as being lazy and exploitative of the content.
Chud, if you could, can you get me a video on Turkey Tom? Get Turkey Tom to cover Filegate. That'd be great.
He's reacting to. That would be my guess, and that's why.
Okay, if you want to,
we gotta get these commentary bros chirping about me.
The micro, that's fine, but I think you're being too micro-baiting about this. We're talking about the macro,
the macro.
Not even the macro race.
It wasn't just Content Cop. iDubbbz was super racist. I was under the impression that he said the word to be edgy, but that he never used it in like a against someone. Like, what is the latest BS? Indeed, V, you just missed. Chud Logic was in the chat, was in the spot that you're in right now, and acted like he wanted the smoke, but it turns out he doesn't. He kind of he tucked his tail, he tucked his tail, I won't describe the tail, under his legs, and he left, right? He did not want this smoke. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I guess his chat wanted him to talk to me, but he obviously had no interest, and he ran like a coward. President Chud Day.
This is the macro attitudes towards iDubbbz and iDubbbz apology. It's about iDubbbz.
People were nice to him though. Nobody was mean to him. But yeah, he thinks because of the thumbnail, like the thumbnail's pretty clear, right? What is the missing letters in the thumbnail is A and C. Yeah, right? In that, R apostrophe. He was asking if it maybe was A and P, right? Which doesn't really seem to fit with the context at all. I don't know where that comes from, but it sounds like, that sounds like a him problem.
Apology and the steps he needs to take.
I don't even want to know where that comes from. Chudgate sounds like a horrible. The village is like yeah, like a gated community.
I mean, that's
Chuds.
fine to have a conversation about that, but like Ole's.
That's the
idea,
conversation.
Yeah.
How does a white streamer use a catchphrase? Oh, that's right. Yeah, that was his catchphrase. He called his audience inward F slurs, right? No, like to be honest, I just have never watched.
I thought his idea sucked. She thought
like the old iDubbbz stuff. I think I might have seen the Leafy one, and the did I see the Keemstar one?
That iDubbbz should cut a check to fucking Jinx, because why does Jinx deserve money? Because iDubbbz years ago created a video about him, which was, I'm guessing fairly reasonable criticism mixed in with some.
I think the reason is that a lot of people were doing that same kind of content, and iDubbbz, being black, was the only one who caught shit for it, right?
Some edgy, potentially racist jokes. Why does he deserve to get a check cut for that when his content sucked and he probably didn't succeed because his content sucked primarily?
All that.
Did he say AVB? I didn't hear that.
Might be true, but how big was Jinx audience, right? And then
I don't know. This is the problem.
People are very groupthink. People are very groupthink. Once a content creator becomes,
he doesn't know, then why is he mad? I don't get it.
Somebody who sucks or somebody who's less than. Like people start to it's like watching your favorite movie and then your friends say this movie sucks, right? And then you just can't watch it anymore because all your friends said it sucks now. So now your feelings about it is changed. So somebody and some people are.
People have said that, but people have said that about Keemstar, and he's still going. Or is that because he's white?
No, it's not because he's white. Okay. It's because it's like Rice Gum. Rice Gum has tapped into an audience, and he's like the cockroach. He was iDubbbz was very accurate when he said the cockroaches of content creation, as in literally no matter what they do,
language, nice.
It's not dehumanizing. Cockroaches survive atomic bombs. That's the point.
No, I understand. I was just being a bit silly. Yeah, you're saying that someone is adapt to overcome, survive. That basically is what these content creators have done.
I feel like Chud's kind of like that too,
My point
right?
is, if Jinx had done that, he'd probably be fine.
As far as surviving.
I don't know.
True, but unfortunately, Jinx didn't. He didn't pivot.
He found that audience that just doesn't care how big of a piece of shit he is, and the bigger a piece of shit that he acts like, the more they like it, right? Because their piece. I said I wasn't going to say anything mean.
And iDubbbz contributed to the downfall of Jinx.
Yeah,
Did he not?
Okay, let me ask you a question. Let's say that I set up a channel and I wasn't even on screen, and all I did was re-upload other people's videos, and that's all that I did. And then a content creator said, look at this channel here. All they're doing is re-uploading other people's content and completely breaching that IP and not doing anything. And then people were like, oh yeah, that's true. And then I ended up, not making content anymore. Would you view it on the same lines?
No, but at the same
time. Why not? Because it's the same principle.
Is that really what Jinx did, though? Look, I don't know about this controversy. I'm for my... I'm not going to go out on the limb and make, opine on things that I don't know, like Chud is. Who is this white Chud on the right? From the thumbnail, it looks like Quentin, licked at the hair and beard. Some people think it's the quartering, but no, it's actually Chud Logic. Chud Logic of Lucy Haze fame. Remember the streamer that Lucy Haze roasted? That's this guy. This guy right here, right?
Problem with this cornbread tube thing, with this obsession about race, removal from class politics, which I just don't really like. That's my main issue.
Okay, even if that's true, I still think you're...
Removal of class politics. There we go. Peter Coffin. Right? You can take the Peter Coffin out of the Chud Nation, but you can't take the wait. You can't take the Peter Coffin out of the Chud Logic. I don't know. Something like that.
Being a little too gung-ho on it. That's my position. I feel that iDubbbz is doing a good thing. iDubbbz apology was sufficient, and whatever iDubbbz continues to do...
I feel like we're getting baited here, because this video seems to be, this conversation seems to have come to, a natural conclusion, and yet the title of this weird race-baiting apologist they seem to have had a good conversation, and yet in the thumbnail... in the title, it's weird race-baiting apologist leaves halfway through the debate. Is this really halfway through the debate? It feels like this debate could be over now.
You should continue to do it.
I'm trying to see what ended the debate.
Don't backtrack, because now you have a critical lens on you, and now black people feel just a little bit safer when they go to any type of convention and they stand next to iDubbbz. That's the guy who doesn't want to be racist.
Okay, I mean, Someone is saying in chat here that kind of gung ho is my brand. I guess it kind of is. Obviously, I'm going to make hyperbolic and harsh statements about people, but I think my fundamental critique is fairly reasonable.
Yeah, this is advertised as a debate.
Are willing to listen out for it, but anyway, listen.
No, I'm not
You're
saying
really insufferable, and you've got your fucking food to eat. Okay, make your final point, and I'm moving on.
I agree with you on most points. I wouldn't be in your chat.
Clickbaited. Okay, so he's doing clickbait too. All right, whatever. I don't care. Look, I'm not like he's gonna try to say I'm mad about like literally everything that he does. Like being surprised about something, and being mad they're two different things, right? So here's the whole super mega thing. God, do we have to watch this? I feel like we have to watch a little bit of this. I don't want to watch this. We got super mega, and we got the most recent video. I feel like there's still stuff that I haven't covered, right? I feel like there's more videos. We watched that one. We didn't watch the one with Lance. Yo, look at this again. Disgusting RA mystery letter IST. What is the point of that? Look, isn't this just what he criticized me for? He came in and he got triggered by my thumbnail, right? I thought it was clear enough from the context that, we're talking about your weird like hate bone with Olayemi, that's it seems like more about that a C would fit in there rather than a P, but Chud logic went straight to the P. I don't know. I literally do not know what's up with that, but as someone famous once said, hurt dog hollers, so I don't know what Chud logic's hollering about. I hope I never find out, to be honest, because I'm a little grossed out now. Let's take a look at this.
Also, the other thing I think is Francesca shared a video.
We can't see the thumbnail you were hovering over? Oh yeah, because I was hovering over it. Wait, which one was it? Oh, it wasn't the thumbnail, it was like the title. Yeah, right down here, Lion Lance, see? So, like if I go over it, you won't see the... It's not about the thumbnail though, it's about the title. Lion Lance Disgusting RA Mystery Letter IST, right? It feels like he's doing the same thing there, and that is 4 weeks ago that he tried to criticize me for. So I don't know where this Chud is coming from. I still don't know what makes him tick. Let's see if we can find out. God, do we want to click on this? This is the Nick is Not Green video.
I mean, obviously this person is insanely biased, and I would not take a single word they say about this seriously. There'd be a white woman...
So yeah, the title of this one is Biased Simp. So yeah, we're kind of, he hates being called an incel, but this is like the language that he's using, right? So anybody that agrees with a woman ever is this thing, right? Calls this the person that well, you're gonna see what Don DRR did, right? And it's kind of gross, right? I don't know, maybe like I can sort of relate to this, and it's not a great thing. Calls Don DRR a blank to defend his queen. So why is Nick is Not Green a simp? Apparently because Nick is friends with the person who got victimized by the other person working at Super Mega.
Crying,
oh, that drove to me.
Not knowing that they have a
yeah, literally boob baiting with Olayemi.
predator in the same room as them.
Oh my god, this guy's such a fuck! Oh my god, I want to say it, man. And the second he's alone with you, he's going to tear your fucking clothes off and put you in the asshole. It's ridiculous. God, it's just the entitlement is off the charts with this story. How does this guy sleep at night? He's calling him a piss. People.
You're asking how other people sleep at night?
But this prey for e-girls to get every
How do you sleep at night, Chud?
night. If you're going to come out with some bullshit story, no wonder it's so hard to find a partner, you whore.
Like how much melatonin are you on?
Let's watch this video. So this is the soy response that I've been looking for. Let's have a look. 300,000 views.
Hey everyone.
Soy response.
Hope you're having a good Saturday. I'm currently shooting this video on Friday night at about 10:30 p.m. So if any details have changed since then, I'll do my best to keep everything updated in the video, but I'll let you know how to keep up with the story as we go. Today's video is going to be a little bit different than normal. It's not really about a drama or any like internet tomfoolery. It's actually a much more serious story that
I love it when people do that. It's not, someone comes out with like this allegation of sexual assault and then all this other drama stuff, and then people go, well, this is actually very serious. Now it's fucking internet drama. Give me a fucking break. It's fucking internet drama like all the other shit is. It's just, she's managed to make it everyone believe that.
It's literally not. It's literally not.
She was giga assaulted. So now we've got.
Giga assaulted. Okay.
Treat it super seriously. So stupid.
Involves
someone that I'm personally friends with, someone who goes by the name Lex or Lex Up.
Right. Okay. I guess there we go. We can expect a complete and utter lack of any, you know.
Yo. So you're never allowed, like, right? If your friend gets victimized by somebody, doesn't have a lot of clout, and you do, you're never allowed to, like, right now, like, look, I gotta be honest, like, I've had some messed up stuff happen to me in the content space, right? And when I've had friends, people that cared about me, that were willing to kind of do the work of putting together the information so that I didn't have to get re-traumatized by all that stuff, like, you know, those are good friends, right? But no, according to Chud logic, this makes Nick Green a simp and a soy boy.
Bias. We'll throw that out the window straight away.
He's all about that self-report, isn't he?
Dog online, and she's also
All
the partner
about
of one of
it.
my very good friends. Ethan is online, and that's kind of how I first.
Wait,
Well,
that was the guy
we're
we just
going to see, right? Because this is really telling too. How on the earth is this drama, right? You're going to see that, like I said before, there's a certain camaraderie of the accused, right? And I think that chip on his shoulder is based on accusations that were made about him. Now, these are accusations which I think were misstated and overblown. Something that Keffel said on a stream and then immediately like walked back, right? Because it was overstated, right? The thing that actually happened was that you know, Chud was kind of using his Discord as like a dating site, right? With him as the creator and you know, people in the community as his you know, as his targets, right? So I mean, like, that's yikes, and that's weird, but it got turned into something that it wasn't, right? There was a you know, really weird person who was modding for Keffel, somebody that I've had some experience with and just has raised all kinds of red flags, right? And they fed Keffel's that information. Keffel said it, and immediately, right? Immediately the Clout Network the Twitch Politics Clout Network swung into action, like attacking Keffel's over that, right? And she had to walk it back because the things that she said were like, that's not, you know, what happened, right? There's no proof of you know, what she was, you know, putting forward, right? But you can't say that he did nothing wrong, all right? Unless you're okay with somebody using that kind of power balance between a content creator, you know, a fairly sizable content creator, and somebody in his community, right? So that's what should have been stated. That was the harm that was done, right? But it got overblown, it got overstated, right? And you know, it caused all kinds of problems for Keffels after she said that. And what that does for a dude like Chud is it then sort of it protects him against any future claims of impropriety. And there's a lot of impropriety to go around, right? But not that.
That wasn't it. Hang on a minute. And then someone was in my reply saying, look at Ethan is online if you want to get out of the incel pipeline. That's the person we just looked at them. What?
Wait, Chud covered Ethan?
His partners with this, but that's weird, isn't it? I wonder what that's about. That's really weird. So someone is recommending the partner of the person making the allegations to someone to get out of the incel pipeline.
Chud, if you want to watch some good Ethan is online, I highly recommend the debate against sensitive society.
Okay.
It might help you get out of the pipeline.
Christ, man, the web goes deep.
First began learning about the situation. So today's story has to do with a YouTube channel by the name of Super Mega, who is kind of in the circle of YouTubers that a lot of you probably know. And if you don't remember Matt and Ryan, you might remember them from the first creator clash where they both had the shit beaten out of them. And on Thursday, Lex, who was a former friend of Super Mega that started working with them a couple years ago.
So yeah, Creator Clash, we're kind of talking about iDubbbz again, right? Creator Clash is a boxing event. You might have seen it. Logan Paul participated. A whole bunch of people participated. In the most recent one, there was some drama between iDubbbz and oh my god, I can't remember who it was. iDubbbz and somebody who ended up like the one thing that iDubbbz doesn't want to deal with is Sam Hyde. Sam Hyde's that guy that's like obsessed with Hassan, has, you know, just been kind of clout chasing Hassan. Apparently he's also clout chasing iDubbbz, right? And iDubbbz doesn't want anything to do with him. He said some really creepy things about iDubbbz and his wife, right? So and then this other creator who was supposed to be in the content in the creator clash, like literally started doing content with Sam Hyde, right? So that, you know, that this is where you might know about the creator clash from, right? We're talking about the first creator clash, though, I think.
Making art for their thumbnails, came out with a video over 2 hours long that detailed her experience with Matt Watson and Ryan McGee from the YouTube channel Super Mega. This also included experiences with multiple employees that were hired by Super Mega, including another channel artist by the name of Don and a producer that worked closely with them by the name of Jim. Now, above anything else that we're talking about in today's video, my main objective for this video is to lift up Lex's voice.
So, you seem a little upset, Chud. Can you mind telling us what's wrong?
It is. I mean, obviously, this person is insanely biased, and I would not take.
So you're biased if you're like friends with somebody, but if you're friends with the accused, and you come out and attack the victim, you're not biased. Is that what we're getting?
Single word they say about this seriously. To be fair to them, at least they've made that clear. So that's one tick in the box, I guess. They have made it clear that they're going to be very biased, but. Oh man, lifting up her voice. Give me a fucking break with this shit, will you?
There's a vice signal right there.
I'm gonna watch it all. I might as well. I'm in no rush today. We got a few other things to look at. We got this React drama, which I'm gonna cover, but I don't know at this point.
So you should have been covering Filegate. Even back then. That's the biggest story out there, Chud, is Filegate. Let's talk about No Comment Chicken or Files. But look at that. Isn't that weird though? When you think about it, right? Filegate was brought forward by somebody that I rejected in Discord, right? Filegate was somebody that was mad at me because I was not interested in them in the way that they were interested in me with. And like once again, the camaraderie of the accused, right? There's a little something going on here, right? There's not nothing going on here. To quote Joe Rogan.
I don't know why you sent me this.
And allow her to be heard about something that she felt unsafe talking about for a very long time. I urge you guys to watch her video and hear out what she has to say so you can know just how gross the details of this story are. There's a lot of sensitive information in this video that...
He is still streaming. Can anybody tell me, has he talked about me more? I'm curious.
It would be very hard for really anybody to talk about, and despite that, Lex was able to talk about a lot of personal experiences that...
iDubbbz fought Dr. Mike in the first content creator clash.
Really should never need to be this public, but unfortunately because of the...
I mean, these were two guys from Super Mega. They said their name before.
Actions of some pretty horrible people, she has decided to come forward and talk about everything that happened. So about 2 years ago, Lex was in a long-distance relationship with Don, who was, again, another channel artist for Super Mega, and she met him for the first time in Los Angeles.
I was really freaked out after that, so...
Is it just... Okay, I'm listening back to this again. I'm going to ask you a question, chat. Does the way she's saying this make this sound like truthful to you? Does the way
No, anytime a femoid opens her mouth, she's obviously lying, Chud. You're right. I'm glad you caught her on that. She definitely dishonesty is what I'm getting. No,
saying
come
this,
on.
the tone, the way she's engaging and acting, even the way she's saying it, it comes across as there's.
I don't know how they want us to say it, right? If we're nonplussed about it and professional, then we're obviously it's not real because we're not emotional. But if we are emotional, then that's another reason not to trust us, right? There's just
something not quite right with it, you know. And I think that was my first indication when I watched it. Was there's something a bit uncanny about the way she's saying it, you know. I don't know what's going to happen. Is people are going to be like, "Oh, you expect a rape victim to act perfectly?" No, I'm not autistic.
No, I don't think you expect them to act perfectly. I think that if she acted perfectly, you'd attack her for that, right? I think you're going to attack her no matter what because of what I said before. The camaraderie of the accused is strong with this guy. Strong.
This, and I'm able to kind of interpret and read human interaction fairly well. And I'm looking at this and I'm just, you know, responding to my gut instinct in some way on this. And also the fact that she's leaving out details, which he's got a different story. The truth is probably somewhere in the middle, right? Generally speaking, when two people are telling a story. But, you know, like I say, it just feels like she's massively overstating what happened.
I mean, not always. Like, I don't... That's a weird assumption to make. Look, you're calling Nick Green biased here, right? I gotta say, you got some kind of bias. You got some kind of dog in this race, Chud. I don't know what it is, right? I don't know what it is, but your empathy is moving in some strange directions here, okay? That's all I will say.
Just kind of serve her own ends for her own story on this.
Eventually he let me go, but I just kind of shut down and just went with like whatever else he wanted that night.
Even after this,
and the thing is as well, is she even says he let me go, so he didn't force her to do the thing.
Yo, no, you did not hear what. Okay, so let's go back to what she said, right? I think I got this. Like, right? He asks her, you know, to go down on him. She says no. He asks her again. She says yes, but like, can you be gentle? He proceeds to push her head down, okay? And after a few attempts to push her head down and her saying no, 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 he relented, right? He relented. Am I hearing this right? Did I get this right? Also, the problem to be like, I'm not autistic, so I know how to read people, but is that what he said? God, Chud is... is Chud... I don't know, Shakespeare. Glad he can tell the difference between her experience and being essayed, and thinks that he can read her like a subreddit full of red arrows and green lines.
And then she went along with whatever else he wanted. What does that actually mean? Like, you know, if he let you go and he didn't continue.
If he lets you go, wait. So if he eventually ends up letting you go and doesn't force you to look, if somebody says no and you push their head down, what do you call that? What is that? What is that? Because it's pretty clear to me what that is, but maybe not to Chud.
Anything else? And his side of the story is very different. His side is he asked for
maybe Chud is a little bit confused about things like that, right?
Job first, she said no. He asked later, she said yes. But she's got a cold sore, so to be gentle.
Literally, that's literally what he's doing.
During the course of it, he pushed her head down.
He's like a movement lawyer in his own right, but for the men's rights movement, right?
She reacted badly. He immediately stopped, profusely apologized, and they watched a movie or something. So again, you know, unless you're just saying that she is absolutely 100% relaying exactly what happened in the way that she has there's definitely more to the story, I think.
And as we all know, femoids always lie, right?
Situation, Don continued to cross several boundaries with Lex. Subscribing to her OnlyFans after they broke up, he continued to tell people that they were dating each other. He made character. Don continued
went with like whatever else he wanted that night.
Even after the situation, Don continued to cross several boundaries with Lex. Subscribing to her OnlyFans after they broke up, he continued to tell people that they were dating each other. He made characters in his art based off of her. And
by the way, I mean, the OnlyFans thing, don't know about that. The dating thing, not sure what that bit is about or what relevance is that. This claim here of he has said that character isn't based on her at all, and the character dates back to before they started dating. So.
He even threw around the idea of marrying.
So what do you think about that? Like, you know, somebody like. He kind of yada the OnlyFans thing.
So he could get a green card into the United States to work for Super Mega, and even Ryan and Matt.
So what? What is it's literally just throwing on as much as you can. Oh, he said that they should get married for a green card. People talk about that shit all the fucking time. Why is that like something against him? Who fucking cares? It is a CDO of allegations.
Both pushed this idea onto Lex.
Once again, he asked Matt.
And also, they were dating at the time that happened. He's making it sound like it happened after. They were dating whilst they said that. Like, what? If you're dating someone, is it bad to like talk about marrying someone for some reason? Like, they were together like, what, 4 years or something? Again, for me, no thank you, okay? I'm terrified of commitment, so no thank you. But I don't think it's that.
Yeah, you would never talk to somebody about marriage after such a short time of... Anyway.
Like, unreasonable as they're making it out to be.
Him and I were walking up the stairs to Matt's living room, and Matt responded something along the lines of like, why don't you guys just get married? To which Dawn seemed like reciprocal to the idea.
Lex felt uncomfortable after the situation telling anybody about the sexual assault because she was a victim of this emotional and physical manipulation in the past and has dealt with harassment after sharing her story. Lex confronted Dawn months later about how he assaulted her, and Dawn basically did not dispute any of what happened and replied to Lex saying that he did in fact experience the same thing she was talking about. He does remember doing these things to her.
So I said,
wait, what did he just say?
Harassment and physical manipulation in the past and has dealt with harassment after sharing her story. Lex confronted Dawn months later about how he assaulted her, and Dawn basically did not dispute any of what happened.
Oh my god! These people like this are so fucking disgusting and despicable. Just smoothing the narrative along to make sure the medicine goes down good, right? His own account now, he's saying and he's contesting the exact nature of what happened. God, these people are so despicable. Oh, friends in trouble, better use my big platform to make sure the cancellation on Don goes in nice and good. Boom, get the fucking boot in. God, these people are disgusting and dishonest.
And replied to Lex saying that he did in fact experience the same thing she was talking about. He does remember doing these things to her.
So
That's what she claims happens in the conversation, okay? But now, Donna's got a different story. And he's saying in his own account, which obviously people are completely discounting because a man said something, so it can't possibly be true. We had intimate since day one, but on the third night she had asked.
He's kind of got it backwards.
For oral sex. She at first said no because she had a cold sore. Later I asked her again, and she said yes, but to be careful not to be too rough. During the intimate act, I pushed down on her head, after which she recoiled and told me that I was being too rough. I then profusely apologized, and we ended up watching TV and going to bed after. Also, do you notice how he misses out the fact that, like, they were, like, things were, like, some of the other details, even in her own story, that she stayed there, continued to stay with him, continued to talk with him. God, it's so despicable how these people will just twist the narrative. No, they don't care about the truth. They literally don't care about the truth. All they care about is, my friend's in trouble, better twist and pivot the narrative to make them look good, to further shit on this Don guy.
Did the guy start contesting the allegations after Nick? From what I've heard, the guy, like, you know, made an apology, but nobody was really, you know, that interested in hearing it at this point.
God, it's so fucked, man.
But
so
I haven't covered the Super Mega, you know, this isn't really a channel that I was, you know, even really aware. This is like a gaming channel, right? I wasn't really aware of them before all this.
Oh, I swear to God.
He said, you remember the first night when you were like pushing my head down and I was telling you no? Yes, he says, basically. He like
basically.
The more Chud logic talks, the less I believe him. I mean,
no, that word basically gets used to basically.
No, it's just a common word. Like people do overuse it. Like literally. Like I literally say the word literally when I don't mean literally. It's just a word that like is kind of common in the language right now. It's not like you think that basically is doing a lot of work. Is that what he's trying to say?
Cut out a lot of context.
That like basically is like the yada 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 of like, you know, you could change something, two things that aren't similar. If you say basically it works or something.
Did it myself. It gets used to cut out a whole bunch of context that's probably relevant to actually understanding the truth of what happened. Basically, he said he raped.
He's saying it's yada yada yada.
Do you know what I mean?
didn't dispute anything that I said. He was just saying yes. And I was like, you know that's sexual assault, right? Like,
yada, 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 I ended up pregnant.
You can't do that to people. Like, that wasn't cool that you did that to me. I've been, like, really, like, messed up that you did that. I, like, have to, like, get better from this. This is something that I'm, like, having to recover from because it's making me not well. So I say all this, and he says, so does that mean you're breaking up with me? And I was like, what? Yeah. To me, it was like, yeah, no. And that...
So does that mean you're breaking up with me? Oh my god.
Out of everything I said was both the shortest response I had to say, or like the shortest thing I had to say.
It's like saying etc. a lot. Well, yeah, I mean, it's just, it doesn't really mean anything. It's just like a way of speaking. I say the word like a lot. That doesn't like this, basically the same as basically, right? It's just, it's like a filler word. It's like, that's all it is. That's Chud logic. Not gonna lie, he looks exactly not exactly how I imagine him.
And the most devastating.
Lex told Matt.
Yeah, I mean, the idea this is being framed as sexual assault is honestly one of the most despicable things I've seen in a long time on the internet.
There are people in his chat, like, pushing back.
Sexual assault. Sexual assault.
Yo, there's somebody else saying, Chud, thank you for getting me out of the alt-left pipeline.
Even by her own account, she tries to claim it's sexual assault.
Okay, I'm going to try not to read
obviously,
chat.
he's got a different story, but her claim is he tried to push her head down repeatedly while she said no, and then stopped.
You only say literally when you mean literally. Well, YS, you're a better person than I.
Where's the sex? Where's the assault? Can anyone point it out to me, please?
And Ryan about this for
it's when somebody says no and you push their head down again. That's where it is, okay? And like, yeah, are there levels to this stuff? Sure, right? Could the situation have gone a lot worse? Yeah, right? If you'd forced her to do it, that would be worse. But does it make it okay to hear her say no and to push her head down again? Does that make that okay?
the first time, and she felt like they were asking about a lot of specific details that made her feel uncomfortable.
I was getting asked about like how things happened and stuff, like very inquisitively when I was on the phone with Ryan, and that was the one thing that I thought was weird, because if I believed someone, I wouldn't be asking that many questions. I'd just be like, you know, I don't need graphic details.
You literally cannot
when streamers say listen every other word, yeah, I know what you mean.
A woman anymore. You are not allowed.
I feel like the things I say too much are like, you know, and right. Those are my three.
Guys, you cannot question women, okay? Their word.
And now you're going to hear it whenever I say it.
You
now
cannot
you're going to
scrutinize or question anything. You must just accept and believe that something happened, even if they're claiming something extraordinary. Because bear in mind, these guys, she was staying with them when this...
But don't worry, bestie, because on my YouTube videos, which I'll be putting out one hopefully tomorrow, if I can get this one finished, right? I'm almost done with the editing. I've taken out all the you knows, the likes and the rights, or most of them, right? To make it right. I always say right. I'm always checking with chat. Right. But I take a lot of that stuff out to make it more listenable. I do it just for you. I make an easier to listen to, shorter version of the VOD of the videos, of the big videos that I think that people will really care about. This latest one is the Sam Cedar versus Sitch and Adam one, right? I think people will be interested in seeing that, and you can see it without all the, like without all the ad breaks and all the other stuff that gets in your way on stream. So I make it easy for you.
Allegedly happened, and then she continued to spend the week with Don.
Hear me out. Oh, has made a big comeback, yeah.
And it's like, obviously they're probably sat there like, wait, what? Like, you're saying, but and they probably want more information so they can try and figure out what actually happened. Because up until that point, what's happened is in total opposition to, like,
Does this kind of remind you of the Peter Coffin and Angie Speaks thing, though? I mean, not in substance, like well, no, actually, kind of in substance too. But like, right, the whole thing about that was Peter Coffin was like, well, I don't understand what's wrong with Lorelai Bailey. Why should I, right? And people are saying that this is somebody that's victimized like multiple trans women that were staying, with them, that would invite people, other trans people out to live with them, and then was accused of having forced them into situations that they didn't want to be in.
What they think someone that's been sexually assaulted would do. Love this dude as a friend, combing through a sexual assault story in exquisite detail to find parts to put in his own video. True.
It never really seemed like they were worried about the sexual assault and about having an employee or a...
Her video is like 2 hours, right? It's pretty clear what's being done. It's pretty clear what he's doing here. He's making a video that's gonna have more reach, both because it's from him and because it is, easier to watch.
Person under the roof of Matt's house who is a predator. Matt and Ryan took multiple...
A predator! A predator! Oh my god, Matt. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, seemed kind of upset, Chud.
This is nuts. A predator. How is he a predator? What has he done to make him a fucking predator? I'm telling you, people like this Nick is not green person, okay? There'd be a white woman crying, oh, that Negro raped me. That Negro...
Just ready to use that historical word, right? Yeah, there we go. Like, no, but he's like, oh no, that's what they would have said at the time. No, you're just like, you found a situation to work that in, apparently. Like, I don't know, for these people, like, any form of the N-word seems to be like something that they do as a treat.
Raped me. And do you know what? People like this fucker would have the fucking noose swinging around chasing after the fucking black guy first, okay?
No, I don't know what you mean. What?
They'd be the first...
Yo, I love that. Did you see the freeze frame, though? This guy makes some good freeze frames.
To fucking catch the black guy and string him the fuck up. I'm fucking telling you, okay? The only difference now is that actually it's on social media.
Yo, just make a video with Angie Speaks. Just dress up like a vampire, okay? Get yourself a castle and a glass of wine and make a Peter Coffin video about it, okay?
Okay, and any race goes now. Back in the day, they would have been straight at the front of the fucking queue to string up the black.
Days to respond to her at certain points and made her feel like the situation wasn't a priority to them, along with making it obvious that Matt and Ryan were talking about Don and Lex behind the scenes without immediately letting him go from the company. Not only that, but without kicking him out of Matt's house.
I personally think him and Ryan did lots of talking before he decided to call me back. I felt them downplaying it in real time, but I was across the state, like 5 hours away, and could do nothing about it. So that's when I decided I needed to be there. Matt had known since, or at least I told him, May 25th that I would be in town on the 14th. On the 13th at 9 p.m., he messages me this. Hey, can't wait to see you. Just an update. Dawn is staying at the...
God, this person is so disgusting. I hate looking at them. Basically, what's so disgusting about this is Don guy, his world is just shattered, as his ex has said that actually months ago, you sexually assaulted me. And he's trying to stay with his...
He's the victim. He's clearly the victim, yeah.
Friends to figure out what the fuck's going to happen next. And then she's coming down and basically gets him kicked out.
Office with Rav right now. I did not know what the fuck to say.
And what's weird is that later on, he basically, he basically accuses her of like crashing, like staying rent-free with somebody, like, crashing with them for way too long of a time, right? But for Dawn, it's totally like understand, like, I don't know.
So all I could say is, what should I...
There's a double standard here.
I do.
That's what I'm trying
whatever
to say.
you want. I was just updating you where Don was. My place is full at the moment, unfortunately. Texting me hours before I gotta be there that he just sent him to the place I'm staying at.
When Lex was on the phone with Matt, he mentioned that this year has sucked because so much bad stuff keeps happening to Super Mega, which, if you know anything about them, they have had a few controversies in the past. And Matt told Lex that Super Mega was his magnum opus and that he would hate if anything happened.
Okay, so this keeps on coming up again and again and again. This is his magnum opus, right? Super Mega is his magnum opus. He would hate it if anything happened to it. You know, he brings this up in the context of, you know, Lex bringing up what happened, right? As in, like, shut up, keep it quiet, don't say like, right, I don't know what, like, right, it's you can interpret that however you want to, but
magnum opus being a phrase that Matt would use several times when talking about the YouTube channel.
And then he says something insane that he would go on to repeat all summer to multiple people. He said to me after I told him about his friend that sexually assaulted me, his friend and employee, he said Super Mega's my magnum opus and I would hate for something to mess it up. He said that multiple.
Yeah, I saw Bo Black's comment on this as well. I've got wind.
You've got wind. Well, I hope you can hit the cough button at least. Oh, not that kind of wind? Okay.
Got wind. That's
not that kind of wind.
Apparently Bo Black's on an alt account has been applying a bit of scrutiny to this person's story on an alt private account.
Okay, no wait. I'm not sure if he really means that. Like Bo Black's did get caught on some alt accounts or something. I think this might be a meme about Bo Black's.
I saw a screenshot of it.
It sounds like it, right? Omnipotent.
Politically. I mean, I've not watched his video. Did anyone watch his video about it? He did Twitter versus Super Mega. I do genuinely think, I mean, I say it's because he's autistic because it's kind of funny. But I do think Bo Black's like just immediately jumps on any allegation and just, I don't think he's very good at scrutinizing things, to be honest with you. You know, the impression I got from some of the ways he's been speaking about this, admittedly not having watched his content, is that he kind of just assumes the worst about allegations. I don't know. What do you think? Maybe I'm wrong. I don't want to speak too much on it because I've not actually watched his content about it, but that's the impression I get.
Multiple times. I remember I was sitting on like the curb of the parking lot of where I was staying at the time outside, just like staring, because I never in a million years would have expected my friend Matt, to say something like that to me.
Yeah, hey, this is the biggest thing I've ever created and I love it. I would hate if it went up in flames. Why are people acting like your million sub YouTube channel getting potentially...
It's like, why are people acting like your million sub YouTube channel isn't more important than the safety of your friend, right? Wow, okay.
Harmed by some allegation is like some terrible thing. I don't know. It's like, yeah, obviously you're going to think like that. Thank you for 199, appreciate it.
Chud. Never give in to the woke, heart.
I'll do my best.
Never give in to the woke. Yeah, he is doing his best. You gotta fight the woke.
I learned all these entitlements.
Thank you for the 12.85. I love comments like this. Do you, Jules, literally fucking obsessed with her? Like, do you have any ideas of content? Or do you just love making fun of women? I've decided my channel is now going to be...
It's either going to be this or Olayemi, right? We still got one more Olayemi video to somehow go over. I don't know how I'm going to have time for this, right? I made a whole extra hour because we reached the 100 I'm so messed up by this. Like
24/7 mocking women that come out about rape. That's my content now, okay?
And I wanted to hang out with Polly tonight, too. Polly's, I think Polly's got her community night tonight.
If you don't like it, fuck off.
God.
It's like when someone says like, hey, your friend assaulted me, that friend happens to be a coworker, can I not see him? And you say, this job is my magnum opus multiple times. There's like, you just like don't care about people.
Multiple friends of his and people in his social circle have talked about how Matt has used this phrase when
talking. You know the funny thing about it is as well, right? There's been times recently where I've covered stuff like this and I've, you know, in the 2Mad situation, I was very critical of 2Mad. You know, there's other times as well. I'll look at a situation and I'll just gauge it and judge it based on what seems to be true, based on the information presented. But, you know, anytime you disagree with a woman, no, you can't do that. You're not allowed to do that. Shit on the men though. Shit on the men is side with the women and shit on the men as much as you want. That's fine. That's brilliant. Keep that coming. Wait, you disagree with a woman?
Well,
No. We can't have that.
I'm glad that you're like unskewing that by doing the exact opposite.
That's not allowed. You must agree with the women. That's the only way you're ever allowed to analyze and view this.
About his channel, despite the fact that it's really not something to be that proud of.
Why not?
Wait, is this Super Mega?
Like, I don't understand why we're acting like having a million sub YouTube
Mega,
channel. I think it's dropped below that now. They've lost loads of subs. In fact, they lost tons of subs.
I don't know if he's saying like because
why is this not something to be proud of? I don't understand it. Like they've created a career out of doing what they love, and they've got loads of subs and, you know, a bunch of views.
I don't know. Maybe he's commenting on the. I don't know. It seems to be like something about the thumbnails. Maybe.
Yeah.
This has been all about thumbnails today, right? Screw Chud. I need to bring DK on and my thumbnail artist and have them hash it out, right? And Chud and I can moderate. That's what we're gonna do, right? It's all about the thumbnails today.
Why would you not be proud of that? You've achieved something pretty decent that a lot of people are never going to be able to.
Don continued to live and stay at Super Mega's office in Los Angeles, even when Lex would come to visit. In one instance, she was actually at the Super Mega office and had to hide in the bathroom because Don showed up unannounced. Months after the fact, Don continued to hang out around Super Mega and even...
Was it months? How long was it? How long actually was it? Because that wasn't very clear from the timeline. Are they saying it was months this happened? I'd love to know the actual timeline of like when it was that she first stated these things, or really like when she made it clear that she doesn't want him to be around, you know, that much as much as you know, maybe he was. Yeah, that timeline's a bit hazy for me, so I'm not sure on that one. But
when they finally let him,
in any case, they did, you know, they eventually did cut him off and, you know, cut him off completely from the project.
Go, they never told their audience why he was fired. Not only this, but after letting Don go, he actually tweeted out to Super Mega fans asking.
So this on the 16th of June. Hey, I'm in Burbank right now. I need a place to crash. Anyone willing to let this little dude me stay at their place for a few days? What do these people want? What do people like this want to happen when this happens? Like, do they expect this guy to just live on the fucking street? I thought you didn't like homelessness.
If anyone had a place in Los Angeles for him to stay, and without Matt and Ryan actually making a statement about why Don was let go from the...
So you got to protect him from what he's done based on the fact that it might be hard for him to find a place to live when people know what he's done, right? I don't know what you want me to do with that.
Company, people really didn't know if there was something bad that happened. A Super Mega fan could have responded to Don's message and allowed him to stay at their place, not knowing that they have a predator in the same room as them.
Oh my god, this guy is such a fuck! Oh my god, I want to say it so bad. I want to say.
That's the. Well, don't worry, DK said it for you in the thumbnail, right? You wanted to call Nick is not green the F slur. That's okay. DK did it for you. DK did it with those asterisks. And Chud, I gotta say, live by the asterisk. And you might just be hoisted on your own petard, as you were today.
That's so fucking bad, but I'm not going to. I need to be careful.
Hoisted on your own petard.
What? This is insane. Why is he sat here acting like Don going to stay at someone's place, they're a predator, and they're going to get fucking raped? That's mental. I mean, he didn't say that, but you know, when you say so, oh, you might not know that you've got a predator in the same room.
They don't deserve to know. They don't deserve to know anything about what's just happened. Yeah, like, just don't tell him. Be like, yeah, no, just, my friend needs to stay... Oh my god.
Bear in mind that, like, there's no evidence that he's ever predated on someone who, you know, he's not in a relationship with or something.
What did you just say? Let's roll that back.
Bear in mind that, like, there's no evidence that he's ever predated on someone who, you know, he's not in a relationship with or something like that. I mean, I don't think he predated on anyone anyway. But this idea of, like...
He's never... There's no evidence that he's ever predated on somebody he's not in a relationship with. Damn, sounds like a Republican, like, politician or something, like, right?
He's dangerous and you can't... It's just crazy. It's this extremity of acting like he's a fucking giga rapist, and the second he's alone with you, he's going to tear your fucking, you know, your clothes off and rape you in the asshole. It's ridiculous.
Lex would then confide in the producer of Super Mega, Jim, about being sexually assaulted by Don, only to have Jim begin to flirt with her the same night, and ended up kissing Lex without her consent, and even bringing her into another room.
Kissing Lex... Apparently not true, by the way. It's so disgusting that disgusting little freaks like this get to paint all these narratives and say all these things, and there's never any fucking recompense for it. There's never any fucking recompense. There's never any recompense. There's never any consequence. They can just say whatever
there was no recompense for Filegate, Chud. What do you want me to do? Like, come on.
Want to make sure that their friends' bogus Me Too claims go down smoothly with as many people as possible.
Wait, the recompense... He doesn't want the he wants the recompense for the victims, right? He wants the recompense for me for turning down somebody that hit on me in Discord, right? I should get canceled for that. They should be able to say, like, she's got files without any fucking proof whatsoever. Like, he's so backwards. Like I said, this is like, these are like reverse virtue signals. These are vice signals. He's like reverse white knighting. He, like, it's just, it's so backwards, right? It's but should this be surprising? Like I told you, his whole content strategy is basically one giant outrage marketing campaign. It's Donald Trump. It's Andrew Tate. That's what this guy's doing. Should we be surprised? Why is Chud reacting to Nick is not green? Aren't they in different circles? Yeah, different age groups, different circles. I don't know. Chud isn't even American. Yeah, so he's doing it because I guess, like, this camaraderie for the accused, right? He feels some sort of sympathy, empathy for this guy that was accused of, you know, pushing a girl's head down after she asked him not to, right? Like trying to force her head down, right? And Chud needs to white knight this dude, right? That's what I'm saying. That's what I mean by reverse white knight. He's like the white knight, but he rides in for the dude trying to tie somebody to the railroad track, right? He reminds me of all those drama magazines they sell at the grocery store. Yeah, well, I mean, that's what his thumbnails are, basically.
So disgusting, man.
room where he kissed her again, right after she explained to him that Don sexually assaulted her in Matt's house.
Listens to my sexual assault story and then makes out with me. Like, at this rate, I'm just kind of stun locked.
So by the way, his claim, Jim's claim, is that what actually happened was she told him about this alleged assault, and then they spoke about other things, and then he said, how hard is it to ask for consent? Like, can I kiss you? So can I kiss you? And she said yes. That's what he claims happened.
I have no idea what he's doing. I don't know if there's even any other people in the place. I think there was 2 other people. I think Matt and Rav were still there. So he like gets up at some point after like putting me in a chokehold a few more times and kissing. He only kissed me a couple times, but he put me in a chokehold for a while and it was very uncomfortable.
Wait,
he like
what?
gets up and then goes to the office and he's like, come here. I don't even remember thinking anything. I was literally just like confused. And because when he said that, he was in the office, but he was in the closet. And when I came over to him, because I was just fucking, I was like, why in my head I'm thinking, why is this guy
I don't want to
just
say
went
the
to
wrong
office
person. Did anybody catch who this was?
closet? Like the office where like
who is this?
Like everybody has their computers and there's like a coat closet and you just go in there and stand in the doorway and give me a kiss again. Like I didn't even have like a reaction. I just didn't know what the fuck that was.
Months later, Lex
He went to the closet, and then he mouth raped me again.
Why are there so many jump cuts? Okay, let me give you a clue. Nick is not green is making a video, and he's using Lex's video as the source material, right? So Lex has made a video. It's like 2 hours and I don't know. It's a very long video, right? Nick Green is making a shorter video where he tries to give a synopsis and you know, kind of use his platform to you know, give Lex a voice here. And he's also, there's some things that he's using like Lex's, you know, video for. So that's why there's jump cuts.
and Rav, who is a musician who was friends with Matt and Ryan at the time, went through a series of events that left them homeless in Los Angeles while trying desperately to find a place to live. A lot of these details about
Wait, who's the person that, like,
how all of this happened were in Lex's video. Obviously, I wish I could cover even more, but that's her story to fully tell, and I still insist that you guys check it out. After staying at the Super Mega office while trying to find a place, Matt, Ryan, and Jim constantly pressured Lex and Rav to leave their office while downplaying.
That's the other thing as well, even by
like, I love how Chud's characterizing this as like Nick Green being drama brained. Like, this seems like a lot of emotional labor, you know, to put this together. Like, this isn't nice stuff to cut. This isn't fun stuff to talk about, right?
Own account. So she's claiming that she was uncomfortable, yet he went to another place and said, come here, and she followed him. Like, at any point, why is she not walking off or going somewhere else?
All of the horrible circumstances that led to their homelessness. Lex said she...
So what he's doing in a very despicable fashion with his big audience is he is basically taking her story. I did the thing where I said basically. I mean, he is taking her story. He's chopping out the most juicy bits or the most damning bits, and he's presenting it with the worst possible charity and the worst possible interpretation to make it sound as bad as possible to his big audience.
That sounds like what you do on a regular basis, though. What are you talking about?
Make sure the cancellation medicine goes down nice and fucking smooth. You know, it's just, there's no justice.
What a hypocrite.
In the online world, unfortunately. Justice is a long forgotten principle.
Thanks to dudes like you. Yeah, it is.
Oh, man.
She later found out that Matt and Ryan were making fun of her and Rav behind their backs about posts that Lex had made about her car being broken into and robbed. Lex and Rav were robbed 2 different times while being homeless, keeping their belongings in a car because they had no other choice at the time. And when Lex and Rav tried to explain the situation to Super Mega, they went through...
By the way, so just to add further context to this little freak's fucking retelling of this, okay? Basically, Rav and Lex had been staying with the Super Mega guys for a period of months, okay? And they were going on work trips that they claim were necessary work trips, and they went on a vacation because Rav's ex tried to kill themselves in the UK, all right? In America. They went on vacation there as well. So on top of that as well, piecing together through other stories like the Leighton guy, they were also engaging in very frivolous spending. So they were purchasing weed, they were purchasing Uber Eats, they were purchasing expensive items for like 4th of July parties and stuff like that, right? So they were doing this kind of what I guess would have been perceived as quite frivolous spending. And it seems like the Super Mega guys were just putting some light pressure on to say, hey, when are you going to move out? You know, I see you've got another vacation. Any update on when you're moving out? And also on top of that as well, they also had like, you know, a situation where someone needs to do something for you, or you're trying to get someone to do something. You're kind of asking for someone to do something, right? And they've got like a long list of continuous calamitous situations and events that prevent them from doing it. Do you see what I mean? That is basically, that's, you know, what's happening. I keep saying basically. That is what was kind of happening. So they were saying like, you know, oh, any update on moving out? We see you gone on another vacation. Actually, no, it's a work trip. And oh, my phone fell into an Uber, so I lost my Uber. And also I lost my wallet as well. So it's kind of put a stop to the house search, you know? Further to that, oh, we just had a bunch of stuff stolen from my car. So
that sounds like shit that happens when you're in a bad situation like this. That doesn't sound like, you know, it's like 100, like this is like made. I think he's trying to suggest that this stuff is got to be made up.
we can't continue with the house search because we need to focus on replacing that first. So it's this kind of situation where there's these continuous, endless, calamitous situations that are preventing them from doing the thing that you want them to do. So if you go and look at it, and by all means, I'd recommend my coverage over anyone else's because I'm the only person telling the fucking truth about this. It seems pretty
He's
clear
the only one
that there was
telling the
always some
truth, so
excuse as to
yeah.
why they couldn't further their efforts to actually move out, right? It's always something.
Because he's so unbiased, right? He doesn't have a dog in this fight at all. He doesn't have any bias. Yeah.
Yeah, it's always something with these people, you know, it's always some new excuse as to why they can't get a place to live. And obviously, the fact they don't need to actually commute anywhere, they could easily find a place in LA if they actually put some effort in, but they were too busy spending money on weed.
LA is famously easy to find a place in. That's what I remember hearing about LA.
Uber Eats, 4th of July parties, and unnecessary work trips. Also, I was questioning as well. I was saying, like,
wait, they are like literally working for Super Mega during this time, right?
She's an OnlyFans model. Why has she not got ample income to withstand, number one, things getting stolen, and number two, getting a place to live, okay? Because I am not like...
He seems to think that sex work is a lot easier than it actually is. Okay, anyway.
No questioning. Nothing. Nothing. You must immediately and totally accept the...
Aside for, there's this guy on their Patreon who used to only ever comment, "I'm gay." In this kind of encapsulated for, there's this guy on their Patreon.
Well, I mean, like he is trying to, you know, chat up Anna Kasparian. He seems to be trying to, like, he's going for like a spot on TYT. Is he going to be like on one of the new TYT shows? I don't know.
Patreon user always only comment, "I'm gay," speaks his mind, I can feel his pain. I think that speaks to
yeah, Chud is actually defending the Super Mega guys. That is exactly what's happening here, right? Because he's the only unbiased source.
The mentality of the fan base, doesn't it?
And who used to only ever comment, "I'm gay." And this kind of encapsulates what a lot of people were feeling about the situation. Don is a groomer and a rapist. If you found out about that and didn't immediately cut him out of your life, you're just fucking evil. I don't know.
If a woman says a man is a rapist, no scrutiny, no discussion, no questioning, nothing. Nothing. You must immediately and totally accept that what the woman is saying is true, the man is guilty, and you must cut him off without any query or question. Yeah, there we go, guys. Welcome to 2023. That's the world we live in now.
Know what to tell you, let alone how you handled and treated Rav and Lex. I can thoroughly say I hate you guys. I absolutely despise what you've become. Public apologies now. I'm so unbelievably serious. This will be my final post.
Is he too British to be on TYT? Yeah, I mean, like he's too a lot of things to be on TYT.
On your dog shit motherfuckers page.
He's too quartering to be.
I used to look forward to commenting, "I'm gay." It was a fun ritual.
Has he peed in his basement yet?
Out of Ryan's proclivity to do so in early Super Mega episodes is a bit. I'm gay myself and always enjoyed the irreverent, but still, at the end of the day, respectful way you joked about homoerotic content and whatnot. This is my final post. My final "I'm gay." Now it's just "I'm disgusted." Reflect on what you've done and have a real come to Jesus moment about all this over the next few years. Otherwise, there's no hope for you, and I hope you rot in a ditch. And if we
also, the other thing that this little freak has left out of the story is that Lex got offered money by one of the Super Mega guys to move out. One of the Super Mega guys offered her a bunch of money to help her try and move out, and she turned it down because she said she thought it might have strings attached. I love the fact that he's left that little detail out.
Wait, you might want to...
What terrible guy.
Wait. Who are you talking about leaving details out? What were the strings attached? You said strings attached. What does that mean? What does that mean?
Oh my god, man.
Go to this post about Lex's tweet explaining that she made this video about Super Mega, and you have a lot of people who are upset about it. Rightfully so. This person says, "Fuck me, that is awful and disgusting. I don't even know what to say. I'm so disappointed. All right, time to pull out the ukulele." Matt is definitely canceling his last 2 shows, and this is referring to the fact that Matt Watson was actually on tour at the time this video came out, and when all of this came out, he actually...
notice, like, right, this isn't just Chud standing up for anybody who has this, like, cancellation campaign against them. There have been some pretty high-profile cancellations of like female content creators. I think, you know, in the cases that I'm thinking of, you know, it makes sense. They did some pretty awful stuff, right? But you didn't see him stand up for those people and be like, "No, where's the proof that Illuminati was actually Doobie Schmertz," right? You didn't see him go to the mat for any of them, right? I don't know. He said she turned it down because, yeah, it might have string. Yeah, but he didn't say what the strings attached were. Like, what does that mean?
He tweeted about the situation, surprisingly, and this is what he said. He said, "Hey guys, with what's being said right now," which is a very weird way to explain what happened, you hid the sexual assault of a friend of yours.
It is. You are not saying it how I want you to say it in a tweet. That is terrible and bad. You should come out and say, I hid a sexual assault, so I can't do my last 2 shows. Also, the idea that they hid a sexual assault. Man, there's so much wrong with this.
You accused somebody of yada yadaing something earlier with basically, what is...
It's unreal. These people are subhuman, despicable freaks, and honestly, there is nothing that can happen to them that is too much. I swear.
Yo!
It is so gross.
Yo, he just gave... That was the Mafia Don giving Spicy Chat some orders. There is nothing too bad that can happen. That's the, like, you know, sleeps with the fishes, right? Damn. That's how this works? That's how the orders go out? There we go. I wonder what he said about me today. Does everybody know he was talking about me earlier today? This freak show was going on about Filegate, you know? Right? Like, complaining about my thumbnails. Literally everything that he's complained about, like, he has done, right? This guy has no consistency whatsoever. Like, Giga Chad, Giga Chud, how about Giga Hypocrite? That's what he is. That's what he is, right? And I don't even know. I'm gonna have to watch that later, right? Like, I guess that's what our Sunday stream is about. I don't know. Like, we're gonna go over whatever this freak said about me
in this way, and they're never going to get questioned. They're never going to get any scrutiny, meaningful scrutiny. You know, a lot of people. Well, who is there?
Since he was too much of a coward to come on, I offered if he wanted to come on and have a conversation. But apparently, even though Spicy Chat wanted it, he didn't want this smoke.
Proud that they already cover this and have my take, which is the correct take. There really isn't many. You know, people are generally going to be on the side of like believe women, the man has done wrong. So here I am.
That's a tragedy. That's a real tragedy.
Trying my best to desperately push back against the tide of insanity, but unfortunately,
you realize that why that phrase exists, or it's really believe victims, but why that phrase exists is because the general like. The path of least resistance, the thing that usually happens is the opposite, right? Somebody makes an accusation against somebody, and then all their friends come out and attack that person. That's generally what happened. That's why this idea exists. Believe, you know, victims, right? That's why this exists.
I feel alone. God, it's so gross, man. It feels hopeless. It just feels hopeless. It feels like these people are getting their fucking names dragged through the mud, and there's nothing that can be done about it, you know?
It feels like you're jealous of Nick is not Green's clout. It's what it feels like to me.
Around, even though you knew that
he's calling him a rapist.
Like, you're used to being able to call the shots in Twitch politics. You can't call the shots in YouTube, and you're salty. That's what it feels like to me.
He's calling him a rapist. He's calling him a rapist now. This is despicable. How does this guy sleep at night? He's calling him a rapist. She didn't even accuse him of rape. God, I wish there was more that could be done.
He's camaraderie of the accused, I guess.
Yeah, I saw the grooming story. I saw that. By the way, guys, grooming story. You don't need to read the whole tweet longer. Obviously, do if you want to, okay?
Yeah, there's like several accusations against around Super Mega apparently now.
The tweet along with that person that said this Don guy groomed them. This is all you need to see. Also, I just want to say that Don is in his mid-20s. I'm not sure if he's comfortable with having his age public, but he's more than 5 years older than me. Yes, I was legally an adult when we dated, but you need to understand that 18-year-olds are still practically children. That's all you need to see on that grooming allegation. That's literally it. Just that line. That's literally all you need to read.
He sexually assaulted someone in your house. Hey guys, with what's being said right now, I don't think it's appropriate for me to do a concert. I don't think so. So unfortunately, I'm going to cancel the last 2 shows, and I'll have a response as soon as possible. This was at 2:35 p.m. On the Thursday that the video came out. Currently, it is 10:53 p.m. The next night. A lot of people even came into the subreddit to roast Matt Watson's music career. One person said, "There's one last thing I want to share before leaving the sub. I did not care."
What is it about? It's so funny how this is supposedly about some sexual assault, and they're like, oh look, yeah, they roasted him so bad on his music career. There's this weird, like, little shitty malice that people do.
Wait a minute, you're like the king of weird little shitty malice. What are you talking about?
I thought it was about someone getting assaulted, and you're like, oh yeah, look at this, he dunked on him for his music career. What the fuck?
Look, apparently he talks about Filegate, like, right, when he talks about me. I'm wondering if we've got like a dissonance of him being like, yo, no, Filegate is really serious. Like, this is really bad. I can't believe how these content creators were victimized by no comment chick getting timestamps, writing down links to their videos and other horrible things and putting them in her files, right? Like, I mean, if he does the like dissonance of like calling that stuff serious and then goes for some like easy dunk on me or some shit like that, or like, oh yeah, don't accidentally misgender her, ha ha ha, you know, shit like, right, then I'm gonna fucking laugh, but I'm not gonna be surprised. I'm not going to be surprised.
Care for Matt Watson's music career. I'm pretty sure this is a Family Guy reference, but it's still, you know, let's look at the comments. I always thought everyone was just pretending to like his music. As someone who paid to go to one of his shows, I agree. Thank you. I always got downvoted and stuff for calling his music trash. Obviously, none of this has an effect on how he treats people, but of course, if his art sucks, let's fucking dunk on him. He sucks. Plus the way he sucked up.
Look, I'm trying not to get mad here, because like I said, remember, Chud Logic's media complex, media empire, runs on outrage, both in the sense of making his little fragile chatters outraged about like anti-white racism or whatever, and accusing other people of being outraged at the same time, right? Both at you know, both at being outraged at like my thumbnail and then accusing others of outrage at his thumbnails, which do the exact same thing. That thumbnail is literally a parody of your shit, dude. If you're mad about that thumbnail, you should be mad at DK. Maybe you are mad at DK. I don't know. Maybe DK controls you. I don't know what goes on there. I don't know what DK's got on you. I don't know how, you know, who's got leverage on who or what goes on in your weird little mafia organization. I don't know how spicy chat works. I don't know how any of that shit works, right? But to crush the patriarchy with facts and logic, we're gonna have to get to the bottom of this, because apparently we got another day of this thanks to this fucker talking about me on his stream today. We're gonna have to check that out, see what that's about. Bring back the folders. I'm gonna have to get my Trapper Keeper out for this guy.
Oh my god, man, it's so obvious what's going on if you're not a total retard. It's so clear and explicit and obvious, but people pretend they don't see it, or maybe they don't. Maybe they are too fucking retarded to see it, man. Oh,
the other
my
musicians
god.
felt like he was trying to piggyback off their clout. You know, this is just giving you an idea of where the Super Mega fans are at this point. And there were a lot of questions about Justin.
Yeah, I heard that Don's got a tiny dick as well.
Justin, who was a former editor for
I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to say anything at all. I am not going to say anything. I'm going to let the commercial do the talking for me, okay?
ちーちゃん、どうして俺じゃなくてこいつなんだよ。
それは。
ああ、そうかい。長けりゃいいのかい。ビロー、ビロー。やめて、グミがかわいそう。ビローよ。ちーちゃん。
黙っててごめん。実は私もう長くないの。だから長いものを見ると安心できるの。
ちーちゃん。避けるグミ対長い避けるグミ。どうしてそんな猿芝居したの？目移りするのチーの悪い癖だよ。
だって長いんだもん。
長さに騙されてんじゃねえよ。え？
See?
避けるグミ。
You take the short one and line them up back to back to back to back. If you get like 10 of them, then it's the same length as the long one. So did you see what I said about his comments on Filegate? Sort of. You said that they were disingenuous and that like he didn't really even he was stretching to like remember what Filegate was even about, right?
切ってあるんだよ。トールさん優しい。
避けるグミ対長い避けるグミ。ちーちゃん聞いてもいい？
何？
プロポーズってどんな風にされたい？え？正直に言ってごらん。
フラッシュモブは嫌かな。なんかこっぱずかしいし。フラッシュモ
Oh
ブ。
no, he organized a flash mob. He organized a flash mob. He's like telling the flash mob to not cancel the flash mob. Oh my god, Sakura Gummy Tai. God, I want one of those gummies now. But I want the long. I gotta have the long one. I don't want the. I'm not interested in the short one. Sorry if that offends anyone lurking in the. Anyway, I'm so tired. I'm so tired. Okay, wait, no, that's not it. That's not it. That's not what I want. Long moon. All right, now here's the thing. Here's
It's like
this.
the clips of iDubbbz. It wasn't an iDubbbz thing.
If you want to say iDubbbz contributed to a culture of harassment, then sure, whatever. But there are people who see it the other way around.
But at the time that the show was on, I dealt with a lot of harassment because of it from these people that.
Because your content
Sitch and Adam went over this.
was racist as Like, that was a reaction to the content.
Yes. And also, the other thing I think is Francesca shared a video from like some fan channel that had responded with Francesca's comments to clips of iDubbbz. It wasn't an iDubbbz thing.
If you want to say iDubbbz contributed to a culture of harassment, then
Most of these videos have been privated, so I can't show them to you, but I've seen them, and he created a culture and a fan base that then harassed me.
the thing is, I don't ever remember iDubbbz making a video on Francesca Ramsey. No one does. I remember Quaffine, I remember Lucic Diamond Eyes, I remember Pisces, but I don't remember iDubbbz making a video on Francesca Ramsey. This doesn't necessarily mean it never happened, but the only evidence to support this video was ever made is Francesca's word. Even Anissa doesn't recall Ian making a video on Francesca.
Yes, and Anissa is definitely someone who would self-flagellate to a black given half the chance. So, yeah, I mean, why would Anissa, like, Anissa would be for...
Yes! Olay seems to
This
feel...
is what makes me think it's not like he's... It's not like... He... This is why I'm a little careful here, right? I don't want to sound angry. I want to sound outraged. I want to feed into the Chud Logic outrage machine, because clearly he wants people to think he's racist, right? Like, there's a reason that he says shit like that. There's a reason that he talks about black people that way. It's because he wants people to think he's racist. And then he takes that outrage and he goes back to his community and he's like, look at that. They think I'm racist. They think everything's racist, right? This is outrage marketing. This is Donald Trump. This is Andrew Tate. This is, like, we've seen this in so many places. This is Bosch. This is actually Bosch is, you know, this is...
entitled to her bigotry towards white people, especially white women.
Oh man, that was so insane when they said that.
Wait, did
She's
we miss something?
anti-white. She's racist. She's fat.
Yes!
Olay seems to feel entitled to her bigotry towards white people, especially white women.
Oh man, that was so insane.
Why is he, like, watching... This is like an AI voice.
Insane when they said that.
I think he's racist, but he's actually trying to be like, haha, I'm actually... yeah, not your hysteria. Yeah.
This is someone called Glitch Poachers. Glitch Poachers do great videos. I strongly recommend them. I'm glad to see that they've grown quite a bit.
Okay, no, I'm not trying to shout them out. Sorry. But, like, that's the channel that, like, with the...
They're at nearly 15k subs now. They sent me this, despite the bar at the bottom.
Like, I've heard of faceless channels before, but this is like a voiceless channel. I mean, I didn't think these channels actually got big.
I haven't watched it.
Bigotry towards white women. That's what this guy's all about, defending, you know, against anti-white racism. Right? It literally says this on the thumbnail. This thumbnail is like, she's anti-white.
Okay, I wouldn't lie to you. So this is about Olay person. You know Olay that was on Leftist Mafia?
The Olay person, yeah.
I've covered them a bit recently. They've apparently dug up...
I've covered them a bit recently. You've done 6 videos on them in the last month. What are you talking about?
Stuff, so, yeah. Right, here we go.
Like, are y'all dumb? Like, no. no. I ain't gonna go. What you can do? Not getting that in. Not only is it not cancel culture, but even if it was, I don't give a fuck you. That's why you're replying, because I have a platform and you don't. So I'll bet you suck my... Investigate that. Like, are you on crack? Rock. They're like, oh, it's cancel culture. Oh, blah, 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 because you say you will get us fired. You and your transphobic big...
Okay, what is the music about that he's chosen for this?
I don't know, Chud. What is your blackface VTuber about? You tell me. You tell me. Mr. Outrage Marketer.
Oh.
Yeah, he's a hog and not even a good one. Yo, he's a hog on purpose, right? He's a intentional hog trying to get people outraged. Then he farms the outrage. He shows it to his community. They all have a big laugh about it.
Reminds me of this meme. It is an Avengers meme, so get ready for some Reddit soy. Okay.
Y'all like, they're like, oh, you're anti-white. You're an anti-white racist. You're dumb. That's dumb. That makes no sense. I don't care. But even if I were, my ancestors are shrieking. I'm anti-white. Feel like that. What you can do? I hear. Be mad.
She's anti-white. She's racist. She's fat. Oh, she's cancel culture.
I actually don't give a
So, I mean, like, this seems to be either TikToks or Twitter videos or YouTube shorts that she's done, and then they're being curated by this by this glitch poacher guy that, you know, he's watching, right? So the music and the background and the, you know, putting the clips together, that's glitch poacher, but the you know, the shorts that you're seeing here, the TikToks that you're seeing here are like Olays. So that's, in case that's
you
confusing.
held hands and jumped off a cliff. I don't give a. It's so crazy. Cause my brother.
Yeah, she's the latest target. He's been going at her for a month, right? He did like 5 or 6 videos just on Olay. 5 or 6 videos with her on the thumbnail this month.
This looks so good.
And this is after having like there was like a little bit of a scandal with the same thing was done with Ico Rules. I remember not so long ago, right? He goes on these obsessive, you know, month plus long, you know, tears about like female content creators where he puts all kinds of he like, you know, just finds some choice pictures to put anyway.
My titties look so good.
I'm so tired. I'm gonna
doing the world a service by showing you what I see. That's why. Like, they really believe that because they live in fear of being called the racist that they are, my greatest fear is being called anti-white. I'm sorry to tell you, baby, we do not care. We do not care over here. Anti-white. I've been called worse by better, bitch.
This is Unironically, or Olayemi Olurin. I'll just be calling her Olay. According to her website, she's a movement lawyer, political commentator, writer, and abolitionist thinker. In the Civil War era, abolitionists advocated for the end of slavery.
We're gonna have to call him Karen Logic from now on, because that's what he's doing. He's Karening.
Looking at Olay's Substack, it seems her abolitionist perspective is focused on the prison system. This
much the same, isn't it? Prison and slavery.
Stance makes sense for a public defender who studied political science, African American studies.
Wait, is he doubting the connection? You know, see, like I don't know which part is ignorance and which part is bias, right? But he might not know this, but the 14th Amendment, which abolishes slavery, right, makes one exception, right? One place where forced labor can continue to go on. You know where that is? In the prison system. So yes, Chud, there is a connection.
Law, justice, and culture.
Yeah, they're
Oh my
literally
God.
intertwined.
Political science.
Damn, this is what I was looking for. I wanted to get a bit more about this person's background. Abolitionist thinker. Bahamian Nigerian. Any black colorists in chat want to fill me in on what I'm supposed to take from that? Was born and raised in Nassau, the Bahamas. Okay.
African American studies, and law, justice, and culture. What I do think is a bit unusual is her pivot to a more media-centric career. I don't think there are many instances of somebody going from a public defender to this.
Wait, I mean, I don't know about public defender, but legal eagle. Legal eagle.
So you're
What's that supposed to prove? Is that supposed to make her look evil? What am I supposed to be seeing here?
How I said I'm gonna spread positivity on the time.
Yeah, actually, that's a good point, right? Public defenders are normally quite proud people who take a lot of pride in their work, like defending people that can't afford to be defended. Pivoting to this kind of smug, obnoxious Twitter personality.
What? What?
Is odd.
What?
It's a bit weird, isn't it?
No,
Is this something
it's
that's
not
happened to
weird at
anyone?
all. Look, I don't know, maybe it's different in the UK, right? But in the US, the two things that a trial lawyer will do is, one, yes, go into trial, but two, if it's a public case, the lawyer talks to the media. Right? They're trained to present an argument in front of a jury, in front of a judge, right? To be convincing. And they take that training and they also use it in media, in press conferences, right? To present their case to the press, because they're generally in like public facing trials, there's kind of a trial by press too, right? I don't see what's weird about this.
Seen this before? Someone that used to be a public defender has become
Yeah,
a noxious
he's
Twitter
projecting this whole character onto her.
That alludes to like not liking white people in some way.
Timeline, right? Like, I ain't gonna post the negativity so much, like, whatever, cool. But now these people who've been DMing me hate on Instagram, like DMing it to me directly, oh, I've been lighting up. Oh, listen, I've taken the audio notes. Like, when I say to y'all, I dragging people. I carried on so bad in this DM. I carried on so bad, I'm not gonna be shocked if Instagram locked me out my account.
It's not exactly the kind of behavior I would hope my defense attorney would be engaging in publicly. Looking at Olay's Twitter alone, I think this is the most chronically online person I've ever covered, somehow. Hassan Piker usually streams for 8 or more hours a day, but even he doesn't seem to be nearly as addicted to Twitter as Olay. I'll scroll through the last few days of her tweeting so you can see what that looks like.
Oh my god, more online than Hassan, fuck me.
Keep in mind, this isn't including her replies. The majority of her tweets are either politically or racially charged. Given the current political environment and Olay's combative attitude, she's basically bound to attract some level of attention.
Politically or racially charged, this makes her a bad person. The subject matter that she talks about, the things that are close to her heart. Politics, which is a totally normal thing for an attorney. Like most of the politicians, or at least traditionally this is how it was, most politicians have a background in law, and if it's not most anymore, it's like a lot, right? There's a connection there between understanding a law, you know, for prosecuting or for defending, and writing law as a legislator, right? None of this is weird.
On the internet, positive or negative.
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
racially charged, like whenever a black woman effing speaks.
Seems to have taken the form of Twitter hate. I want to be clear, even though I'm critical of Olay in this video, doesn't mean that I condone harassment towards her. A recently pinned tweet of hers describes the kind of hate she's been receiving. She also claims she's experienced 6 different harassment campaigns in the last 2 months. It's clear she attracts
This is the person that, whoa, wait a minute, July 26th, that's 2 weeks ago. I've experienced 6 harassment campaigns in the last 2 months. Well, I mean, to be fair, he's only been going after her for 1 month. So yeah, like, but I just gotta say, there seems to be a connection between people getting brought up in Chud's community and harassment happening to them. I don't know though.
hatred, but how much of that hate can be chalked
It's not something I have any proof on. I just look, there's an effect that's gonna happen when you cover a person who's getting harassment, right? Any of those Discord Andes, especially those Splinter Discord Andes that are down to do harassment, are going to have all the more reason thanks to Chud logic here.
Okay, can we see what this harassment campaign actually looks like, okay?
And what did she actually do? She spoke up about Anna Kasparian. That was her original sin. She spoke up about Anna Kasparian when nobody on the leftist mafia wanted to do so.
Because look, in the grand scheme of things, I'm a small creator, right? I've got like, you know.
Yeah, we know. Zila celebrity. You've said it before. More humble brag, please.
26,000 subscribers, whatever. And I could easily, if I was a little fucker, refer to what has happened over the last few days as a harassment campaign, right? But I don't do that because I recognize, some of the sort of representation of my content has been provocative. I am provocative. I will say things on Twitter and I will do things and say things for because I know it might piss people off and it's funny, right? So I'd never refer to it as harassment. I would see Olay as someone who is equally as provocative as I am in her own way. Obviously, she does it in ways that I find very cringe, but she's very provocative. If you're provocative, you're going to get a lot of attention. And yeah, some of that is going to be like, and I'm not saying this, it's like, whatever, say whatever you want to me. I'm not actually going to fucking kill myself. But it's people telling me to kill myself, right? Like, that's a pretty extreme thing to do, to someone because you don't like what they say on the internet. So whilst she's probably getting some sort of racialized stuff, which obviously I disavow and don't agree with, if you're a provocative person, you've got to expect that there's going to be people that are going to shit on you and some people are going to take it too far and take it to an extreme, But yeah.
I don't think that he knows what it's like, right? I think it hits different. If you're like a white dude sitting in your gamer chair, in the UK versus if you're Olayemi. I think he's missing a big part of this.
I'm not clicking on that picture.
Up to a coordinated effort against her, or rather 6 coordinated campaigns. If you knew who Olay was before clicking on this
yeah, exactly,
video, you probably know her from her recent interview with iDubbbz, or perhaps you're familiar with the drama between Olay and Anna Kasparian from The Young Turks. But when did her shift from the law to the media begin? Olay graduated from Ohio University in 2015. She excelled in her studies and made connections with her professors along the way. It was around 2022 when she started to appear in media consistently, authoring articles in publications like Teen Vogue and The Nation, media appearances on platforms like The Young Turks.
Wait, what's this?
And she excelled begin. Olay graduated from Ohio University.
Olayemi earned a BA in Political Science Pre-Law, a minor in African American Studies, and a certificate in Law, Justice, and Culture. Hang on a second. She calls herself a lawyer.
He keeps on trying to discredit her as a lawyer. Look, she works as a public defender, right? She's credentialed. Like, what more do you want? He keeps on trying to be like, she's not a real lawyer. She can't be a real lawyer. I don't know why you think that, Chud.
Don't you normally need to what is it, the bar exam? Don't you need to pass like the bar exam or something? I don't know exactly how it works. But isn't there some sort of qualification that you need to achieve to actually be considered a proper lawyer? No? Am I missing something? Maybe it comes up later.
In 2015, she excelled in her studies and made connections with her professors along the way. It was around 2022 when she started to appear in media consistently, authoring articles in publications like Teen Vogue and The Nation, media appearances on platforms like The Young Turks and The Breakfast Club, as well as tons of interactions and appearances on various independent media. This resembles a successful media campaign, whether that was deliberate or not. In October of 2022, Olay had what is probably the most viral moment of her career. A clip of Olay pushing back against police brutality was played on Last Week Tonight with John Oliver. The case in question has to do with a black man.
Wait, hang on a second. So, has she done what she needs to do to be a lawyer?
You're trying to get a gotcha. He keeps on trying. Like, this is the guy that sits here complaining about other people going for gotchas, and he's literally going for a gotcha. He's gotta be like, she's not a real lawyer. She's not like a lawyer. You're not like a Better Call Saul lawyer, are you?
Someone explain it to me. I don't want to get it wrong.
Business majors, the economy is weird.
And fleeing from a traffic stop, which isn't good, but definitely doesn't deserve.
Wait, what's
that
this?
black man fleeing.
Walker was fatally shot more than 40 times by 8 Akron police officers on June 27, 2022 after a car and foot chase for an equipment violation. He was unarmed during shooting, but police said he fired a shot from his vehicle less than a minute into the chase. A handgun was found in his vehicle.
From a traffic stop, which isn't good, but definitely doesn't deserve death. On YouTube alone, the segment has been watched over 5 million times. Her media profile would continue to grow at a rapid pace. I do have some disagreements with Olay's worldview so far, but up until this point, I haven't seen her exhibit any hateful or hostile behavior. In these earlier appearances, she comes across as more professional, but as her Twitter presence grew, so did her attitude and ego. This is from...
Oh, that's interesting.
Her attitude and ego. Her attitude and ego, really.
Interesting. So she used to be a bit more calm and relaxed about things, and now she's gone off the chain.
Her attitude and ego, yeah, like
2022, before some of her bigger media appearances.
White women.
The crime of being, of having an attitude or an ego while black, I guess.
White women. I sorry to even address y'all because I like to mind my own business. I know I shouldn't be in y'all business, but listen. After the Tinder swindler, inventing anal, and now bad vegan.
What is bad vegan?
Clearly you bitches ain't need a new leadership. How do you go from, oh, I could get Alec Baldwin to I'm in his comments on Twitter?
Even though this is obnoxious, cringe, and ratchet, it's clear she's just goofing
And ratchet? Okay.
around about white people drama. It's definitely not my cup of tea, but it's not hateful. Even though it's racial, it's not charged or inflammatory.
Does this guy know what ratchet means?
The same cannot be said for this clip.
Like, if my audience was mad at me, then that'd be different. But you can suck a I don't give a she's anti-white, she's racist, she's fat, oh, she cancel culture. I actually don't give if all of you held hands and jumped off a cliff. I don't give a it's so crazy.
Basically, anyone who's not in her audience who disagrees with her can die for all she cares.
What? What is that? Is that like the Chinese military? Wait, she's like, what? She's the Chinese Communist Party now? What is going on?
What a great sense of justice. The first piece of noteworthy drama surrounding
I
Olay.
don't even know what army that is. What army is that?
Thing is, I can understand that sentiment towards people that, you know, don't like you.
What is the...
But, like, you need to leave some room for people... Like, obviously, I've been pissed off with the soys over the super mega stuff or whatever. But I'm still...
goddamn soys. I know, Chud. The goddamn soys,
Well,
right?
hopeful that someone might listen to my coverage and at least come away thinking, okay, well, maybe I've got some of this stuff a bit wrong or something like that. The idea that you would just be like, I don't care about you, you should die is kind of wild.
This is a terrible video.
Me. You need to leave some room
Yeah, the CCP, aka the Olayemi Communist Party.
for people to listen to you and maybe come away with, you know, at least... I mean, so even me, I'm very content-brained, obviously, I'm very cynical. But this person is supposed to be what? Some sort of movement lawyer that wants to push things forward from a progressive perspective. Why would you not want to help try and convince people that aren't on your side to come to you? Being obnoxious probably isn't going to get you there.
In my opinion, is with Anna Kasparian of the Young Turks. I made a video.
So that's where she really went off the, you know, that's where she was really bad. She criticized Anna Kasparian
on this about a month ago, but that video was focusing more on Anna and Vosh, not Olay. Anna tweeted out that she doesn't want to be called a birthing person because she finds
So this person's also gone after Vosh for disagreeing with Anna Kasparian.
that offensive. The most common argument I hear against this is nobody really uses the term birthing person on a regular basis. At worst, Anna's tweet was just a minor misconception. People like Vosh and Olay, however, had a field day with it.
No, it wasn't. She literally refuted her own tweet a year earlier. She knows this. She knows the reason that the term birthing person gets used. Because when you're talking about, like, you know, people who can get pregnant, people to whom, you know, certain things are applicable, right? If you want to be inclusive in that and speak, just, you know, maybe just speak correctly even, right? The correct term is birthing person. It's not, yo, what is going on? Is Twitch, like, unfollowing people from me? I gotta ask, what's going on? Because I keep on seeing people that I know are following, like, is there something going on Twitch? She literally refuted, somebody else brought up the same point, and Anna disagreed and showed them what was wrong with their, she has literally refuted her own, like, you know, take here, right? And then she went ahead and made the take. Twitch has been unfollowing me. Yeah, so that's what you're not the only one, Shaxby. You're not, did I say Twitter? I meant Twitch. Yeah, you're not the only one. Like, yeah, this has been happening. I don't know. We're going to have to talk to Twitch support or something. We're going to have some answers here. What has Twitch got against me?
This is the way.
Does Twitch think that NCC bad? Is Twitch believing in Filegate? What's going on?
And I want to call this on what it is, on the white womanness of all of this, because this is the way that white women act that makes people feel like you're not real allies. And very much so, I want to speak to the Bill Burr joke of being in on the heist and not liking your cut, because this is the top.
YouTube is famous for this kind of thing, but I haven't seen Twitch do it before until like a month or so ago.
most privileged shit ever. Do you know how many words?
Yeah, John Twitch get in the well, Chud Logic didn't want the smoke. I doubt John Twitch wants it either.
How many ways of classification exist in this society that I don't like as a black woman that you live with? They're like every time urban to me and black people, urban all the damn time.
If you have a problem,
yo, did you see like Illuminati's like VTuber like bugging out? Like it kind of, I don't know if they had it fast forwarding or something. It looks so weird.
With the word urban, you're allowed to talk about that. If I have a problem with people calling moderates fascists, then I'm allowed to talk about it.
They give
if
it a
Anna
sub,
has a
James,
problem
really good.
being called a birthing person, then she's allowed to talk about it. How?
She doesn't though. She's grifting, you dumb fool.
How and why is Anna's tweet about language regarding trans people being viewed from the lens of race? Like, what is this argument Olay is even?
Because Olay is used to getting roasted and cooked for any little thing that she does, and then she sees Anna do this shit, you know, just straight up attack trans people for clout, and nobody's saying anything. Everybody's like handling her with kid gloves. That's what Olay was reacting to.
Been putting forward. If you're a white woman, you're not allowed to complain about things. This clip is from
NCC equals
Leftist
good
Mafia,
equals
a
follow.
podcast hosted solely by left-leaning creators. And yes, the now infamous Illuminati was a part of it. Both Olay and Illuminati.
Oh my god! They had Illuminati before they figured out what Illuminati had done. Like, right? Illuminati's like almost a 2 million strong YouTube channel, and they worked with Illuminati until they, you know, heard the same shit that everybody else did, you know, with Illuminati's, you know, going off on Legal Eagle, and then the whole thing with the, you know, Illuminati's own plagiarism, and then the sad milk stuff.
Yes, I love that meme so much. It's such a good meme.
Oh, did I have a good pause of him?
It's like
creators. And yes, the now infamous
He
Illuminati
kicked her right out. Yeah,
was a part of it. Both Olay
and she didn't appear on the show after that scandal started, right? She was not on the show after that.
the same. It is literal fucking Stalin tier memes. Like fucking same picture. Remove the baddie.
The Illuminati are no longer part of the podcast, but Illuminati was kicked out while Olay left on her own accord. Olay's departure from the leftist mafia is far more recent than this clip, so we'll get to that later. Anyway, the amount of time Olay spends focusing on Anna's whiteness is weird.
I like Anna, but I feel a little bit like this is the coddle the white lady hour.
Which makes her point about bigotry a bit ironic.
I feel like when white people start talking about they feel like they're being erased when we make the Little Mermaid black and stuff like that, blah blah blah. Racist. We all know it's racist. The same way when you start using this bullshit logic when it comes to who may.
Okay, listen. I've already taken the L on this. Okay, I've already taken the L on the black thing, on the black elves. It will stand as a testament to that I'm not right all the time. But like, here's the thing. It's you know, yes, some people are just racist, okay? There was some...
Wait, what's the L he took with the black elves?
Memes, and it was like, oh, the Little Mermaid is stealing underwater and stuff. Yeah, obviously that's pure racist, right? But there's some people who are connected to the story of the Little Mermaid and like the Little Mermaid as they are, and so race swapping is going to be like, oh yeah, I don't like that. It's going to feel wrong in some way. And you might not even be able to truly elaborate on exactly what it is. It's just going to feel wrong, and that's okay. Like, obviously, if your character is a certain race and they change it, that's going to feel weird. And obviously minorities understand this perfectly when it comes to black characters changing to white characters or whatever the case may be. But yeah, and also the other thing about the Little Mermaid film, my take on the elves was that, oh, it's fine. I'm sure they're going to explain how they exist, because the argument was there's no such thing as black elves. Tolkien never spoke about that, and I said I'm sure they'll come up with a way of explaining it, and they never did. They just were in the show. Elves can't be black based on the existing law without an explanation. That makes it, you know, a silly thing to include, in my opinion. Like, why?
Oh my god, I think we got another ad break going on. Coming up, you're gonna experience it possibly. I gotta tell you the ways to get out of it though. You can get out of it with a Twitch Prime. That'll get you out of it, right? You can get out of it with a sub, right? $5 on desktop, $6 on mobile, or you can get out of it maybe, possibly, if you get lucky, you can get out of it by getting a gift sub. And you're more likely to get a gift sub if you're active in chat.
Why make characters a different race?
Also, make sure to hit that like button.
Not explain it and then just expect people to kind of accept it, you know? Yeah, it's made up. Obviously, it's not true. But if you're a fan of it, you're obviously going to be a bit...
Stalin literally showed how Soviet photography was very advanced at the time. Like, the method was something they used in the US and Western Europe to take people... They didn't want their leaders' photos too. They didn't just make... yeah, I don't know. It's like memed with Stalin.
Annoyed about that, and that's kind of reasonable to me. Like, you know, my take was, you know, if they had an explanation, that's okay. If they don't, then that's kind of stupid, and that's where I am with it, you know? And also, the other thing with the Little Mermaid I was going to say, it's like...
You need an explanation?
Spoiler alert, it's been out a while now,
Okay.
so I don't really care if I spoil it for you, okay?
How about, here's an explanation, right? Or, I mean, like I feel like the explanation would be, like, why do you never need an explanation to explain why there's only white elves, right? That's in my mind, that's the thing that would need the explanation.
At the end of the movie, in the original Little Mermaid, Eric heroically steers the ship into Ursula,
Oh, wow.
killing Ursula, saving the day, okay? right? Makes sense. He's a character. He can walk around. He's got legs
He's
and
a
stuff
character.
like that. In the movie, at that time, the Little Mermaid has got no legs. She's gone back to being a mermaid. Okay, so yeah, Eric heroically saves the day. Classic story. The prince stepping in to save the day. Classic fairy tale stuff, right? Okay.
That's good. Yo, this guy's so Gamergate pilled, right? The princess has got to be saved.
In the latest movie, they do this really weird thing where it's like women empowerment or something, and they make it so the Little Mermaid is the one that steers the ship. But obviously, she's got no legs.
She solves her freaking business as a Little Mermaid should. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. The Little Mermaid takes out Ursula. You got a problem with that, Chud? Is that going to make you cry when the Little Mermaid takes out Ursula? Is that going to make you sad?
So she does this weird kind of...
When you don't have Ursula to cover your ass anymore?
Floppy crawl towards a steering wheel, and she's the one that pulls the steering wheel to stab Ursula to
That's right.
win.
That's right, Chud.
Like, it's so stupid and it seems so forced. Because it's like she's a mermaid, and it's like, oh yeah, look, even though she's a mermaid... Like, just have Eric...
Oh my god, she's a mermaid. She can't do anything by herself. Yo.
do it. That was a good moment. That was cool. That was based.
Does she need to have a submarine? Does she need to fire the torpedoes at Ursula?
You know, well, the thing is, I've got kids. So obviously I watched it with my kids, and I just sat there. I was like, that's stupid. Why, you know. And also, like, the fact that... I don't know, there was issues with it.
I bet you complained to your kids. You're like, a mermaid can't do that. Kids, this is wrong. This is woke politics being injected to your movies. And they're like, Dad, just watch the movie. Dad, we're trying to watch the movie. Dad, Father, could you please shut the fuck up? Could you please shut up with your anti-SJW shit? Father, could you...
Also...
You're so embarrassing, Dad. Yeah, they're probably, like, complaining at you.
It was a hereditary monarchy, but, like, the prince was adopted. That didn't really make any sense to me either. I don't know. It was just, there's a lot of problems with it. You could have easily explained in some way.
The movies have plot holes. Holy shit. Like, this goes back to... Doesn't Star Wars have a plot hole, right? Famously. Like, Han shot first or whatever, right? There's plot holes in...
Yeah, the Your Movie Sucks... I like Your Movie
everything.
Sucks. Your Movie Sucks does good videos. I've watched the videos for a long time. But yeah, they did a video about it, and they sort of laid out some of their issues.
Why did you come to the movie in blackface, Chud Papa?
And there's this one moment where in the original, like, there's an emotional moment where Ariel is singing, and it's like about a pain and the fact she's not going to be part of the world up there. And it's like an emotional moment. But in the movie, it's like they just show off the fact that this woman can sing. And it's like, well, what's the point of that? And then there's this other thing which I didn't even notice that Your Movie Sucks pointed out. In the original, when they're doing the song, they sing the fish.
Wait. Now, like, let me correct me if I'm wrong, right? But the remake of The Little Mermaid is a live action. The original Little Mermaid is a cartoon, right? They're like adapting it. This is not deep. Yeah, Under the Sea, right? They're adapting it, right? So it's gonna change. If it was the same movie, it'd be kind of boring, right? It's partly for dudes like you that have seen the cartoon before, and maybe you want to see something different. I don't know. Maybe that's just me, though.
You know what the fish are doing, and the fish do it in the cartoon. But in the remake, they keep the same lyrics, but then they don't have...
Is he trying to be the quartering? Does he want to become... Does he have aspirations to doing, like, anti-SJW movie? That's what this sounds like, a Ben Shapiro review of Barbie, right?
Fish doing what is done in the lyrics.
Yeah, it's an adaptation of the Hans Christian Andersen novel, right?
The Scuttlebutt song. Fortunately, I actually went for a toilet break when it was on, so I missed it. But when I heard it afterwards...
White people... there's a Scuttlebutt song can believe in magic of Lord of the Rings, but they can't believe in melanin exists in other realms and worlds. Yeah, right?
I turned it off instantaneously. And I was like, yeah, no thank you.
No, thank you.
Poor unfortunate souls. Well, I don't know if they changed the lyrics for that, but in the original movie, you had these little wretched little mermaids that were captured by Ursula that had been turned into little fucking freaks. And that was cool, you know?
Hey,
and that was part of the song as well.
He's really into this.
Well, it was like, oh yeah, I've got all these little freaks.
What is this bug up Chud's ass? I don't know.
Turned into. And then at the end, Trident is supposed to turn into one of them, and I thought that was... But they just turned into fucking dust, and they just came back. So stupid. Just little lazy things like that, where they could have done something with it and made it better. But yeah.
Womanhood? Oh, get out of it.
Yes, where was the chef? Where was the chef and the crab fighting? That was such a good scene. Why did they get rid of that?
It's the same thing, my guy. It's the same thing. You just like this kind of bigotry.
Because of wokeness, Chud. Because of wokeness.
That's all. Like,
anyway,
this is the bigotry that you feel entitled to.
Olay seems to feel entitled to her bigotry towards white people, especially white women. Even if you buy into the notion that black people can't be racist, they can be hateful, bigoted, ignorant, and arrogant, just like anybody else. Olay then points out that Anna gets defended on certain things, but she...
That's actually a really good point. Is that...
Oh, Leftist Mafia, when you said LM audience... I thought you were saying Little Mermaid audience at first.
I obviously don't, you know, I think black people can be
she's
racist.
been wokified.
But it's actually a good point that even if you think they can't, they can still be bigoted and not.
Yeah, Chud's audience is so thankful to have him to fight against wokeism.
Like, do you know what I mean? But it's like they act like, well, black people can't be racist, so anything they say about white people is totally fine, and you can't complain about it. When it's like, well, they're saying some insane shit.
He doesn't.
I have to say it. Oh my god, I have to say it. I like Anna, but I feel a little bit like this is the coddle the white lady hour.
You're right. The Leftist Mafia took a while, like to say something about Illuminati compared to well, the only thing they were like swift on was like the Anna Kasparian thing, and that was only because of Olay, you know, kind of taking the leadership in that.
And you know why? And you know why? I thought this even earlier, because before this, the Majority Report put out a thing too, and everybody else, and I was like, boy, everybody sure.
But seriously though, after the initial thing, Illuminati was not on the show anymore. After that, and then at the point where they finally watched the videos about Sad Milk, they kicked her off like permanently, right?
Feels the need to trip over their feet to come out to defend her for getting cooked when all of the people get cooked all the time. Nobody, I have yet to watch a video of anybody defending me from getting cooked. I've never seen it.
I don't think people were coming to Anna's defense simply because she's white. Anna Kasparian has been a host at the Young Turks, a progressive news outlet, for about 16 years, which means she's been in the media for about a decade and a half longer than Olay. It makes sense that people would be more quick to defend Anna because she's far more established and popular. Plus, Anna's Armenian, which would technically mean she's Asian, but I guess she's white.
Oh, let's go! Base point. I love it. Also, Anna is like a very charming person. Like Olay comes across as very fucking obnoxious.
There's another word behind all these words that he's saying, like obnoxious and arrogant, and like, right, there's another word that I feel like is at the root of this, and it's has some real ugly historical resonance to it.
And it's not to do with her being black.
Like every single thing that they say about Olay kind of comes back to this idea, right? The criticisms, the complaints that they have of Olay are very similar to, you know, a very classic like racially charged complaint about black women. Yeah, it does. It does begin with an, yeah, like I gotta put it on a thumbnail. I gotta put it on the next thumbnail and put some asterisks on it, like DK does.
There's plenty of charming black people that exist, okay? Like that Lance Hendrick guy, that actor. Anyway.
By the way, DK, if you're watching this, let me know if you need some pictures of me for the thumbnail. Did he talk about me? Did he talk about me for long enough to make a video?
The point is that
I think he was afraid to actually talk to me though. He didn't actually want to come on and talk to me.
He's obnoxious, not by virtue of a race.
He's scared. He's scared. He knows what will happen.
Just by virtue of being an obnoxious bitch.
He knows that I will chew him up and spit him out like the shorter version of the gummy in the Long Man commercial, which we gotta watch again because I'm obsessed with it. And because like otherwise we'd be watching like hours and hours of Chud at a time, and I don't know. That's not.
結婚式までお預け。
おやすみ。
おやすみ。
食べるとおしまいください。Long may
どちらまで？
どうして？
は？
あ、すいません。やっぱり忘れられない。
避ける組対長い避ける組。
Yeah.
Anna is very, you know, charming and interesting to listen to and comes across very well. Fucking coat, both these women suck. I don't agree with you. What, you listen to Anna and you think, oh, this lady sucks? I think you're...
Yeah! I mean, like, I don't know, if your whole thing is, like, that you, like, Anna's just, like, kind of salty, and she's got a chip on her shoulder, and it's like she's always like, and she doesn't even do it right. Like she comes in and says, "Hey Lance, it's time to cook. Lance, are you ready to cook? You're gonna get cooked. I'm gonna cook you." Like she doesn't know. She's like, she hears these terms from like Olayemi, and then she tries to use them herself, and it's just cringe, right? Anna's just like, yeah, Anna's cringe. I don't know what to say.
With Anna if you think that's the case.
He is kind of obsessed with Anna. Yeah, just
anyway, the point is,
yeah,
is like
just five or six videos in the last month. That's all.
The way that Anna delivers herself is much more appealing than the way that Olay does. Again, and it's nothing to do with fucking race. There's some white people that are, you know, are more obnoxious than Anna, and some black people that are less obnoxious than Olay.
So who cares?
Absolutely nobody's trying to cancel Anna. And let me make sure I say that before anybody want to clip 5 minutes of what it was an hour conversation at 10 minutes. Nobody. Literally, I want to let the record reflect.
A month after Olay says nobody is trying to cancel Anna, Olay tries to cancel her.
No. Here's the thing. Anna canceled herself. Let's be real. Okay? If birthing person was the only thing that Anna ever said, people would have forgotten about it, right? It would have gone away. It would have disappeared. It would have been okay, right? Anna cannot take the L. Anna cannot let it go. Anna kept on bringing it back over and over, attacking Lance, attacking Olayemi after this, right? Yeah, she absolutely did that. She insisted on getting cooked. I don't know what to say. The vegan agenda ruined the Little Mermaid. They had a whole conflict. Wait, is that why they didn't do the surface dwellers eating fish and lobster? Is that why they didn't do the chef scene? Yeah, Anna canceled Anna, right?
Anna. She tweeted out, "Don't you dare call her
Oh
a
my
birthing person,
God.
but she'll gladly call you the N-word." The
True.
video shows clips of Anna saying the N-word out of context on the Young Turks. The context being she was highlighting egregious examples of racism, deliberately using...
Yeah, just like the guy on Twitter that got banned for posting, child exploitation materials. Just like that dude, wanted to show people about the bad stuff that's out there by posting child exploitation materials, right? And thankfully we had Elon to bring him back and be like, no, he can't be actually banned because he's a right-winger. So, clearly
out of context clips to try to smear somebody is pretty scummy. It's over the pettiest shit too. The N-word Chronicles continue with the iDubbbz interview. I want to be as brief as possible with the iDubbbz backstory, but I also need to give some context. iDubbbz is a YouTuber who built his platform on...
Like Anna did a very and TYT, right, did a very cringe thing where they made this whole thing where they were like, okay, so when the N-word comes up in a story, gets talked about in a story, are we gonna say the N-word like literally every other news outlet does, right? Or are we going to say the N-word? And Anna and Jink and the rest of the Young Turks decided, oh no, we gotta say the N-word. We can't just say the N-word, right? Do you get the difference, right? Like they insisted on it, right? They and this is like, if nothing else, like extremely cringe. It makes it look like they are trying to court controversy, right? I don't think that they said that over and over again because they were like, haha, we get to say that. And well, I mean, like in a way they kind of are though, aren't they? This is like edgelord behavior, yeah. Like they're not saying it in a way, like they're literally quoting people, so it's not like they were using it in a disparaging way, but it's like they were jumping at any chance to say the N-word.
Edgy content. Years ago, he would use slurs in his videos. He's recently apologized for that, but the apology got a variety of backlash from different communities. Some people, like myself, think the apology was over the top. Olay, on the other hand, doesn't think it's nearly enough.
An apology? You're gonna cancel iDubbbz for apologizing. That's the biggest irony of it all, right? All these freaks go off for years and years and years on cancel culture, and then they literally cancel iDubbbz for apologizing. Like it's wild. It's wild.
Not enough for me.
Yeah.
And I don't think there's anything that he can do that will ever be enough.
Yeah.
And I think that him and any of these other creators
And iDubbbz said that he understands that some people are going to feel that way. iDubbbz literally talked about this and he accepted it, right? He's not expecting to make an apology and for everybody to be like, oh, he's made an apology, he's good now, right? He knows how it works. When you break people's trust, they don't necessarily, they're not going to necessarily trust you again. There's still a video up on TYT's channel where they react to Dr. Laura's N-word rant. Jink and Anna say that the context was worse than 12 times she dropped the N-word and then repeated the context of the words for like 5 minutes straight.
Rebrand, if you genuinely are
In their
looking
own words,
to better yourself, you have to acknowledge and accept that it won't be enough for some people.
Yeah.
The person on the right is Francesca Ramsey. She was a YouTuber who was most prominent during the mid-2010s. Her most popular content were videos like Things White Girls Say to Black Girls and 5 Tips for Being an Ally. The reason why she's in this video is because she claims iDubbbz made content on her which led to harassment.
Oh, what is your O? What is your O, Chud? What is your O?
What
are you upset? What's got you triggered, Chud? Why are you sewing out like this?
Recently, there's been a wave of...
Oh my god, they're gonna demolish. They're gonna demolish. They're gonna fucking... He's gonna demolish her! Another black woman getting demolished. Let's go. 2 for 1. 2 for the price of 1.
Of people who've made bigoted content on the internet coming forward and apologizing.
Is she in G.I. Jane 2? Yes, they made it woke. They added a black woman. They were like, right, we did a woman joins the fucking Navy SEALs before. How can we make it more woke? Okay? We're going to make it a black woman for G.I. Jane 2. And then in the trailer, you hear this kind of squeaking sound. And you're like, oh, what's that? What's going on there? That's right. Comes into shot, bold black woman, in a wheelchair, no legs. Disabled black woman, also trans, trying to get into the fucking Navy SEALs. Okay? That's what they're going to do for G.I. Jane 2. And they're going to have like a racist, transphobic, sexist commander of the Navy SEALs, played by Michael Biehn, and he's going to be like, there's no way you're going to get into the fucking... There's no way you're going to get into the Navy SEALs. You've got no legs and you're trans. And by the pure, sheer fucking will, she's going to do it, okay? And then they're going to go on their first mission, and she's going to fall out the helicopter. She's going to be in a wheelchair in the helicopter, and there's going to be some wind, and she'll fall out of it and die. They're going to twist it on its head and say, this is why black, trans, disabled women should not be in the military. It's going to be a fucking fake out.
TikTok, we've got Kelly Cagden. On YouTube, we have iDubbbz, I think is how you say his name. So I hosted a show for MTV called MTV Decoded. I actually created the show, but at the time that the show was on, I dealt with a lot of harassment because of it from these people that labeled themselves anti-social justice warriors, anti-feminists on YouTube, including iDubbbz. And he made a number of videos where he used the N-word fully uncensored, where he put my face in videos and called me, you know...
Oh my god, it's the Earthworm Jim music! I played I played Earthworm Jim so much, man. Remember playing the first Earthworm Jim on a Mega Drive? I played the first Earthworm Jim on Mega Drive. Then Earthworm Jim 2, I remember playing on the SNES. When you the little salamander thing. Oh my god, man. I want to play it now.
And, you know, said that my work was cancer, and, like, my work made him want to... most of these videos have been privated, so I can't show them to you, but I've seen them, and he created a culture and a fan base that then harassed me.
The thing is, I don't ever remember iDubbbz making a video on Francesca Ramsey. No one does. I remember Quaffine, I remember Lucic Diamond Eyes, I remember Pisces, but I don't remember iDubbbz making a video on Francesca Ramsey. This doesn't necessarily mean it never happened, but the only evidence to support this video was ever made is Francesca's word. Even Anissa doesn't recall Ian making a video on Francesca.
Yes, and Anissa is definitely someone who would self-flagellate to a black given half the chance. So... yeah, I mean, why would Anissa, like, Anissa would be falling over herself if there was a genuine chance to get the old whip on your back for this. And also, the other thing I think is Francesca shared a video from, like, some fan channel that had responded with Francesca's comments to clips of iDubbbz. It wasn't an iDubbbz thing.
If you want to say iDubbbz contributed to a culture of harassment, then sure, whatever. But there are people who see it the other way around.
But at the time that the show was on, I dealt with a lot of harassment because of it from these people that...
Because your content was racist as like, that was a reaction to the content. That's like a huge part of the story here.
Can you give me the backstory of what the show is?
You can't jump on the internet and make a...
Yo, Sitch and Adams is always pointing out the anti-white racism
of a show that basically...
this is my next video, right? Sitch and Adam debate Sam Cedar. I got it all edited. I'm hopefully putting it out for you tomorrow. I want to do that so that way you've got something to watch tomorrow. And then on Sunday, we're going to do that stream that you earned by getting me up to 100. I didn't think it could happen. I canceled the Sunday stream and you literally brought it back. Thank you everybody who gifted subs today, right? I didn't think it could happen, but you made it happen, and I'm taking it back, right? I'm completely I'm so grateful for you doing that. And like apparently we need the Sunday stream because Chud did content on me, and we got to figure out what that's about. We probably won't do just Chud. Like we'll do other. I don't want to spin another stream. I mean, there's enough content out here because, like I said, this guy's been doing videos on Olayemi, like 5 this month, right? At least maybe 6. I can't remember how much it was, but you know, like on at least 5 of the thumbnails, Olayemi's on there. So
it's a stereotype that all white people are racists, and not expect people to respond.
I don't know much about her show.
Yeah, I mean, 2017, 2018 was an interesting era for me. I was definitely more of an anti-SJW. Maybe I am now. Maybe you can see me that now. I guess I kind of am these days. But I was definitely more so in the anti-SJW camp. And I remember, you know, I got kind of annoyed with some of the stuff, like the person that landed the probe on a comet and everyone got mad about their shirt. The humongous guy, stuff like that is what radicalized me. But I don't really remember Francesca's content. I think I watched a couple of response videos and was kind of like, you know, wasn't really that interested in it. But yeah.
MTV Decoded, but when a major television network pays somebody to morally grandstand and virtue signal, a lot of people are going to be upset with that. If it's about politics or race relations, then you can expect even harsher feedback. That's the case for everybody, not a specific race.
Wait, on this
not
that basically propagates us to respond.
Somebody to morally grandstand and virtue signal, a lot of people are going to be upset with that.
Do you think stereotypes are white colorblindness or not in racism?
If it's about politics or race relations, then you can expect even harsher feedback. That's the case for everybody, not a specific race.
Race relations, race relations is something that racist white people from the 60s say, right? When they would talk about, like, you know, when they would talk about Selma and stuff like that, when they would talk about the boycott and the, you know, the marches, right? They would say, you know, race relations is the term that the media would, the neutral term that the media would, term that the media would use.
Condone harassment, but that's the reality any public figure with a loud or controversial opinion has to deal with.
Yeah, this is like very true. I feel like people engage in some of the most provocative discourse in the most provocative way, and then they get surprised when they get fucking pushback and shit for it. It's like, yeah, you're acting like a really obnoxious prick about very contentious topics. It's not that fucking surprising. You're putting out videos with provocative titles. Of course people are going to be fucking mad at you. And it just, you know, I'm going to defend Ben Shapiro. I'm going to defend Ben Shapiro and his ilk, okay? I feel like we never have this conversation when it comes to, like, figures like that. I mean, Ben Shapiro's sister, what's her name? Abigail or something? She has to put up with like weird fucking Kuma comments constantly from people. You know, weird, unasked for, unnecessary Kuma comments, and no one ever thinks to question that. I think there was like one account that existed for a while, and it was a troll account of Ben Shapiro's sister with a picture and stuff, like responding to Ben Shapiro with weird sexual comments. And it's like, what is that? That's mental. Why the fuck are we permissive of like that? Why is it no one? Why does it seem that no one is particularly bothered about the fact that someone is sexually harassing Ben Shapiro with a fake account of his sister? That's nuts. That's a nuts thing to do. But people are clapping it along. You know, it just feels like it's only ever when it's someone that's on the right side that you take issue with it. You know, but there's definitely some attitudes and approaches to certain people that definitely could be criticized as excessive. But yeah,
they act like this hate and harassment only occurs on one side.
You're so sick of these bearded yeah, like I'm sick of them too.
The political spectrum.
Why people are so exhausting. No offense to present company. Hey, none taken.
And it's often worse.
And you're not wrong either. You're not wrong.
Than just ignoring or refusing to hear those communities that these creators are causing harm to. Often, their audiences will attack those communities.
But even Noah Sampson
has to remind
a
cunty beardo circus. I would,
his audience not to harass the people
Noah
he
Sampson?
talks about.
You should go watch that video. I've left it linked in the description. I'd appreciate it if you did, so you can be sure that I'm not misrepresenting any of his points. I'd also like to ask that you don't comment on the video.
Yo, Bjork fan.
Unless you have something
Bjork.
constructive
It's actually pronounced Bjork.
to say. I know for the vast majority of you who are respectful and
wait, what's this?
Those communities.
But even Noah Sampson has to remind his audience not to harass the people he talks about.
You should go watch that video. I've left it linked in the description. I'd appreciate it.
Is he accepting essay accusation when it comes to Ben Shapiro? Wait, what are the essay accusations on Ben Shapiro?
If you did, so you can be sure that I'm not misrepresenting any of his points. I'd also like to ask that you don't comment on the video unless you have something constructive to say. I know for the vast majority of you who are respectful and normal and cool
Bjork.
and chill even, that might sound patronizing, and for that I apologize. But
Like, I think Bjork is cool. I mean, like, I always get surprised by people's politics, but I haven't been by Bjork yet. I was so happy to find out that Cyndi Lauper actually has good politics, and like Dolly Parton, great politics.
some of you do need to hear that. So sorry and thank you, and you're welcome.
Yeah, even Garth Brooks, yeah. So really surprised to hear that. I mean, I was never a Garth Brooks fan. That's why I'm so surprised, right? That a country musician actually has good politics. The essay that an account pretending to be his sister did to who? What? Oh my god, I've never heard of this.
It's a good, sometimes necessary thing to remind your audience of. But this phenomenon of
You
audience...
still remind people not to attack people. Yeah. I never want anybody. Yeah, no hate towards Chud, right? We maybe shown him in a bad light. You kind of gotten to the bottom. So like I said, you know, what is the key to Chud? The key to understanding Chud is that he feels slighted by quote-unquote woke content creators that he dealt with early on. That when you know, when he had accusations about some impropriety that he had shown in his own Discord, right? And some people kind of, they stretched the accusations a little farther than there was really proof for. Chud just went ballistic, and he's really never forgiven like trans people or you know, leftoids since then. The other clue is Peter Coffin, right? Chud has been a friend with Peter Coffin for a very long time. Always said that he had a great deal of respect for Peter Coffin. Why is that? Because they're both class reductionists. So that's another thing. And the third thing is, like, you know, why was Chud going to his Discord for, you know, looking for attention, you know, female attention in the first place? The answer is because he's kind of a sad guy. And I guess he feels like he needs that power imbalance in order to, you know, like this is the most attention, like this, you know, him being like a Z-list celebrity in his own words, right? It's the most attention he's ever really gotten in his life, the most respect he's ever commanded in his life, right? So yeah, this is a cautionary tale. And that's why I said, even though, like, there's a lot of things that are just going to show this guy as a scumbag, I want to have some empathy, not so much for his sake, but for the sake of understanding, you know, how he became what he became. And I mean, I don't know. There's not really any hope for Chud. Like, right? He's never coming back. He's never going to get it. He's never going to change. But maybe, you know, if there's somebody in your life, I don't know, try to keep them from going down that, like, that Peter Coffin class reductionist, you know, anti-SJW, feminist hating path that he's gone down. Because, like, I used to know this guy, and, like, at some point he seemed all right. He is very much not all right now. And that's really all I wanted to say. So I guess it's not your birthday, Chud, but here's your gift anyway. I hope you enjoyed talking about me. I hope I gave you another, you know, trans woman to harass, since you know you've maybe run your course on Olayemi, you've run your course on harassing the victims of Super Mega, etc. Now you can deal with me, okay? But I guess you don't want to deal with me because you were too gutless to come and talk to me. right? Even though Spicy Chat wanted it, they wanted my blood, and Chud Logic was unwilling to give them that because he's too much of a coward, right? You do not get to call President Sunday President Run Day anymore when it's you who ran, okay? And with that, I say, rip bozo. Goodbye, Chud. We'll see you next Sunday, I guess, because I don't know. Do I need to cover what he said about me? Do you want to hear about Filegate? Some of you don't know about Filegate, right? Maybe we need to talk about Filegate. I don't know. Yeah. He's basically trying to resurrect 2-year-old drama from somebody that literally hit on me in Discord, and I rejected and got mad and made up this whole file thing about me, right? So thank you for being here. I appreciated you so much, and thank you everybody who got me over 100 subs. I'm so happy to be back here in territory like this, because it was scary. It's scary to be not making nearly enough money. That kind of happens over the summer, and it's no one person's fault. I don't want anybody to feel bad about that. But you people really stepped up this time and got us back that fourth day of content. So we almost lost it this week, but we ended up getting it in the end. So I will see you again on Sunday. Until then, say hello to my friend Cosmopolitics, who we need to hit back with a raid. Nabil, I will get to you. Willow, I will get to you. Amy, I will get to you. There's a whole bunch of people I need to hit with raids, but right now, since Cosmopolitics has raided me and I've never raided Cosmopolitics, we're gonna raid into Cosmopolitics. Say hi. No worries, Neuro, write it. No worries. There you go. There you go. Much love, everyone.